How can I help? Just checking in on me?
What the fuck are you?
Go. Yeah.
Away for 25 years, and now it was finally back 25 years later. So Laura seems to get sucked away, and Mike's there again delivering the very same line. Is it future or is it past? Then Mike leads Coop to the evolution of the arm, and he reminds Cooper of his own doppelganger. The arm informs Coop his doppelganger must leave before he can go back. And when this scene continues, the arm begins repeating the name Bob before telling Coop he can go now. Coop tries to leave, but he's blocked. So he starts wandering around the lodge, and he stumbles across Leland. Leland wants him to find Laura. Coop continues on his way and is ultimately banished to the realm of non-existence by the doppel arm. Coop makes a quick stop in the glass box and then he's swept away again into the realm of non-existence, before ultimately switching places with Douglas Jones. Dougie Jones was the Tulpa creation who was somehow manufactured by Bad Coop, and we're led to believe that, at the very least, the Doppelor may have been in on Bad Coop's plan to cheat his way out of returning to the Lodge. And it appears that Cooper switching with the Dougie Tulpa helped maintain the necessary balance. I think it's worth noting that just before the first time we see Mike ask if it's future or past, Falk was speaking with the Log Lady, and both were under the impression that something important was supposed to happen. Falk was by the Lodge entrance where Cooper first disappeared, and he witnessed evidence of something, but nothing materialized because Coop had been tricked. Cooper was essentially useless concerning the main story when he was stuck in Dougie Jones mode. But when he finally snapped back to his old self, he seemed to know exactly what to do, and he remembered everything that happened under the incompetent guise of Dougie. His first mission after waking up dealt with Bob and his doppelganger. When Coop became Coop again, this was the first objective he pursued. But Cooper didn't really do a whole lot here. The Giant had seen to it that Bad Coop would wind up at the sheriff's station, and not at the Palmer house. So Coop basically just had to show up. It was Lucy and Freddie who did all of the heavy lifting, and then Cooper took the final step and placed a ring on his doppelganger's finger. Even though Cooper didn't do any of the heavy lifting, he appeared to know exactly what to expect, and everything appeared to play out exactly as he had foreseen it, up to and including the transformation of the eyeless woman into Diane. So after that, Cooper's next objective was locating the long-lost Philip Jeffries. Cooper meets up with Mike, and Mike leads Cooper to Jeffries, who in turn tells Cooper where to find Judy. Mike then seemingly sends Cooper on his way in order to find Judy. I'll remind everyone at this point that Mike went out of his way to get the ring to Laura Palmer, and Cooper didn't want Laura to take that ring. Cooper and Mike were at odds on this point, but when Cooper needs to find Jeffries, he depends on Mike. Mike is the one who leads Cooper up to him, and then Mike is the one who sends Cooper where he needs to go. Cooper rides where he's going, and it's the night that Laura Palmer gets killed. Cooper is out there like some creepy stalker, tracking her every move, and he intercepts her while Jacques, Leo, and Ronette wait for a Laura who never shows. Cooper wants to take Laura home, and Coop convinces Laura to go with him. And this transitions from black and white into color, indicating, I believe, the creation of a new alternate timeline. Cooper changed the past, and we know he changed the past because Laura's body gets erased from the shore, and Pete finally got to go fishing. So Pete's fishing, Cooper succeeded in saving Laura and changing the past. This idea is expanded on in the final dossier, where Tammy mentions in this new timeline that Cooper arrived in Twin Peaks to investigate the disappearance of Laura Palmer. So Laura went missing, and the final dossier also confirms that Cooper himself still ultimately went missing. So we know Cooper still wound up in the lodge, and we can probably assume that he was still there trying to save Annie from Wyndham Earl. When Laura disappeared from Cooper's grasp, it aligned with the sounds the Giant had played for Cooper in the opening scene, and also the scream we heard from Laura when she was seemingly torn from the lodge. Neither of these sounds seemed to mean anything to Cooper when he heard them, and this was the first time since Cooper woke up that we see him confused and lacking control. Then Cooper winds up back in the lodge, and this has always bothered me until I read a comment by Nancy Noyce in my previous video, when suddenly everything seemed to make more sense to me, and it seemed obvious, but I never thought about it in quite the right way, and I completely neglected the most important lesson from Back to the Future Part 2. In changing the past, Cooper also changed his own past. We know this because it's confirmed in the final dossier, but even without that, we know the past changed because Pete got to go fishing. So that moment when Mike asks, is it future or is it past, I now firmly believe that this point acts as a constant marker in time. But this time around, Cooper is in the lodge 25 years later after he altered the past. This is the Cooper who was investigating Laura's disappearance, not the Cooper who was investigating her murder. After Mike delivers the line this time, Laura never shows up to tell Cooper he can go. She never kisses him, she never whispers to him, she never gets torn away. Instead, what we see is an empty seat, and Cooper looks as if he knows something is off and that Laura or someone should be in that shed. So it continues like the last time, with Mike leading Cooper to the arm. Except this time, the arm doesn't speak of doppelgangers or Bob. Instead he asks, is it the story of the little girl who lived down the lane? Is it? The statue isn't there this time. Then Cooper seems to either re-experience or remember the events of Laura whispering to him and being sucked away out of the lodge. Cooper then has an identical encounter with Leland, except this time, the angle is reversed. This was from part 2, and this was from part 18. And this time, Cooper feels around as if he's searching for the right exit. He emerges from where we first saw him disappear. It's the very same place where Hawk had been looking for him in the reality where Laura was murdered. But this time, Hawk isn't there. Instead, Diane is the one who's there waiting for him. And they both tell each other that it's really them. When Cooper was finally back to his old self in the reality where Laura was murdered, his first objective dealt with Bob and his doppelganger. These were the things the arm spoke to him about before he was about to leave the lodge the first time. This time, Cooper's primary objective has nothing to do with Bob and nothing to do with his doppelganger. It has to do with the clues he received from the giant. But this might also be related to what the arm said before Cooper left, only this time it was about the story of the little girl who lived down the lane. Cooper doesn't have to deal with Bob or his doppelganger this time around. In the final dossier, we learn that Leland committed suicide on the 1-year anniversary of Laura's disappearance. If that's the case, then it seems safe to assume that Bob wouldn't have been in the lodge when Cooper confronted Linda Merle. And yet, Cooper must have still somehow survived his encounter with Earl. Could Cooper have also faced his shadow self with perfect courage in the absence of Bob? Or did Bob transcend time and space in such a way that his destruction in any timeline meant his destruction in all timelines? Or the reverse? Or could Cooper, having gone into the lodge this time, have had nothing to do with Linda Merle at all? Whatever the case, Cooper isn't concerned with Bob or his doppelganger this time around, but he still wants to bring Laura home. And first he has to find Laura. This involves crossing over this time around, but he still wants Paul. Whatever the case, Cooper isn't concerned with Bob or his doppelganger this time around, but he still wants to bring Laura home. And first he has to find Laura. This involves crossing over, and Coop finds the right location, apparently from the Giants' 430 clue. Why does Cooper want to take Laura home? What is he hoping to accomplish? Taking Laura home was his secondary objective in the timeline when Laura was murdered. Bringing Laura home was also his primary objective in the timeline where Laura went missing. He knows he wants to take Laura home, but it's not clear he knows what he expects will happen. We can assume this has something to do with Judy. Most observers agree that Judy is somehow affiliated with Sarah Palmer. We know that a young Sarah Palmer swallowed a frog horn. And we know, according to the final dossier, that in the new timeline where Laura went missing, that Sarah killed the dude with the Truck U shirt. Frost makes it a point to suggest that this did not necessarily happen in the previous timeline when Laura was murdered. And I think this is extremely important. The moment Cooper changed the past, Sarah freaked out and went wild. Sarah also somehow seemed connected with the jumping man when Mike was leading Coop to Jeffries. When Sarah struck you guy, she revealed her inner darkness, and I maintain that this strongly suggests that Sarah is inhabited by or associated with her daughter Laura's doppelganger. The tainted finger we see resembles that of the spiritual finger that Cole mentioned indicating a doppelganger, and the finger itself is Laura's finger from the moment just before she was murdered in the original timeline. Which again has me thinking about the fact that Mike wanted her to have the ring, but Cooper didn't. And then we see Laura's smile surrounded by darkness. I think this strongly implies that Sarah is in fact directly affiliated with her daughter's doppelganger. And since the final dossier implied that Sarah biting the truck you do only happened in the altered new timeline, I think Laura's doppelganger probably is an entity in play here. That would mean that Sarah isn't actually Judy, and also that all of Sarah's scenes from the return were likely from the altered timeline. But consider this. The giant created the Laura orb in response to the mother spitting up those evil eggs.
What is going on, Gianni? How you doing?
What's up? Step in my office.
What was that?
I said step in my office. What's up?
Oh, yeah. Welcome to my chambers here. And, you know, there's only a few different types of girls on Earth, but there's definitely, like, girls who will say, I'm taking a shit, and then girls who won't say that, and that was what you texted me right before. You're like, be right back, I'm taking a shit.
Yeah. I like to keep it real.
Oh, I appreciate that. That really endeared me to you beyond anything that we've been through together before in our previous conversations.
Yeah, I just like to kick shit off on a level. It's fine. Be flatter.
I admire that. Okay, so you are all of a sudden super noteworthy on the internet for various reasons, but I mean, I was really taken aback when I watched some of your music videos because I thought they were super fucking dope.
Thank you. What stood out?
Dumping Hennessy on girls, or like threatening to, I guess, was the main theme.
Yeah, I love stuff. That shit's gone really well. That was like self-funded, just DIY style with my two friends, and it was like kind of like the whole point of that video clip was to be like lighthearted and like not about any kind of like rap game fucking culture vibe. It was supposed to be super anti-style, but some people, I guess, thought it was cringy because they didn't get the joke. You got the joke.
Okay, you tell me though, like, how would you describe your music to people out there who maybe have learned about this controversy, but maybe don't really have much of a perspective on like who you are or what kind of thing you're trying to do out there?
It's just like fucking art, right? Like what I'm finding right now at this moment. I guess a few people have noticed that I've started being 100% authentic and really fucking real. And there's a mad power in that. So I feel like my shit's about to evolve into like another fucking level when it comes to like my rap shit. It's going to be less metaphorical, less indirect. Whereas I feel like my work in like the last year, almost 2 years, has been a little bit vague and using metaphor. And I think that now I've really gotten everything off my chest and I don't have any like fear of being like, I was holding back for a long time, artistically, many levels.
Okay, yeah, because there's always, I guess, well, I want to ask this. What kind of Diane Ward fan were you coming up? Like, were you somebody who they were like the band for you for a period of time?
Okay. So.
Because I could see the influence. I'm not super educated about them, but I would assume that they were a pretty big influence.
Yeah, in Australia, man, 2013, they were like the hot shit. They were like the edgy shit, you know? They were
definitely edgy.
My friends loved them. I loved them. Like, they were like 2012, 2013 Manson. You know what I mean? Like that.
Okay.
That's the pop culture in Australia. I don't think they were as big in the States. I don't think they've ever been as big in the States as they have been in other places.
Like me as a rap fan, they're like the group that people have always, like people who aren't hardcore rap fans have always just asked me what I thought of them. And I was always, to me, it was a little bit too out there that I never got super into it. But I understand for a lot of people, it was probably like their main entry point into rap because it was so different.
How old are you?
35.
You have a dick, don't you?
At least one, yeah.
Yeah, you're 6. So basically, like, they're like rap for fucking teenage girls, you know? Like, the whole thing that they go for is to appeal and really, like, vibe with, like, young people. I haven't listened to anything that Diane Wood has made since Donkey Mark, the album that they worked on when I was in the mix.
So what age were you when you got interested in them?
Like 19.
19, okay. So you weren't that young.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's like when they came out-ish. Were you already like, did you already have a big-ass tattoo on your forehead?
No.
No, that came afterwards? That was a result of that?
No, I had tattoos, dude. I had tattoos. I was getting there. I think I had this one already before they did it.
Okay. So how old are you now?
I'm 25.
Okay. So you become a Diane Ward fan, and then how do you actually start communicating with the band?
Yolandi hit me up on Instagram. I put all this shit in my like receipt song that I put out on YouTube for questions. Basically, if you ask these fucking strange cunts, they'll tell you that I just like slid into Ninja's DMs and started like sending him booby pics. But that isn't the case. And you shouldn't tell fucking lies, kids, and this is why. So Yolandi, it was before DMs existed, and she like messaged me, and I remember being like, what the fuck? Like, she's like a pop culture queen. Why is she messaging my dumbass fucking from Brisbane, Australia? You know, like I had never met a celebrity before. I'd not hung out with any like even like relevant artists in the Australian music scene or anything like that. It was like a different world, and it didn't make any sense. And at this point in my life, I'm smoking like 10 bombs a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, you know? So I was just like, but...
So you're a high as fuck, like,
yeah.
19 or 20-year-old girl getting messaged by a person that you consider to be, like, ridiculously famous and influential.
Fucking hell yeah, dude. Like, I was like, to put it in, I hate saying their stage names, but I'll do it just like the point of this. Ninja was like, you're not like a psycho fan, you're like a cool fan. I guess that was like his way of like stroking my ego and making me feel like
not a psycho fan.
Fucked up, dude. So they asked for my fucking email. Yolandi's like, we must talk. Like, you're like so cool. And like within the fucking first email that she sends me, she's like, Ninja showed me your bloggy. Like, it's so cool. But I'm in Australia next. I want to smoke with you. It's gonna be fucking great.
Smoke.
I'm just like, oh my god, like porn star wants to come to Australia and smoke with me. Like shit. Like that's warped. And like, dude, he jumps on my fucking inbox like a rat off a fucking rope. And he's like, ooh, my little sister, she, like, sent you some mail. Like, calling her his little sister and shit. Like, just from the get-go, it was real fucking obscure, real abstract. And I'm just like, play it cool. Like, just play it cool, kid, kind of thing. Like, what the fuck's going on?
Did you at any point during this early courting stage, did you assume that you were being inquired about as a sex object here?
They were just saying that I was like, they need me in their clique.
Okay, so just more like you were looking at it.
Accessory. They were like, oh, she's like a witch. Like, oh, what are you into? They were on tour at the time, and he was like fucking emailing me like 5 or 6 times a day, like from day one. I looked into it, and it's called love bombing. And I say Google that shit because I felt like I was like knocked off my feet from like start to fucking finish. Like I never got a chance to like get perspective. All my friends around me were like young and dumb and fans as well. So everyone was just like, wow. I didn't have any adults or anything in my life that were like, let's like take a step back and let's like have a talk about this. Like what's going on? Everyone was just like, so I don't know. Like everyone's so quick to fucking judge, like, ooh, the red flags, like, fuck that. But think about, like, your favorite fucking band, you know? Like, and imagine, like, that just out of fucking obscurity. Like, they climb out of a fucking poster on your wall. And they're like, hey, Adam. Hey, 20-year-old Adam, I want to talk to you. And you're just like, it was like that. And it was fucking intense. And I never got a fucking second. Like, it was just an obsession for him.
No, I mean, when I was like 19 or 20, I was still getting catfished by girls on the internet that weren't even pretending to be famous people, so I could completely understand what you were going through, yeah.
Yeah. And it was like, I've been trying not to read fucking comments and shit on the internet, you know, but I see, like, how their fans are trying to justify and kind of, like, put off what I've come forward and spoken about as just like horseshit, and that's fine. Like I can imagine it's a shock, and it's something that's hard for people that have really like resonated and connected with Diane Wood, but it's all a front. But like the main thing that people are saying is just oh, you should have like come out about this sooner. It's like it took me fucking years to even come to fucking terms with like what happened. I was love bombed and fucking I feel like I was brainwashed, and that's pretty embarrassing to say. But yeah.
So I think honestly, like one of the problems that is kind of going on with this situation and sort of the lack of attention that it's getting the media and everything is that it feels like it's kind of overwhelming because in the music video that you put out, there was such a absurd number of texts, which, you know, to my opinion, that makes it probably more obvious that you're telling the truth because you're putting it all out there. It's super obvious in your face. Look at how fucking weird this conversation was. But then I feel also for some people it's kind of like overwhelming. Like it's hard for them to really wrap their head around exactly what you're saying transpired. So if you were to try to...
When I talk about overwhelming, what's overwhelming is the fact that I never intended to release one receipt. That was never my fucking intention. I made a song to address how I fucking lived my life, and it was for my following. Like, before this shit happened, I think I had like maybe like 73K on my Instagram. Like, lots of people were like into my music, but it was a small thing. And me addressing something that was so pivotal and like head fucking for me 5 years ago, and finally being like, and then there's that. Okay, now you really do know about Johnny, you know, like the kind of shit that shaped me. Like, that's the truth. Instead of me being able to just fucking do that and then move forward, they decided to make 2 posts about me on Yolandi's Instagram, telling fucking vicious wild lies and completely deflecting and trying to crush and suppress and control their narrative, because that's what they do. Whenever someone comes out and says, yo, these people are actually pretty fraud and they do fucked shit, they're always like, let me tell you a story about so-and-so. And that's what they do. It's the pattern. And because they did that, I was just like, they also sent me a cease and desist from Reed Smith, like one of the biggest fucking law firms in the world. Like the fucking that was signed off on this cease and desist, I Googled his name, and he represents like Meek Mill. He represents Rihanna. You know? Like they came, the song had been out for 3 days and had maybe 2,000 streams. So, gonna come through, and I got legal advice. Like, it bummed me out for about 2 days. I was like, got in touch with some lawyers, and they were just like, oh fuck, take the song down, because Australia's got backwards defamation laws that actually favour the defamed and the celebrity. Right. And it's not, we don't have a constitution in Australia. We don't have freedom of speech. So it's a bit different. And they were like, take the song down.
My name is Yolandi Fessa, and I'm in a cult.
Okay then. Today we're going to be going over Diambo's responses to Johnny's song The Question and all the other developments that have occurred ever since my previous video. So grab a cup of tea because there's a lot to go through. What's up guys, it's Edwin, and in case you're not caught up, last week I made a video covering Johnny's song about Diambo and broke down the lyrics with the screenshots that she provided in her music video. If you want to see that video, there's a link in the description down below. Now before we get started on DA's responses, I'd like to illustrate a timeline to help people understand what's going on in this whole situation, because it's messy and tough to explain. So hopefully this can bring understanding to a completely new person that's not familiar with this. On March 7th, Johnny released her EP called The Line, which included a song called The Question. This is a song where Johnny shares her experience with Diambo. March 11th, Yolandi Visser from DA posts 2 photos on Instagram with long captions sharing her experience regarding Johnny.
My account gets restricted within an hour of that happening. I haven't been able to post or defend myself.
And on that same day, Johnny receives a cease and desist letter from DA's lawyers demanding that she take down the song within the next 2 days. March 18th comes around, and instead of taking down the song, Johnny decides to release a music video to the song, which provides screenshots backing up many of the claims that she alleged in her lyrics. March 20th, Diambo posts 2 videos about Johnny to their millions of followers across her YouTube and Facebook platforms. March 21st, a 3rd video is posted by Diambo across her social media about Johnny. March 22nd, Johnny's Instagram gets unrestricted and she can post photos again. March 23rd, 2 of the videos posted by Diambo are taken down from YouTube and Facebook, presumably due to the fact that they had linked explicit photos and videos of Johnny in the description. After the videos were taken down from YouTube and Facebook, Ninja re-uploaded one of the videos to Vimeo, but it was also taken down, probably because it also provided links to explicit photos and videos of Johnny. March 24th, Johnny posted an Instagram story responding to D'Amvo's videos. March 27th, I received comments saying that DA's YouTube channel is gone, so I checked it out, and it appeared to be true. March 29th, DA's channel is back on YouTube, and Johnny's entire EP has been taken off of Apple Music. And April 1st, Johnny's EP is back on Apple. There's a lot to unpack here. So the way I'm going to be doing this is I'll play you guys DA's response videos to Johnny's song and break them down with responses from Johnny's screenshots as well as her own response video and sprinkle a little bit of my own commentary based on what is already known. Now, I'm not going to be going over Yolani's Instagram photos because most of the things that she says in her captions are reiterated either by her or Ninja in the video responses that they made to Johnny. Let's start off with that video from the intro where she introduces herself and says she's in a cult.
I'm in a cult. I can't get out right now because ninjas brainwashed me.
In Yolani's entire video, she's making a mockery out of Johnny's lyrics that say Yolani's being brainwashed by Ninja.
You spent a decade with the man, yet I'm brainwashed by this man. I only have a couple of $1 million of my own. So, he has a few million more than me. And I really need to just hang around so I can get that extra milli.
This could be a response to the lyrics that say, you spent a decade with this man, as if the decade was involuntary, because she proceeds on to say that she's already got her own millions, and she's mocking the idea that she would stay with Ninja just because he's got some more millions of dollars.
But I just wanted you guys to know that I'm not
So that video kind of speaks for itself. She's mocking the idea that she's not okay or that she can't make her own decisions. The interesting part about this video is that she made it about 9 days after 2 Instagram posts, which ended in her saying that it would be the last time she would be mentioning Johnny. Change of heart? So I'm editing this video, and guess who sends me a message on Instagram? Johnny. Now, I did ask her some questions pertaining to some of the things that Ninja says in the response video that I'm about to show you, but I just want to let you guys know that considering the fact that I already shot and formatted most of this entire mini-movie, I will be showing you guys what she sent me at the end of this mini-movie. Moving on to Ninja's video. For this part, I reached out to Reagan Wolf, who does body language videos on YouTube, so she could maybe bring a different perspective on Ninja's storytelling.
Alright, so let's just jump right into this video. This is the response that Ninja made to Johnny's diss track.
Never trust a prostitute that tells you she doesn't want your money. The truth is, she wants more money. A lot more money.
In the beginning of the video, that seems more like a little boy putting on a show, in a sense to where he's got this big believe me look on his face. The delivery is very slow. It's a very condescending warning, and with it being that condescending, I instantly have my guard up. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to begin with showing you the 20-year-old satanic prostitute, finesse ninja, a 40-year-old celebrity at the peak of his success. I think it'll be really insightful to see.
Ninja, it is so fucking cold outside.
I didn't pack enough clothing. Sorry if my videos annoy you. I don't really care. I'm just gonna keep on sending them. Yeah. Gonna catch the bus. So that was mildly embarrassing. It was so awkward. But context, right?
So in 2013, me and Yolandi broke up, and Yolandi got a boyfriend, and we stayed cool and everything. And I started dating mad fucking bitches because I was in a crew called The Antwoord, and we were blowing up all over the fucking world. And I discovered this thing called Instagram and this thing called DMs. And my DMs were fucking mental. There was boobs and vaginas and ass.
That little bit really resonated with my 14-year-old self.
Messages from girls all over the fucking world, and some of them were really fucking hot. And one of these messages was from a girl called Johnny from Australia.
In this particular clip, it looks like he's remembering certain images that he had seen, like once DMs actually did become a thing. He might be intentionally placing the wrong time period on the story just to make things flow naturally. But for the most part, when he's talking about all of these messages that he's had with other girls, sure, that's fine, that's dandy. But when he brings up Johnny, you can see him actually physically get a little stressed out. His blink rates start to change.
I think it's important to mention that DMs didn't exist. You can look that up. DMs, I think, were brought in December 2013.
Yep, checks out. Looks like DMs on Instagram didn't exist until December of 2013.
Like August, September, October, November, December. About 4 or 5 months after I went to Africa.
And it's kind of weird to lie about this too, because in Johnny's music video, she showed screenshots of Yolandi reaching out to Johnny first. There was also a screenshot of an email from Yolandi showing that Ninja had told her about Johnny's Tumblr. Johnny never reached out to you guys first, so it's kind of weird that you guys are just flipping the script like this. Which is interesting because they're also calling Johnny a liar, but their basis is that she's a clout chaser who engages in sacrilegious sex work.
So I checked out Johnny's Instagram, and her photos were banging, and she was fucking slamming hot. I was like, fucking hell, this hot girl from Australia. She had like a porno blog also. Like, I didn't know girls had porno blogs.
I want to show you my porno blog. So this is a website called Internet Archive, Wayback Machine, and it's a perfect archive of what my porno blog looked like on the 25th of April, 2013. This is the blog that he was so obsessed with. I was just a satanic prostitute. Funny. A lie.
Took me a while, guys, but I scrolled down all the way to 2013 through Johnny's Tumblr, and the reason why I know is because she mentions going to South Africa. But as far as I could tell, it just looks like your average angsty Tumblr girl, you know? She talks about sparkly socks.
A massive DA fan who's mad hot with a porno blog. I said, hey, how you doing?
Ooh, she was a fan of Grimes and Pink Floyd. Spice Girls, nice. And there were some DA
fan who's mad hot with a porno blog. I said, hey, how you doing?
Ooh, she was a fan of Grimes and Pink Floyd. Spice Girls, nice. And there were some DA pictures every now and then, but I don't think this constitutes as a massive DA fan. And of course, she's always been open about being a little witch.
We started texting, and then she's funny, and she's fucking flavor, and dug cool music, and we like clicked full on 100%. And I was like, this chick's amazing. And she was saying, like, yeah, I've never been to Africa before. And I was just like, And she was like, it's my dream to see elephants one day. And I was like, we got mad fucking elephants here. Pull the fuck over. And she's like, are you serious? I was like, yes, I'm fucking serious. So I got her a ticket, and I'm at the airport waiting. I'm like mad excited to see this girl. I've been texting for a few months. I'm like, it was a massive fucking build up, and the doors open, and out walks Johnny, and I'm like, oh, fuck. Because, that song by The Weeknd that goes, you look even better than the photos. This was like the opposite of that. And I was like, this is not what I ordered on the fucking menu, but we get on so well, we like click, let me see past this, and just try to make the best of the situation.
The fact that Ninja initially described Johnny as banging and slamming hot, and then later on said that she wasn't what he ordered on the menu, strikes me as odd for several reasons. Johnny shared a video that she sent to Ninja before she went to South Africa, and in this video, at least in my opinion, it doesn't really come off as if she's trying to portray herself as banging or slamming hot, She seems kind of candid, so I don't understand why he feels so catfished or finessed. Maybe that's what Johnny was referring to in her Instagram story. The other thing that strikes me as odd is him saying that she wasn't what he ordered on the menu. And again, this is just my opinion, but it feels a little bit objectifying, like he ordered a girl from Instagram off of another page. This isn't what I ordered. Is this really a resort? Pop some shit. He said you were both good. Like he ordered a girl he was referring to in her Instagram story. The thing that strikes me as odd is him saying that she wasn't what he ordered on the menu. And again, this is just my opinion, but it feels a little bit objectifying, like you ordered a girl from Instagram off of another country and she came over and he's like, this isn't what I ordered, you know what I mean? And plus, is this really a part of the Buddhist practice? Because I'm pretty sure Yolandi said you were both Buddhist.
We're Buddhist vegetarians. We couldn't do anything wrong.
King reasons. We went to stay at this fancy resort, pop some champagne, we went to go see elephants, we had sex, we took nude selfies, and just no matter what we did, it just wasn't that dope as this fucking
reason why I'm having a difficult time believing DA over Johnny is because DA's perspective is entirely anecdotal, meaning that they rely on memories or storytelling. And more importantly, we've already caught them in quite a few inaccuracies and lies. Not to mention the amount of derailing that they do while they're telling their perspective. Because what is the point of saying that he was dating mad bitches unless there's other girls we should know about? Maybe some that did look like what you ordered off the menu?
I made up some excuse that I could do something, cut the trip short. She flew back to Australia and God, it's over. But then Johnny kept on hitting me up on text, because he obviously crushed on me and I didn't want to be a dick. And so I was carried on texting her on and off for a while. It was being nice, and
There's Mr. Condescending. He's back. Now, Ninja has a major problem where half of his face will cringe and the other will smile. You'll notice it throughout the entire video. Whenever parts of your body are not flowing with other parts of your body, usually it's an indication of deception. And that's what I've seen throughout this entire clip, is just him lying to make it seem as if he wasn't as into her as she was into him. I don't think that he was rejoicing at the fact that she went back to Australia. And I don't think that he was communicating with her out of pity or to not look like a jerk.
2 years later we played a big day out in Australia. And Johnny said, hey, can I work for you guys as a personal assistant? Because we're vegetarian and she was like vegan, and we were like, I was like, okay, can I need this chick wants to work for us as an assistant? Are you cool with that? She's like, yeah, it's dope having a vegan assistant to work. So Johnny was bringing us food, but like being a little bit irritating because she still had that thing for me, and I was just like,
Whenever he starts talking about Johnny being annoying because she still had a thing for him, it's complete and utter lies because he still had a thing for her as well. He cannot hide that fact. Anytime that he is talking about potentially not liking Johnny, you can see him completely scan the constructive side of his brain. Anytime that his head kind of bullets over towards the right side of his body and his eyes do the same, that's construction, because you'll notice he looks to his left throughout a lot of this. It's kind of where his eyes naturally want to lay, and that's the actual natural process of remembering things. It's when you are literally looking through your memories and you're piecing together what happened. But anytime that you see that kind of stream of consciousness break, it's giving leeway in to kind of add to the story and embellish it in any way, shape, or form that he wants to. Blinking is a big indicator of stress and deception. So that's not to say blinking in general means that you're lying, but whenever your blink rate increases or decreases all in the span of like a minute or so, that is the body's way of not being able to handle the amount of information that's being thrown at your brain right now. So he's talking, and you'll notice he'll blink on certain words, and that's a big indication that that stresses him out. He is completely acting at this point, especially the duration of the blinks. He has one long blink and then throws his head to the right and says, no, Johnny, she's just so annoying. Like, come on.
we were touring with a whole bunch of other rappers, and like Johnny bumped into 2 Chainz and gave him a number in the first 10 seconds after meeting him, and I was just like, that Johnny is a star.
So just like I had said previously, we see the top half of his face cringe and the bottom half of his face almost kind of smile. It's very strange, and his eyes are completely playing Pong right now. He is going back and forth between what is real and what is not. There's no doubt in my mind that he is lying about this interaction. Definitely does not seem truthful.
And, again, didn't want to be a dick about it, but I was like, oh, I thought it was special. But I was just, another rapper that Johnny, there's probably a couple of rappers on the hit list.
He didn't finish his sentence there, which is very important to take note of whenever someone's telling you a story, especially one that should be emotionally charged, like, someone that he invited on tours, flirting with other rappers, and he has had feelings for this person. So it would hurt, at least you think, but he's not showing emotion. Like I said, he doesn't finish his sentence, and that is something that I feel as though he would have carried out if he this to him, which is, again, one of the reasons why I think he's lying about this interaction. Him saying, oh, I thought I was special. No, I don't think he did. At least not now, because if he had, it would have been a bigger reaction than, oh, condescending, boo-hoo me. There's no betrayal in this, so what do you really think happened, Mr. Ninja? Do you think she betrayed you, or is she telling the truth?
5 years later, Johnny Depp just to launch a rap career by making up these amazing stories that she was trafficked to Africa and tortured in some sort of satanic ritual by me and Yolandi. Certainly, Yolandi was in the mix.
What's the words? So I'm not even gonna say anything this time around. I'm just gonna play you Johnny's song and put the lyrics on the screen.
Turns out that Johnny is
Everyone's running around with the word Satanism in their mouth right now. I bet none of them even know what Satanism is. Dumb.
and online prostitutes.
Yeah, same. Run around with the word prostitute. I don't understand what that shit means. But
There's a service where she does satanic rituals that you can pay for with a credit card and whack it.
I decided, why not make some waterfall, the kind of shit that I already do on my Instagram, but also put a little bit easy in there. Sell that and invest it in my music. Not a bad idea. Not ashamed.
This like Jesus Christ, this is typical evangelism.
Might not say the word ritual Snapchat. I've been advertising this since 27th of December 2018. Now, very smart way to raise some money from an EP behind. I'm pretty proud of that shit, actually.
That happened, and so now we'll know as much of good enough to rap career and well,
We spoke a little bit, and you can tell that he's starting to get a little bit disruptive. That big pause after satanic, that's him concluding his story. That is him finishing up his lies. So he sits there and he lies about this girl continuously. His perspective on this entire story is that he has been betrayed by Shawnee, and she's lying on him. But then, even after the severity of these accusations, he still wishes her good luck on her rap career. Can you imagine wishing the person that you multiple horrendous acts well? Because I can. And he ends the video with a mid to late life smile. He thinks he's fooled everyone.
the moment
Unlike your favorite hardcore gangster of the dead, I never once talked about what I do.
No one else. What she does for nothing, only on my God. She gives up her things a second each.
And then somebody with a big voice shouts it out. And what do you know? A bunch of Diablo fans are starting up the same thing based off of what?
So, Megan's the kind of person that's liking up this little crazy story.
Let me show you know. Johnny calls herself a witch. And both Yolandi and Ninja know this because she was called herself a witch all the way back when they reached out to her. I personally am not super familiar with witchcraft or witches other than the children adventures of Sabrina and a Halloween film. But I did do some research, and as far as I can find, you can do witch rituals and not belong to any specific religion if you don't want to.
Because she's also decided to change and that. She was kind of wasted.
This one goes along with Yolanda's antagonist called Johnny, a cloud chaser. He said at this point, I'm starting to think that Cloud was chasing Johnny. She's not chasing anything anymore. You guys are all doing it to her. I don't understand the whole like, hey, can you believe that person over there? That person that I'm giving all the attention to? She's seeking attention. Yolandi said in her Instagram caption that Johnny made up this story from 5 or 6 years ago to try to launch her music. She said this is a typical case of cloud chasing. Google it. I like for Yolandi, a 34-year-old woman, is teaching us what a cloud chaser is. No, really, I think it's cute. Back to the caption. Yolandi says, please let this be a lesson, y'all. Be careful who you let into your space, especially Instagram nuts. Women are very powerful. Women who indulge in nature sour or sour. It's dangerous when they start making up lies and thinking they're bold. Yes, they can back whoever tells them. Don't abuse your power, girls.
So you probably should all those crazy couple, the one who sent the most message and just like that.
Why is Johnny crazy? Is it because she's a cloud chaser? Even though arguably we've probably been giving her that cloud ever since day one. Or is it because she sells her body and sends her this way? Or maybe it's because you refuse to believe that your partner Ninja could possibly behave in such atrocious ways as she described.
Wow. Dedicated to filmmaker David Lynch, and in the case of this episode, inspired by the upcoming one-year anniversary. The Giants' cryptic clues were ultimately something that could be understood. The smiling bag was Jacques' dead body. Without chemicals, Mike pointed. There was a clue at Leo's house, and he wound up finding that. It's happening again. Well, yep, it was happening again. He forgot something. The note from Audrey. The owls were not what they seemed. This one may not have had the same type of closure the others had, but this was still a theme that came into play and was something that Cooper seemingly understood. But in the return, the Giants' clues never evolved in the same type of way. Now, there's some debate over whether the Giant and the fireman are actually the same entity. I tend to believe they are. Although the appearance of the woman in the realm of non-existence provides reason to think otherwise, so too does the existence of doppelgangers and tulpas. Regardless, the dynamics seem the same between the two, and we were led to believe these clues would come into play later on. And they did, but not in the same way we were led to expect. Cooper and Diane crossed over after the 430-mile drive. Then the names Richard and Linda wound up meaning absolutely nothing to Cooper when he read the note. The sounds reappeared, and they did so on two fronts. First, the sounds that the Giant played for Cooper surfaced again when Laura disappeared from his grasp. And also, Laura's scream during the disappearance was the same scream we heard earlier when she vanished from the lodge after kissing Cooper. Neither of these repeating sounds seemed to mean much of anything to Cooper when he heard them. FBI Special Agent Dale Cooper is normally sharp as a tack. He has good instincts, a terrific memory, tremendous powers of deduction. But in the very first new scene we were shown, none of the Giants' clues seemed to make any sense to Cooper when they mattered. My question is why? Why didn't Cooper seem to understand anything beyond driving 430 miles? One plausible explanation is that something happened when they crossed over. When Cooper kissed Diane before they crossed.
What's poppin', y'all? The first week for Kodak Black's album, Cutthroat Bill Volume 1 came out. It came out higher, so first I'm going to read to you guys when the initial projections came out, Kodak Black's reaction, because I thought it was really... Number one, it's indicative of what actually ended up happening. So he somewhat predicted the future. But it's also a positive in, like, I enjoy the way Kodak Black still goes about this music thing. But I'll get into that in a second. So it said Kodak Black, Cutthroat Bill Volume 1 was on pace to sell 39K first week. And Kodak Black came out and said, it's still a W, but my album just came out 2 days ago. And today's a Sunday. It's no way a MF can project it's only selling 39K. LOL, my stuff too fine to only sell that. I guarantee it'd sell more, which it did. It ended up selling 43K. About 43.2K. Also, the streaming system been messed up lately. This stuff ain't used to be like this back then. Either way it go, it's still a W. My album, The Best Stuff Smoking. Plus, no major features. So to everybody who heard my stuff and a supporter of me but don't know about the music business, trust me, we win it. One thing that I am not sure, I've always had this take where a bunch of features is not really going to do much, especially in the modern day. Remember when French Montana had Cardi B and Post Malone on a song? And they were supposedly using some third-party tactics to push that song onto people? It still didn't even perform well. Most of you probably don't even remember it. And this was when Cardi B was scorching hot. Not to say she's not popular right now, but this was in the midst of her constantly releasing, constantly doing shows, moving around. Same thing with Post Malone. I think this was maybe 2019, 2020. Kind of a blur the past couple of years. But Kodak Black was right in that it ended up selling more. I think this is a positive for Kodak Black because, number one, we have to scale down the sales. We also have to give credit to Yeet because, keep in mind, Yeet did 37K first week. No major features really either. So that just goes to show, I'm not knocking Kodak Black, but Yeet's a heavy hitter with these guys, and he's just a newcomer. Kodak Black, on his last album, sold around 62K. Great album, by the way. The previous one before this. I forgot what it was called. It escapes me. But you should listen to that one. It's the one that has Super Gremlin on it. But that had a hit, and it's selling 60-something K. This doesn't have a hit. So I think these are solid numbers for Kodak. It ended up selling a little bit more, like he said it would. A couple thousand more. But we also have to keep in mind that it's been a hectic week of not only releases, but news that can overshadow an album that just dropped. Usually the best case scenario, if rappers are dropping albums, is for it to be a low news week in hip-hop. But it's been one of the most lit news weeks in the past couple of years surrounding hip-hop as a whole. Partially because of Ye, and then Kyrie, they kind of go together, although it's basketball. But basketball and hip-hop are pretty damn close to each other. With that being said, though, music wasn't the topic of discussion for most people that would normally listen to this music. So when it's a down week and not much is going on, people are going back and forth about the albums. They're making memes about the albums. They're talking about the other drops, how it fared with the other drops. That didn't happen. So I think the conversation around Kodak...
Let's talk about the style evolution of Lil Yachty. Now, Lil Yachty hit the scene back in 2016 with his smash hit One Night. And you could not miss Lil Boat's hair. It was dyed hot Cheeto red and was an instant identifier for Boat. Now, Yachty's style was definitely in step with the trends of the time. Something I remember well is Yachty wearing these clout goggles. He definitely helped push that trend. But you could tell right when Boat hit the scene, he had his own sense of style. From his flow to the way he dressed, it was definitely different from others around him. He even leaned into the Boat theme, partnering with Nautica. But as of late, Yachty has placed himself within the top 5 best-dressed rappers, in my opinion. The range of styles Lil Boat is capable of pulling off is limitless. He goes from looking like a Star Wars character to looking like a 90s New York hip-hop star. One thing that's for sure is Yachty's always dipping into the past.
Black's album didn't get to flourish as it should have. And that's why it ended up selling this much. But I think this is a positive.
Welcome back to the comment section. I'm Brett Cooper. I saw a post this morning from Libs of TikTok, and I was just cackling at it and reading the comments. And then I realized I really have not talked about the education system in a while. I think most of you guys know I was homeschooled for most of my life. But even though the bulk of my education was homeschooled, I've basically done everything. I did a charter magnet school. I've done public school. I did a private online school. The only thing I really didn't do was boarding school, which my brothers did, so we have experience with that. Literally been all over the map. And I still advocate for homeschooling for many reasons, which we are going to talk about today. So I decided to do a bit of a public education school compilation. And with the help of Libs of TikTok, I pulled that content in literally 5 minutes flat. Because these teachers, for some god-awful reason, decide to put all of their personal life and their political agendas online so that we know what our children and my future children are getting into when you enroll them in public education. So we're going to talk about that today. But before we get into it, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to this channel if you have not already, ring that notification bell, and of course, you can go to dailywire.com/Brett if you want to check out my merch collection. All right, so this is the post that I saw this morning. It says, this looks like an ad for homeschooling. It is a classroom that has no desks in it, but there is a trans pride something flag, a BLM flag. I don't want to know what else there is in the classroom. It looks sad. The fluorescent lighting is depressing. It is an ad for homeschooling, especially because I spent most of my life on my couch with a beautiful view of Appalachia doing my awful Saxon math homework. I would much rather be there than in this classroom. So anyway, that is the post that sparked all of this. So we're just going to start off. I just want to show you some of these videos because, I mean, Lives of TikTok has been around for probably over a year now, a year and a half, and the content is just not ending. And it kind of works out for us because these teachers have not learned that when they put this type of content out on the internet, people are going to see it. They're going to be reprimanded, and then they have the gall to be so offended. Like, how did you're not supposed to find that video? No, we're going to find it anyway, and we're going to get you fired because you are a freak. So anyway, we're going to start off today.
Oh,
A teacher that is very into farting.
I've had a lot of jobs before I started working out of school, and one of which was working in a factory, a pastry factory, and it was like 10 to 12-hour days of just like a lot of emotional and mental abuse. And well, I got pretty mentally ill and pretty tired and pretty sick of it. And I just started, like, whenever I had to fart, I just fart all over the pastries. Like, it was so loud in there you couldn't hear. And so I just farted on so many pastries. And if you live around here and have done me wrong, you've probably eaten my farts. And that feels pretty good.
So she literally just said, if you live around here, you might have eaten my farts or whatever.
What's in this?
So you did not stop this after the bakery? How do you know that people have done this? Are you just walking around farting on things all day now? Like, you learned this while working at the bakery factory, but now you're just going and farting on people's sandwiches maybe? Oh, this kid was an asshole to me in class today. Let me just go right on this bologna sandwich. These people are so unstable. She got mentally ill having to work in a factory, and her way of coping was not leaving, getting a new job, maybe going on a walk, getting some sunshine, maybe seeing a therapist, but instead her tactic was to fart on the pastries that unassuming customers who she never interacted with were going to have to eat because of the horrors of her environment. And apparently that went so well that now she just walks around doing it everywhere to anybody who's wronged her. Like, these poor customers, they're just trying to enjoy their little Debbies, and suddenly they're opening up the box and your farts are wafting out at them. Thank God Good Ranchers has a 100% satisfaction guarantee and in vacuum sealed. Experience the convenience of Good Ranchers. Strip steaks free if you experience the convenience of Good Ranchers. And to make this even more enticing, Good Ranchers has a special offer just for my viewers. With any order, you will get 2 Black Angus New York strip steaks free if you use my promo code Cooper. 2 12-ounce steakhouse quality cuts, $70 value free with your order. To redeem this special offer, go to goodranchers.com/Cooper and use promo code Cooper at checkout. Again, that is goodranchers.com/Cooper, promo code Cooper at checkout. And like I said, guys, it's vacuum sealed. No farts, no gimmicks, just really, really good steak. Somebody replied under this and said, if you don't believe in abolishing government schools and privatizing education by now, I don't know what to tell you. You'll keep getting this, though. Yeah, so what many people don't realize is that public education is a very new phenomenon. Not even been around 100 years. This is very new. We can easily roll this back, guys, if we would just get the government to do it. Funky Pants, some Twitter account, said, this is how LaCroix is made. Sparkling water essence with natural flavor. I've heard that a lot, but now I don't think I ever want to drink a LaCroix again now that I know the people in factories might actually be doing that. That's horrifying. Somebody else said, the act of doing that is insane, but it's arguably more insane to go out on your own free will and tell people you did this not long after the fact and pretty much see no issue with it. I mean, you could basically say that about any of these videos I'm going to show you or any video that these deranged teachers post online. It's like you have no problem posting and talking about this kind of behavior because you think that you are untouchable, that you are unreprimandable because we live in a society that is like lifting you up, that is supporting your political agenda. Like, that is how far we have fallen. Now, here's another teacher who is reading one of those classic politically charged children's books to his class. There's an important nuance to this.
I have a quick gender-inclusive tip to share with you all for elementary school teachers, so check this out. When reading picture books like this beautiful picture book called My Name is a Song, it can be easy to look at illustrations and assume gender. So challenge those thoughts within yourself and challenge them when you're conversing with students. For example, on the very first page of this book, we just get an illustration. We don't know the character's name. We don't know their pronouns. And so it can be easy to make assumptions about gender. When you feel yourself doing that, Simply use they, them pronouns or say things to your class like, I'm not sure of their gender, so I'm going to use a gender neutral pronoun like they, them. At least with fourth graders, they pick up on this quickly, and they also will use that same skill when they're reading. It's very, very cool to see.
So this is not even a book about gender. You are just admitting that you are inserting this gender ideology, these pronouns, the non-binary stuff into any possible avenue, which we already knew, but now you're admitting it on camera. And now this commenter pointed out something that I thought was really important. It's what I picked up on first, is fourth grade children are 9 or 10. The books I read at that age had very little to no pictures whatsoever. Somebody else replied and said, yeah, the Amazon page for the book says that it is intended for preschool to grade 3 students. So either his students can't actually read at a fourth grade level and he's trying to compensate, or he just doesn't care and wants to push his agenda. Why are you reading 10-year-olds a picture book and making it about gender? I mean, it could be any of those options because, I mean, have you seen literacy rates in California? I mean, for anywhere in this country for that matter. That itself, without even talking about politics, should be enough to say, wow, we need to overhaul this education system. Something needs to be changed because we are funneling money into it, and these kids are graduating with the worst literacy rate we have seen in years.
Still can't read.
That should be evidence enough, but I think the political stuff is really getting people over the edge. Somebody else said, my kid is wearing a body cam when he goes to school. Would not be a bad thing. Would not be a bad thing whatsoever. I know that there were a lot of people who were talking about putting cameras in classrooms and teachers lost their shit about it because they wanted privacy. But these days, not the worst idea. Here is another pronoun-infused teacher. We're not done, guys. I know you're cringing, but we're not. Here we go. Oh, this one. They all have these glasses. Did they all decide to go out and buy these at the same time together? I feel like I've seen like 50 videos at this point of these teachers wearing the pride glasses. Oh, God. All right, here we go.
Educator here, and I want to let you know what's going on in our state in regards to LGBT policy. We're getting new information from the state level from Governor Youngkin and his supporters that we have to amend our policies at the school district level to align with his new plan to try to give parents more rights in education. And that sounds nice, but it's ultimately going to hurt kids because it's going to cause educators to not be able to use the correct name and pronouns that students are telling us to use with them. It's going to require us to go to parents to get approval before we can use the correct pronouns, and that's really going to hurt kids in unsupportive families and unsupportive environments. We also have to amend our policies to no longer allow students to play sports or go to the bathroom with their gender, and instead go to the one that matches their gender at birth. So keep watching what's going on in Virginia. We're fighting.
Oh my God, the audacity that parents would be involved in their child's education, in their personal life, in their mental well-being, in their gender identity, the gall. You would have to inform parents about something. They love the fact that for years now, they have been able to go behind parents' backs, not tell them anything, not involve the parents whatsoever with any of these huge decisions, without any consequences whatsoever, because it has been legal and it has been allowed. It's even been encouraged in these school districts. God forbid Youngkin says, hey, let's have parents be involved in their children's education. I also love the fact when she was like, we're going to give parents more rights. I know that might sound like a good thing, but it's not. More rights. The child is a minor. The parents have all the rights. I know you think you can raise these children in your classrooms. You cannot. It is still the parent's responsibility, as arrogant as you might be. Somebody commented and said, I remember when teachers couldn't even give students a cough drop without the parents' consent. Somebody replied to that and said, when I was in high school, I got in trouble for giving another girl a Tylenol for menstrual pain. But nowadays, I'd probably get in trouble for not giving a boy one. Yeah, that's actually pretty accurate. And that's sad. This guy's doing some sort of trend. Very serious question for all these teachers. Do you do anything except think about gender identity and your own sexuality and the sexuality of the children you're teaching? Because it seems like that's all you post about. That's all you want to talk about. That's all you want to make your curriculum about. That's all you want to do TikTok dances about. Maybe actually focus on improving the literacy rates, teaching them math, teaching them science. There is a way to respect and make your students feel safe without involving their gender and sexuality. If you have a fourth grade class, I don't need you to be talking to them about whether they are gay or straight. Give them a book without pictures in it so that they can actually learn to read. It's really quite simple. Somebody replied and posted this tweet and said, technically, I'm not misgendering people, they misgendered themselves. I hadn't thought about it that way before, but you know what? Actually quite accurate. Somebody else said social media was a mistake. Yeah, most days I really think it was. But you know what? If there was no social media, I would not have this show, and I would not be able to talk to you guys every single day and demonstrate the chaos that goes on in schools. Now, the craziest thing to me about all of this is that these videos that I just showed you, these were all posted and found by Libs of TikTok in the last 3 days. I have not gone through months of content to try to find these teachers. They readily post these daily because they think that they are protected and they are untouchable. They have not learned after over a year of Libs of TikTok exposing them, getting teachers fired for being freaks. They still have not learned. I actually really love seeing them freak out about what is happening at the state level with governors like Youngkin, who are drawing the line in the sand saying, no, your shenanigans are over. It's time for you to respect parents. It's time for you to get back to actually doing what you were hired to do. And I can't believe it's taken us this long to get back to that, but it's exciting, it's important, and I'm excited to see more meltdowns from teachers because it gives me content for ages. But back to the point that really should be driven home, if you have children, if you are going to have children, if you have young people in your life, and you are not thinking about the education that they are receiving, if you are not actively involved with your child's education and the teachers that they are interacting with their schools, whether you've pulled them out, whether you've put them in a private school, whatever you're doing,
Can't be seen with you, like cool. I feel myself not feeling you. Fuck life, ain't fit to. Nightmare coming true, creeping out black out in truck, and I'm driven blood. Today, I've been falling, don't know what you say. You keep calling out my name. Stop talking, I don't want to hear you talking. I'm not sorry, I'm just honest. I am in the heart of darkness. Me, I don't have to do anything. When I'm in your area, the flowers start withering. I swirl everything glittering. Ice girl, I'm a ice girl with some better things. How I treat myself with fucking medicine. To feel something, I do anything. I've been only moving up and leveling. You fucked up again, you let the devil in. Feel like Romeo, I'm back when it's cold. So fat, I'm not feeling young. That's true. Can't be seen with you, but it's cool. I told myself I'm freezing you. Fuck life, they feels too. Nightmares coming true, creeping up black out in truck, and I'm dripping blood. That's my home, yeah, anything with no. Give you love, don't know you know my bro. Where you from? In my face, like on my head. Need a cold phone, leave us to the cave. That's my home, yeah, you can have it us. I don't want your love, I'm just waiting for a payment. We can see you on the love, close to the pavement. At the station, I just go and take it. I get the rent check and I break it. Writing make it. Pay 600 for these places. Feeling like I'm Jason when I'm paper chasing. Raining world, it's the matrix. In the heart erasing. I can see you basics. Running like it's basics. Pay you like a paycheck. Do it for the rain check. 10 stacks, got it wasted. 10 D's It's my fragrance, that's the situation. Small cost dedication, fuck a conversation. I'm not a good wish. Rain shake against the rain shake. I'm too lusty, I'm naked. I'm just waiting for a break. Making see you, close to the pavement. I won't make it. I'm just waiting for a payment. Making see you.
This is for all the girls who think it's cool and trendy to say, I hate all men. I know, it's like a trend to hate all men, but it's not really that cute or attractive. And let's be honest, if you're attracted to men, you don't hate men. You're just mad at a certain man in your life that has treated you wrongly or you perceive to have treated you wrongly. Hating all men is an inherently sex.
That went a little flat up here. To start with. No, I know, with the foot.
Aí vou pagar assim, não vai.
This idea because you're blaming the entire male population for the actions of someone that you know personally, which is obviously absurd. Personally, I've never really experienced a shitty man because I don't choose to get involved with men that would treat me wrongly. Girls should stop trying to be the girl that changes the bad boys and go for guys that will actually treat you right. Take some personal responsibility for your actions and stop blaming men for all of your problems. Now, of course, I'm not saying that all men are great, right? That is just as absurd as saying that all men are trash. What I'm saying is let's make it a trend to treat and judge people based on who they are as individuals and not on their group identity. We all are individual human beings, and whatever your sex is or your race is, that should never define you. Have a great day. This is for all the girls who think it's cool.
Nobody takes Black Americans seriously, bro. You cut on the news and see shit like this, you're not gonna see Jeff Bezos and Leonardo DiCaprio and a bunch of rich Caucasian men shooting dice, and if they are, they're in a casino they own. You're not gonna see them shooting dice. Jeff Bezos like, wait a minute, Leo, didn't you look at my wife last year? Or didn't you? I catch you looking at my girlfriend. Leo's like, well, I did look at her, but I didn't. All right, bitch ass. Like, that's never gonna happen. We're the only mother that can't figure out how to get shit structured. Yo, we're the laughing stock of America. Black people, I'm sorry to tell you, if you're watching this video, we're the laughing stock of America. Nobody takes us serious. Look at this shit. We're the only people in the news that keep them by gun violence publicly. Our celebrity.
This is for all the girls who think it's cool and
Some 16-year-old's life has been irrevocably changed because of the current overturning of Roe v. Wade.
I don't know about you guys, but I would much rather have my life as a 16-year-old changed and to never have the opportunity to live at all.
What it means to live in a country that puts us in this position.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did the country put you in this position, or did your inability to close your legs put you in this position?
If I were to play that role nowadays, I couldn't take that for granted. I couldn't take that freedom for granted, the freedom of choice.
Pro tip for hoes, never take the freedom of choice to murder your own child for granted.
My own personal experience with abortion, and I don't think we talk about this enough, abortion can be another word for mercy.
And by the way, when Anne Hathaway says mercy, she only means mercy for whores like herself. Because the only thing that sluts like her crave more than mercy for their own bad actions is attention from the worst men, like betas.
Some 16-year-old's life has been irrevocably changed because of the current overturning of Roe v. Wade.
I don't know about you guys, but I would much rather have... What is the role of a woman?
The role of a woman.
Oh, man.
Holy crap, are you kidding? The role of a woman is to get a fabulous education, get a great job, and be an important part of our society.
But don't you think being a mother is the most important role of a woman? They're raising the next generation, right?
They are raising the next generation, and it's important, but it's not the most important. Driving our country to be better than they are is very, very important.
I'm just saying, I think raising the next generation is the most important. Plus, if it weren't for women, who else would be in the kitchen?
Men should be in the kitchen helping to cook, not just women. Men.
Maybe gay men.
No, straight men too.
Queer men.
No, straight men. My son loves to cook, and he's got 3 kids.
Is he a tranny?
And his wife gave up her job to be home to bring up the children.
That's a good wife. That's a good woman.
And my wife did the same thing.
And that's also a good woman, knowing her role. Because her family comes first over the corporation.
And you know what else is a good woman? Being a questioner on the street in Fort Worth.
Exactly. Yeehaw. Well, what is the role of a woman?
The role of a woman.
Oh, man.
Holy crap. Are you kidding?
Breaking news. Something worse than the existence of white males literally just happened. One of the worst offenders of the corporate press was hacked. And no, this hack didn't affect corporations or evil white men like we would wish. Instead, it attacked one of the servants of our country, AOC Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, one of the best servants that serves our country and the people. We the people. We must assassinate the Latinx queen of America? This made me so sick to my stomach that I literally threw up and might have lost a couple pounds, kind of based. In all seriousness, the funniest part about this story is that this was a liberal that hacked the New York Post, and this is how they actually think Republicans think. If only they knew what a bunch of scaredy little bitches, aka rhinos, that the Republicans are. And this is exactly why I'm a rhino hunter. By the way, OC, don't worry, I will call you back ASAP. Breaking news. Not only does the body positivity movement want us to accept their absurdity in being disgustingly fat, but it wants us to get on our knees and worship it and say that that is beautiful. Anyone regurgitating that lie is either lying to you or themselves. Me, on the other hand, as the Mother Teresa of our time, I refuse to lie to you. Instead, I will fat shame you. Because I care about your health. I want you to survive. I fat shame quite literally to save lives. That's why they call me the Mother Teresa of our time.
Try me, bitch.
Not only does the Floyd family is capitalizing off of this little girl's trauma. America's favorite hero, George Floyd, his daughter is now suing Kanye West for $250 million. Now, little Miss Saint Floyd is only 8 years old. You thought that children transitioning their genders was bad? Well, now they are suing rappers. And guess what? This rapper is black. But why is Minnie St. Floyd suing Kanye? Apparently, she's re-traumatized from Kanye's recent comments.
They hit him with the fentanyl. The guy's knee wasn't even on his neck like that.
First of all, dear St. Daddy Floyd's baby mama, why are you letting your young child on social media in the first place? Social media is not a place for kids, and maybe she wouldn't be re-traumatized if she wasn't on there. But let's be real. Do you really think little Miss St. Floyd is really scrolling on YouTube and came across this interview and is re-traumatized? Or is St. Daddy Floyd's family trying to get some more money?
Make sure you follow so you don't miss part.
The Floyd family is capitalizing off of this little girl's trauma and St. Daddy Floyd's death. What's funny is that in the past, Kanye has actually donated $2 million to the families of Breonna Taylor and George Floyd. He also established an education plan that would fully cover St. Floyd's daughter's college tuition costs, but no, none of that is enough. The family of St. Daddy Floyd needs to get more money. It will never be enough. The Floyd family is capitalizing off of this America's conservatives truly do love debating pointless topics. Now we're wasting time debating what a woman is, as if we already did not know what a biological woman is. We would never even be discussing this if the narrative wasn't pushed by the left. But too bad the right loves playing by the left's rules. Now, if this speech was entitled, "What is a godly woman? What is a mother? What is a good wife?" then this would be beneficial for the conservative movement. But no, what is a biological woman? Are you really asking me that? We all know the answer to that.
You already thought.
Conservatives truly do love to debate. Why do women wear revealing clothing, but yet get mad at men for looking at them and giving them the attention that revealing clothing elicits? The truth of the matter is that women only want certain men to look. Here's an example. There's 2 men who flirt with the same girl. They do the exact same things to flirt with her. It is now up to that woman to decipher who's creepy and who's cool. It's completely up to that woman's irrational brain. So if the woman likes you,
Oh my god, he's flirting with me. I really like him. Oh my god, so cute.
but if she's not into it, he's a creep, he's a predator, it'll get away from me. Why do women wear revealing clothing, but yet get mad at men for looking at them and giving them the attention that revealing clothing elicits. The truth of the matter is that women only want certain men to look. Here's an example. There's two men who flirt with the same girl. They do the exact same things to flirt with her. It is now up to that woman to decipher who's creepy and who's cool. It's completely up to that woman's irrational brain. So if the woman likes you,
oh my god, he's flirting with me, I really like him. Oh my god, so cute.
but if she's not into it, he's a creep, he's a predator, it'll get away from me. Why do women wear... I just want to wear cute little tops without dudes being weird. Hey, bitch, if you're wearing something revealing, expect that guys are going to look at you. It's literally written into their DNA. It's their biological nature to look at that. Men want to see your fat juggies. Literally. Even I do, and I don't even like women. But dear bitches, dear hoes, if you're wearing something revealing, then you are consenting to having people, including creepy men, look at it. Sorry, you don't want your titties looked at? Oh my god, maybe cover them up with some cloth. That's what clothing was made for. Bitch, stop being a hoe. If you're gonna be a hoe, at least own it and don't get mad at people for treating you like a hoe. Don't get mad at people for treating you how you dress. I just want to wear cute little... Quite literally, the best thing I've done to contribute to the right-wing movement is pissing off the right-wing e-girls and making them hate my guts. Truly, nothing makes me more happy than knowing that these dumb-ass bitches hate my guts and are upset about the stupid shit I say online. Once again, thanks for proving my point that women should stay out of politics, shut their fucking mouths, and stay in the kitchen. Stay mad, hoes. Quite literally.
Men be like, it's not all men, but they are also like, get home safe. From what? Ghosts? Goblins? Zombies? I thought you said it's not all men.
Men are only telling you to get home safe because they are well aware of all of these dangers that are going on in the world that could potentially harm you. A man may be driving drunk and could hit you. That's a danger. There's predators out there that could try to rape you. You would hate that. Also, there's women. I know we like to say, like, equality, but women can be dangerous, too. For instance, when they're driving. Maybe she thinks you're a curb, and then she wants to hit you, because we all know that women love driving into curves. That's what they're good for. Other than, we're not going to put that in, though.
Men be like, it's not all men, but they are also like, get home safe. From what? Ghosts? Goblins? Zombies? I thought you said it's not all men.
Men are only telling you to get home safe because they are well aware of all of these dangers that are going on in the world that could potentially harm you. A man may be driving drunk and could hit you. That's a danger. There's predators out there that could try to rape you. You would hate that. Also, what do you respect the most about women?
That they are human beings. They just have different biological functions.
Oh, so you're gay?
Yes.
Wait, you're gay?
Yes.
Are you?
Yes.
Is this your coming out video?
No.
You're not one of them queers?
What's that?
Queers. Like it's like the Q and LGBTQIA plus blah blah blah.
I just go gay and stuff like that. I will say one thing. This might clear it up for you. I'm exclusively homosexual.
Okay. So it's not like you put something in a hole of anything. It's only men.
Yeah, that's my preference and my practice.
What do you But this photo that I'll insert here, my friends, has reminded me of Lord of the Rings. What's the name? Schmeagol. Schmeagol? Schmeagol D'Amelio? Schmeagol D'Amelio. Put your lube away. Your dick is now expired. Your dick is extinct because Schmeagol has made it disappear for life. You will never get a boner again because Schmeagol has ordered that it's over. But this photo, she's a 10, but she doesn't suck your dick on demand.
Shit. She gotta go, I guess, you feel me?
So what is she?
Like a cool A, you feel me? Because you're not sucking dick, but...
Right. Like, what else is a woman good for if she's not sucking dick? She's a 10. But this photo... What do you respect the most about women?
That's a very, very broad question. I don't know. It depends. It depends. I guess I definitely appreciate the spirit of a woman. Somebody who, you know, is in the role of a woman, I would say.
Okay, so you're gay.
No.
But, so you respect women?
Yes.
So you're gay?
No.
What is your problem? What do you mean, what is my problem? Any man that respects women, a woman is gay.
I would disagree.
So you're gay?
I would disagree. Yes.
Women are objects, so why would you respect an object?
I mean, objects are pretty cool. You see, I got a Nintendo Switch back home, and I love that Nintendo.
So women are Nintendo Switches?
Yes.
Based. Okay, I could agree with that. Okay, yes. Thank you very much. What do you respect the most? What do you respect the most about women?
That's a very, very broad question. I don't know. It depends. It depends. I guess I definitely appreciate the spirit of a woman. Somebody who, you know, is in the role of a woman, I would say.
So you're gay?
Okay, so you're gay.
No.
But, so you respect women?
Yes.
So you're gay?
No.
What is your problem? What do you mean, what is my problem? Any man that respects women, a woman is gay.
I would disagree.
So you're gay?
I would disagree. Yes.
Women are objects, so why would you respect an object?
I mean, objects are pretty cool. You see, I got a Nintendo Switch back home, and I love that Nintendo.
So women are Nintendo Switches?
Yes.
Based. Okay, I could agree with that. Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. The future is female, so we don't have time for styling products. Yeah. Did you know that hairspray and straightening your hair and having to curl your hair, like I had to curl my hair before this? Did you know that this was sexist? This is sexism. The fact that I have to wake up every day and just to look presentable to the public, I have to curl my hair. Oh no, just chop your hair off, buzz it all off. Don't worry, bitch, you don't need to worry about looking attractive anymore because you just look disgusting and there's nothing you can do about it. And you don't need to waste your money on products, on hair products and hair styling tools because we all know that women make way less than men. Guess what, bitches? You shouldn't be working at all. You should be in the kitchen like me. Like I'm always in the kitchen, by the way. The future is female, so we are making these insecure hoes very upset. Hope that makes you sleep well at night. It makes me sleep. Whores being upset does in fact make me sleep well at night. Literally, it's my melatonin, my Xanax, my magnesium, my Benadryl combined. We are making
Here, 3 people, one after another, stop me and say, I can't accept this rose. It was so humiliating. It was the hardest moment I've had as the Bachelorette, truly.
Of course it was the hardest moment you had as the Bachelorette because you were just rejected by men in front of all these other men. You thought you had the power, you and Gabby thought you had the power, but the second that power was taken away from you, given these men choice to choose between one or the other, it destroys you, it crumbles you. It's not by coinkydink, bitch. Oh, your plan didn't work? Shocker. You try to have power over these men? Well, you just got punked, bitch, on national television, and now you're ashamed about it. You tried to take control over men, and you failed.
Here, 3 people.
And be sexy, huh? Come on, get on each other. Oh, I love that. Bring that car back. Oh my God. Gabby, these boys are dirty. Clean them up.
Why are these men wearing short shorts, Daisy Dukes? I don't think that women would be allowed to do that because we're not allowed to sexualize women even though they sexualize themselves, but the men can be sexualized, but not even sexualized. They are being emasculated. These men are being emasculated on public television for everyone to see. Also, I want to point out that male bodies are disgusting. No one wants to see male thighs. They're hairy, they're thick, or they're scrawny. It's disgusting. No one wants to see that. Put that away. This is gross. Stop emasculating the men. Men should not be wearing short shorts. Even women should not be wearing short shorts, but at least women can pull them off a little bit more, but this is just disgusting.
And be sexy.
Stop trying to take control over men. You will always fail. Get oppressed, bitch. Submit, bitch. Get happy. Submit to your daddy husband. Get on your knees. Live a happy life, bitch. Do you suck dick on comments? And as a quick reminder, go subscribe to my gun road. Stop trying to take control. This is just more of Gabby's reaction to, oh my god, the guy's doing exactly what she told them to do. I'm so sad for you. There are trannies in Ukraine dying, Gabby, get over it. But like, Daddy Vladdy, call me. This is just more of Gabby. For the love of God, can women stop reproducing with low-T beta males who are self-proclaimed male feminists? We do not need to... Yes, people who go to private schools do voluntarily choose to pay for them, but does anyone in America voluntarily choose to pay for public schools? Obviously, the answer is no. And when someone takes away your... Literally good. I don't want to be claimed by anyone besides a man, but I definitely don't want to be claimed by the psychotic cult that is known as modern-day feminism. Imagine wanting to be claimed by random people on the internet that you don't even know. Also, claiming people became out of style when we abolished slavery, so I don't know, maybe you should stop. It's not really cute on you. Or anyone for that matter. Goodbye. But in today's society, women, literally good. I don't want to be claimed by anyone besides a man, but I definitely don't want to be claimed by the psychotic cult that is known as modern-day feminism. Imagine wanting to be claimed by random people on the internet that you don't even know. Also, claiming people became out of style when we abolished slavery, so I don't know, maybe you should stop. It's not really cute on you. Or anyone for that matter. Goodbye. Yes, people who go literally, but in today's society, women, we are objects. The sooner you accept that, the sooner you'll be happy and live a fulfilling life of serving your husband. Anyways, but at least when men objectify women, it's fitting for our genders because as women, we are objects. At least when men... Wow, what a good argument. Let's apply that same logic to this. Hey, remember when slavery was legal in America? Yeah, deal with it if you have a problem. Just deal with it. It's legal. Get over it. Wow, what a good argument. Let's apply that same logic to this. Hey, remember when slavery was legal in America? Yeah, deal with it if you have a problem. Just deal with it. It's legal. Wow, what a good argument. Let's apply that same logic to this. Hey, remember when... I wanna see you on your knees. You don't wanna be with me, you leave me. Come on now. I wanna see you on your knees. Well, I hate to break it to you, Megan, but I only take orders from men. So if you think a little comment like that trying to silence me will work, guess again. Well, I literally cannot read. I am a woman. What do you want me to do about it? Anyone who is still walking around wearing a mask, or hey, maybe 2 or 3 masks, the more the merrier. Yeah, they're all literally a walking red flag. Remind me of your gender again? Right, you're a boy. These are for girls only. Remind me of your gender again? Right, you're a boy. These are for girls only. Remind me of your gender again? Right, you're a boy. These are for girls only. Remind me of your gender again? Right, you're a boy. These are for girls only. Remind me of your gender again? Right, you're a boy. These are for girls only. Remind me of your gender again? Right, you're a boy. These are for girls only. Remind me of your gender again? Right, you're a boy. These are for girls only. Remind me of your gender again? Right, you're a boy. These are for girls only. Remind me of your gender again? Right, you're a boy. These are for girls only. Remind me of your gender again? Right. You're a boy. These are for girls only. Remind me of your gender again? Right. You're a boy. Listen, I'm totally against cancel culture, swear to God. But if there's one thing we need to cancel, it is Kamala's cackle. Hashtag cancel Kamala's cackle. Who's with me? How can you stand against that? Let's stand together, guys. Let's unite.
Then me? Am I the drama? I don't think I'm the drama. Maybe I am. Am I the villain? I don't think I'm the villain. Then me?
Indeed, they have, as men are afraid to even go near women, or, they may get a sexual assault allegation against them if they hook up with a girl and she decides the next day, oh my God, I was a little bit drunk and maybe I regret that, so let me just say he raped me. And then also it teaches women to hate men. So it's really, feminism is just toxic, poisonous to relationships between men and women. So yeah, that's why I am a proud, staunch anti-feminist. Here's a friendly reminder to all my women out there that letting men use and abuse your body is not empowering. It will not make you happy. Instead, you will be left disappointed and feeling used. Now, let me ask you this. Why would modern-day feminism promote hookup culture? Being easy does not attract men who want to respect you or spend time with you. Rather, you will have men only look at you as an object. It's almost as if feminists are purposely setting up women for failure, to guarantee that they will grow up to become miserable women who blame men for all their problems. Smash, marry, kill. Obama, MLK, or George Floyd?
No, neither. None of them.
Why? Are you racist?
Of course not.
Why do you say of course not?
Because I'm not.
Is that not racist of you to say?
No.
Could I be racist?
No.
Nice, but just it's a hypothetical question. Okay. Imagine it's you're straight.
Yeah.
Imagine it's the female version of Obama, MLK, and George Floyd. Georgina Floyd, if you will. Smash, marry, kill.
I can't picture it. I can't picture that.
Just...
You can't put no females for me to...
But... Female to smash, marry, kill. Okay, let me think really quick.
Just off the top of your head, 3 females.
Okay. Smash.
Anta. Anta.
Okay, first of all, why don't you shut the fuck up, bitch, and marry Rachel? Become like right now. Scissor the bitch. Scissor the bitch on camera. Show how woke you are. Okay, first Ethan with Gabby and Rachel, who he apparently broke up with them at the same time. So tragic. I feel so badly for them. I almost feel as badly for them as those who have been murdered by our own government, but we don't need to discuss that. We don't need to discuss that because they probably would have loved to be waterboarded because hoes love to be wet. And Ethan, oh how cute. Yeah, no, we're aware that the left wants to put conservatives and right-wingers in cages, maybe gulag, some re-education camps. You're the type of people that think people who disagree with you should not exist. And that's what the left likes to call tolerance. I would feel bad for fat people, but the problem is every time I think about fat people and I try to get emotional and sympathetic for them, I get sick to my stomach looking at them. So I end up throwing up. So instead of feeling sympathetic and bad for fat whales, I end up throwing up and just losing more weight. In other words, I get skinnier. So no, I don't feel bad for you fatties out there, but I do want to thank you for making me sick to my stomach, so much so to where I throw up and get even skinnier and hotter, especially compared to you. I would... Indeed they have, as men are afraid to even go near women or, I found my place. Look, I found my place.
Oh my god, thank you so much for asking. Yeah, all the male validation I get just really feels amazing. Actually, my entire life's purpose is male validation. You know, I don't really think the things that I say on here, it's all just to get male validation. Hopefully they'll approve of me and pick me one day, hopefully. After all, we all know that women are incapable of free thinking and having their own thoughts. I literally have no thoughts of my own, can't even read, can't even do math. I'm so stupid, and I just need a man to do everything for me. I do make a hell of a sandwich, though. Oh my god, correct, I want to be a trad wife, so I just want to live off a man, but the only reason I know anything about taxes is from listening to men, particularly when they mansplain. Ladies, you have to give listening to mansplaining a try, because I swear to God, I soak up information like a sponge when I listen to mansplaining. Correct, I want to... If you're a girl who likes boys but say I hate all men or all men are trash, I have a question for you. If you hate all men, then why do you sleep with them so often? Why do you let men treat you like you're nothing but a body? If you think that all men are trash, it's probably because you let men treat you like trash. Maybe stop pursuing the bad boy who you know is treating you like trash and hooking up with a bunch of other girls, and you're hoping that you'll be the one to change his mind. Newsflash, you probably won't change his mind, and men are supposed to chase you, not the other way around. Choose better men to hang out with, and you will no longer think that all men are trash. If you're a girl, the following is a comprehensive list of all of the rights that women should have, nothing more, nothing less. Number 1, the right to serve her husband. Number 2, the right to cook. Number 3, the right to clean. Number 4, the right to go make a sandwich. Number 5, the right to get back in the kitchen. Number 6, the right to raise her children. And last, and certainly not least, the right to shut up. Yep, that's it. Follow if you agree. The following is... Darling, I'm a nightmare. Darling, I should have never chose her. No. Now I'm in the same predicament that you was in back then when you was around with her. A hoe just gonna be a hoe. And it's just gonna be a snap. But now money long, real long, and I just can't get too. Is it that you want a cookie? Is it that you want a cookie? He's a 10, but he thinks women should have the right to vote. He's a 10. What? But he's a beta male, no? Sorry. Okay. No worries. Thank you. Dear women, shut up. And I swear I would elaborate more, as we all would love to hear my intellectual explanation as to why I said what I said. However, I will take my own advice and shut the F up. Dear, smash, marry, kill. Obama, George Floyd, and MLK.
Oh, Lord. Marry Obama. Smash well, he's passed, so I'm gonna respect the deceased, you know. I guess kill George Floyd. Yeah, I'm not gonna speak on the past people that are deceased, you know.
You know George Floyd's deceased.
Oh, George Floyd. Yeah. I don't know why I was thinking you said somebody else. Oh, Lord.
It's okay. It's a weird question, I know.
Let's get that question.
Smash? Yeah, why do you think I have such a problem with feminism? America would be much better off if women never got the right to vote. Women overwhelmingly vote for Democrats because they tend to make decisions based off emotions, unlike men who use logic and reason. Also, obviously, as my husband, he gets to decide what I wear. I am his property, after all. And yeah, women should go back to not speaking unless spoken to, because it's disgusting how women treat everyone, including men around them today. Yeah, why do you think I have such a problem with feminism? Fact check, false. There's no such thing as a smart woman. Stop spreading that misinformation on my page. Contacting TikTok. The best thing to happen to men in the patriarchy is feminism. Because it's feminism that told women that they don't need a guy to actually commit to them. No, just hook up with them. Hookup culture is great. You will think so highly of yourself after, and it's like, guess what? You just want to have sex. You don't need the emotional connection. Huge win for guys, because guess what? Now guys don't need to commit. They don't need to get married to a woman to actually get that personal and close to her. Great job, feminism. Also, it is thanks to feminism that we have the free the nipple movement. I don't think any guys are complaining about more nipples being freed. Another job well done, feminism. Oh, and do not forget when that model, Emily Ratajkowski, posed naked for a photo shoot in the name of feminism. Nice. A hot model doing a nude photo shoot is really telling off the patriarchy and all those misogynistic men. Let's hear it for feminism. Yay. Congrats. You're doing a lot.
What do you think, Wackus Bonkus? Get them. Ooh, you naughty Wackus Bonkus.
This is for all the girls who think it's cool and trendy to say, yep, Kamala's campaign slogan, stuff your face with significant men.
That's it.
Yep, Kamala's so interesting because they think that they're protecting women, but I don't know why including men in the definition of women is protecting women. They must think we're that dumb. And I would find that insulting. However, they're true. They're right. We are that dumb. If you recall, like not too long ago, there was a Twitter poll that had over 335,000 people voting in it that asked a simple question: can a woman have a male part? And 55% answered yes. So we are that dumb.
Wow.
So interesting because they think that they're protecting women, but I don't know why. I want to sleep. Anyone who would still.
I'm on the low close to the pavement.
Due to the sensitive nature of the content, some of the language in this video may be substituted to avoid suppression from YouTube's algorithm. What's up everyone, it's Edwin and welcome back to my channel. Now, if you've been following this story, get ready because I've got more updates. And if you're not too familiar with it, don't worry about it. I'm going to be giving a brief summary to catch everyone up to speed because it's also been a while since my previous video on it anyways. But I do recommend checking out my previous videos on the matter as they're far more detailed. Let's go over the main points of the story so far, shall we? Back in March, Johnny released an album which included a diss track directed at Ninja and Yolandi. The diss track was called The Question, and it shared some terrible experiences that Johnny claimed to have with Ninja. A few days after the album was released, she received a cease and desist letter demanding that she take down the song within 48 hours, otherwise the group would be taking all appropriate actions against her to enforce their rights. On that same day, Yolandi made 2 Instagram posts about Johnny, calling her a fangirl, a clout chaser, a liar, and a crazy person. And instead of taking down the song, Johnny decided to produce a music video for the song, showing lots of text messages and screenshots backing up the lyrical content of the track. In her song and music video, Johnny claims that Ninja picked her because she looked like his daughter. Ninja emailed a private photo of Johnny to his co-star while on the set of Chappie. Yolandi contacted Johnny via Instagram after Ninja showed Yolandi Johnny's Tumblr blog. Ninja trafficked Johnny to South Africa, and during her stay, Ninja took Johnny to an isolated location where they took magic mushrooms. Ninja became manic, ranting about Jesus and his last incarnation on Earth. They went back to where they were staying, Ninja began speaking in tongues, then they had a and that's when Ninja began to growl like a demon and strangle Johnny, and eventually climax inside of her after having told her he would never do that. Johnny also pointed out how, after they were no longer in touch, she was flown to New York to model for Cara Delevingne, then hung out with 2 of her best friends before heading back to Australia. 2 weeks after that happened, Ninja put both of her friends and Cara Delevingne in his music video for Ugly Boy, which she claimed he wrote about her. This made Johnny feel like she was going crazy because she wasn't actively in touch with Ninja at the time. I also received an email from one of my subscribers showing a screenshot from the music video Ugly Boy, showing Johnny's dancer friends wearing outfits that say witch and then. Definitely a weird coincidence, right? So after Johnny's music video, DA posted several videos across her Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube channels sharing their version of events.
Let me tell you a little story about a girl I once met called Johnny.
The South African group have called Johnny an escort that just wants more money. Johnny messaged Ninja on Instagram, and that's how Ninja found her. When Ninja picked Johnny up from the airport, he was shocked and said, "This is not what I ordered off the menu." They stayed at a fancy resort, drank champagne, took selfies in their birthday suits, slept together, and saw elephants.
Hey, Johnny, what do you do?
Seeing the elephants?
But Ninja was not that into it, so he made an excuse that he had to do something and cut her trip short. Johnny kept texting Ninja, and he only texted her back because he felt bad and wanted to be nice. 2 years after this, Johnny asked to work for them as a personal assistant for the Big Day Out festival in Australia. Johnny still had a crush on Ninja when she was working for them, and this really irritated Ninja. Johnny gave the rapper 2 Chainz her number in the first 10 seconds of meeting him, and this made Ninja feel bad because he thought he was special to Johnny. Ninja modified Johnny's story and switched the details by claiming that she said she was tortured in a religious ritual by both him and Yolandi. Ninja also called Johnny a Satanist and an online prostitute of sorts that does religious rituals herself. Lastly, Ninja made a call to action for his fans to check out Johnny's paid adult content for free through a website link he provided called Zephrat 9000.
I'm actually trying to blank out of my brain, but check out the link below.
Okay, from all that, we've already proven Ninja's claim that Johnny was actually the one to message him on Instagram first to be false because Instagram DMs didn't exist until December of 2013, and they met in August of 2013, and we're talking from months before that. And on top of that, of course, Johnny did show screenshots where Yolandi contacted her first. Additionally, the Antwoord were only a part of the Big Day Out Festival in 2011, so that's way before they met. But Johnny did actually work for the Antwoord in a touring music festival. However, she claimed that it was Ninja that hit him up to work for him and showed an email to back up her claims, so it looks like Ninja might have slipped up again. I also asked Johnny about the claim that Ninja cut her trip short because not only did he say it, but Yolandi said it in her Instagram post as well. Johnny provided me with her flight itinerary from her trip to South Africa, which shows that it wasn't just 4 days that she was flown out for. She told me that Ninja is likely mixing up her story with another woman's in order to make his lies more believable. She also sent me this photo with a stamp on her passport to further prove the legitimacy of the length of her stay. I was particularly interested in this because from Ninja's video, he made it sound like he was very grossed out and didn't want anything to do with Johnny after that, he talked her out of pity.
I made up an excuse that I had to do something, cut the trip short. She flew back to Australia, and I was like, thank God.
But shortly after Johnny's visit, they actually promoted her Tumblr on their Facebook. Then, the very next day, Ninja included that private photo of Johnny performing oral on him in an email to Charlotte Copley, and blind carbon copied the email to Johnny. Why? Why did he want Johnny to see it? I imagine it'd be like, look who I'm talking to, and look who gets to see you do this to me?
Well, this is a nice cat food, But of course, it's not your house, eh? So we'll just have...
And at the end of the email, Ninja wrote, keep it secret, keep it safe, X. Now, while it is common practice for couples to document their intimate experiences, to go ahead and send it to someone without letting your partner or former partner, whatever she was at that point, without letting them know, that's not cool. Not at all. Johnny also showed me an email from Ninja dated September 9th, so after her trip to South Africa, and this says, do you still like me? That's the subject line, and then, you never write me out the blue no more. And you just say how much boys suck the whole time on your bloggy crying face emoji. XX elephant XX.
But then Johnny kept on hitting me up on text, because she's obviously crushed on me, and I didn't want to be and so I was carried on texting her on and off for a while, just being nice.
In Ninja's video, he said that he distanced himself from Johnny because she texted him a lot and that annoyed him. However, Johnny actually told me that it was the other way around due to her experience with him. She sent me this conversation in which Ninja says it's 4 a.m. and his 12-year-old son, Toki, is tripping balls. Then he asks Johnny, do you still like me? Johnny responded by saying, he's overtired and you have to deal with it. Isn't parenting fun? Then Ninja says, parenting, and sent this 37-second video.
So overtired.
Get it,
Are you overtired, dude?
No.
You're overtired.
What?
This is you overtired. You're not. You're overtired. You, dude. Overtired. Was that stupid?
Mm-mm.
Was it cool?
Mm-hmm.
What parenting, dude? Fuck you, dude.
He continued saying, and hello? Do you hate me now? Johnny, my little darkling, your panties, what color are they? Black? Like my soul? She then sent him a video showing that she wasn't wearing any and flipped him off. Ninja responded saying, you got us bad. Toki said maybe she was busy shooting that video, that's why she took so long to phone back. But fudge, she got us bad. 10 minutes? That's a long time. In those 10 minutes, Ninja sent 7 messages and 1 video. But in his video response, he was talking about how he sent her home early and he was annoyed by her because she was the one texting him a lot. Ninja, homie, you're gonna have to start coming through with some receipts of your own because this evidence is proving to be against your favor. I mean, you're literally saying, do you still like me? You hate me now. And and you message her multiple times, and when she finally responds, you're talking about how she took so long to phone you back. Wadi, I know you called Johnny annoying then, but I think you actually find her annoying now because she's on your case. Because back then, it doesn't really seem like you found her annoying. If anything, I would say you're on the clingy side, which is closer to annoying. You're the one sending her multiple messages, and these are from September 22nd. I think those are some of the bigger takeaways from the story, because of course there is an experience that she's talking about, which nobody can prove because there wasn't a camera or nobody was there at the time. However, there is evidence of him not only sending a picture of Johnny performing oral on him to another actor, but of course he shared her paid work. He distributed that illegally to his millions of fans, and on top of that, he showed his 12-year-old son, Johnny, in her birthday suit. So, I know there's the angle that wants to call Johnny just a clout chaser and everything else, okay, right? Because there's this claim that can't be completely proven. However, these things are completely proven. So even if you want to consider her that, these are the actions of Ninja. Guess not much of a ninja anymore now that you got caught, huh? On April 11th, Johnny did an interview with a channel on Jumper and shared more details about her experience with the rap group, which we're going to be going over now. Johnny said that Ninja would call Yolandi his little sister, and that since they started speaking, Ninja love-bombed her, which is a tactic consisting of excessive affection, flattery, gifts, and praise designed to ingratiate oneself and create positive feelings in the other person. She mentioned not having any support system or family to check her for all the red flags, and her friends at the time were also fans of the group, so they were excited for her and encouraged her to pursue the relationship. Adam asked Johnny to summarize the main claims of her story, stating that many viewers were confused by the load of information in her music video.
It's hard for them to really wrap their head around exactly what you're saying transpired. So if you were to try to...
When I talk about overwhelming, what's overwhelming is the fact that I never intended to release one receipt. That was never my intention. I made a song to address how I lived my life, and it was for my following. Like, before this happened, I think I had maybe 73K on my Instagram, and me addressing something that was so pivotal and for me 5 years ago, and finally being and then there's that. Okay, now you really do know about Johnny, the kind of that shaped me.
Johnny did not directly answer this question, and after reading a lot of the comments on my own videos, I do agree with the point that it seems like it could be a lot of overwhelming information to people, which is why I found it important to kind of summarize it all in the beginning of this video, so I hope you guys didn't mind that. Johnny answered by basically saying that she just wanted to give her story of how she was molded and how she became who she is today and then move on, saying that she was overwhelmed because she did not expect all the attention that she ended up getting. Now, while I do sort of understand the perspective, because as she said, she only had about 73,000 followers on Instagram, I didn't know who she was, and I definitely know who Deanwood was because they were in Chappie, one of my favorite movies, and they've had a lot of records, have over 1 million fans, so why would they pay attention to someone so much smaller? How cool is? Need to keep it gangster. Cool. However, she did name both Ninja and Yolandi in the song, so it was definitely like she wanted them to hear the song. And although the allegations in the song itself are pretty vague, they still have some kind of serious implications, so I do understand why Deanwood would want to take the legal route and try to give her the cease and desist letter. Now, what I don't understand is all the social media posts, because in their social media posts, they said that they wouldn't be talking about her, yet they kept going. You can't just call someone a clout chaser when you keep giving them attention, you keep giving them that clout, because like she said, she only had about 73,000 followers on Instagram, and now she's almost double. And I'm sure some people are watching this right now and pretty curious of the story, so they might go on Instagram and follow her right now. I'm just saying, you can't call someone a clout chaser when you're giving them all the clout. Okay, enough opinions from me. Let's get back to reporting. There's a point where they bring up the part of Johnny's song where she calls Ninja, someone who has an attraction to children. And this is what Johnny had to say about that part.
That's a good point to touch on. How you said you picked me because I look like your daughter's 16, you're disgusting, So in Australia, when people say the kind of shit that he would say to me in real life on the phone, a few messages here and there, that's the kind of shit we say in Australia. It's like, dude, hetero. That's girls.
She also mentioned that she's in contact with a lawyer in case the Antwoord do decide that they want to take the legal route with her. On that same day, Johnny received an email from TuneCore, the company she used to publish and distribute her music, saying that members of the Antwoord alleged that her song, The Question, was defamatory and blocked her entire album from all streaming services. As of today, June 1st, Johnny's album is still blocked from all streaming services. And that is the full scope of Johnny's story. I'm finishing up a video with more updates, so if you'd like to see it, don't forget to give this video a thumbs up, and I'll link it in the description of this one down below. Was that a good outro?
No, dude, it was sweet beans.
Cobain was 27 years old, a rock star with a history of drug problems. A few weeks before his death, the lead singer of the band Nirvana overdosed on painkillers and alcohol. But the final blow was the barrel of a gun. And it was a shot heard across a generation.
We all know how this story ends. Kurt Cobain died at 27, which means he's now been dead for as many years as he was alive. He was a boy from nowhere who came from nothing but wanted everything, and then became completely discontent when he got to the top of the mountain. Kurt was the lead singer and guitar player for Nirvana, the biggest band of the 90s. They combined raw punk energy with melodies and pop elements that appealed to the masses, and they sold millions of records. Kurt was one of those rare artists that captured the zeitgeist by accidentally creating it. And when Nirvana blew up, everything in culture got filtered through him. Everyone started wearing flannel, and grunge music became the de facto soundtrack of the early 90s. Cobain became the exact reference point for the word cool, and if we're being honest, 30 years later, he still is. I mean, pull up TikTok or go to any music festival, and you're gonna see countless teens wearing Nirvana t-shirts, even if they don't know his music. Robert Pattinson's portrayal of Batman was based on Kurt Cobain, and there have been many movies and books created about his life. When you combine his brilliant creative output with the way he passed away, it's no wonder culture is so fascinated by him. How could someone who had all their dreams come true still be in so much pain? It's an impossible question to answer because we'll never know what it was like to be him, but I'm certain everyone's interior life is always contradictory, and that's what I find most fascinating about Kurt Cobain. He was an endless paradox. Kurt was extremely sincere, but often sarcastic. He acted like nothing mattered, yet put incredible pressure on himself. He said popularity didn't matter, yet he complained when his videos weren't played on MTV. He said he wanted privacy, but did interviews with every major publication. He was a guy that acted like he didn't want stardom, but did everything in his power to ensure it. He always spoke on both sides of his mouth.
At a really early age, I wanted to be a rock and roll star. I didn't want to be a rock star at all. It was freaking me out. It's nice to know that you can sell your music on the music alone, you know? I mean, at the time that it took off, and a lot of radio stations were playing it before we had a video, which is, you know, an uncommon thing. Oh, it's a load of shit. I think there are at least 10 to 15 other bands who are just as good, if not better than us.
You are so nice. And you seem so comfortable with yourself. Something must have really happened in the last couple of years. Is it just falling in love?
No.
What happened?
I've always been a nice guy.
What do you think about interviews? It's a pretty
What
good
do I think?
magazine. It's really
Did you hear
big.
my reaction when he asked me if I wanted to do one?
Yeah.
I said, no.
There's a common misconception among his fans that he was 100% authentic and bared his soul to the world, but that's not true. Kurt was extremely savvy and knew how to market himself as a rock star. What people didn't realize when they watched or read his interviews was that a lot of his responses were rehearsed. Many times he'd have answers to potential questions written out in his journal months before he used them. He was a meticulous planner, but the one thing he couldn't account for was the fact that when he found his way into the mainstream, there was no way out. Cobain always wanted it both ways. He wanted to be a star, but also wanted to operate free from the baggage that came with such massive fame. This was an impossibility. Despite his demons, Kurt did create music that helped people feel better. He wasn't just an icon for Generation X. Every single generation, and person for that matter, has their own unique relationship with him, and for that reason, Cobain is a cultural force that's too big and complex to unpack or understand in a single sitting, but I'm still gonna try. So let's go. Let's take a look at Kurt Cobain, a generational icon whose life is bigger than art.
I shall resign the presidency effective at noon tomorrow.
There should be no man who should have the right to force any woman to have a child against her will.
The advisory sentence rendered by the jury does hereby impose the death penalty upon the defendant.
New medical evidence shows marijuana smokers also face the risk of addiction.
Lennon was shot and killed at about 11 o'clock last night outside his apartment building.
5 seconds left in the game. Do you believe in miracles? Yes! Unbelievable.
Hi, Brad. You know how cute I always thought you were.
Are you ready to do the workout?
Right, two, and back, two, left. Stretch it out, front, and to the right. 1, 2, back, left, forward. Now reverse it to the left. Stretch it out, back.
Kurt lived in an analog world, a time before the internet and social media. These were the last few decades in which we controlled technology more than technology controlled us. During his life, the movie rental experience happened in the physical world, and there wasn't an algorithm pushing him towards things he was predisposed to enjoy. The most common way to pick a movie was to randomly walk around the store until you found something that looked interesting. It was a similar process at the record store. If you brought $20 to a music shop, you could only purchase one CD. So back then, the albums you listened to and the movies you watched were heavily linked to your identity. Today, since everything is on demand and essentially free for download, culture and art have become more global and homogenous. We have access to endless reference points, which has made us less unique, less imaginative. In contrast, Kurt's artistic influences were extremely limited. He was exposed to music from 3 primary sources: what he heard on the radio, what he saw on MTV, and the records he bought. His record collection was shaped by the happenstance of what albums were cheap at the thrift stores and sales he walked by. Not having Spotify likely helped Kurt to focus on the ideas he would steal or shape into his own style. He was a part of one of the last generations where real boredom existed, and that's important for art. When you're alone in your house with nothing to do, you decide to make things. And Cobain's hometown of Aberdeen, Washington, was an especially boring place. Kurt Cobain came from a small, depressed logging town. The high unemployment rate in Aberdeen, mixed with its rainy, gray climate, led to abnormally high rates of alcoholism and suicide. But Kurt himself started out life happy. He was born in a lower middle class home to Don and Wendy Cobain, an auto mechanic and secretary. He was a quiet, very likable kid, always with a smile and a bit shy. His intelligence was obvious early on. His mom said it kind of scared me because he had perceptions like I've never seen a small child have. Kurt was focused on the world. He would be drawing in a coloring book, and the news would be on, and he was very attuned to that. And he was just 3.5. He knew all about the war. He knew life wasn't always fair. By the age of 5, his talent for drawing stood out. He doodled cartoon characters on his bedroom walls and could draw realistic images just from his memory. At times, like all children, Kurt was a terror and was hyperactive. Because he had so much energy and didn't know where to put it, his parents took him to a doctor and he diagnosed him with ADHD. At 7 years old, he was prescribed Ritalin, along with sedatives to help him come down and fall asleep at night. It's certainly possible that his later drug dependencies were at least partially fostered here, early in life. In February 1976, a week after Kurt's 9th birthday, Wendy informed Don that she wanted a divorce. To Kurt, this divorce was one of the most painful events of his life. No other event had more of an effect on shaping his personality. After that day, Kurt was always a bit melancholic. Kurt internalized the divorce like many children do. He thought it was his fault. He dealt with his feelings by disassociating himself emotionally from his parents. He lived with his mom in a trailer park for a year and then moved in with his father. In the 5th grade, Kurt started taking music classes, and by the 7th grade, he was playing drums in the school band.
I was in a grade school band. I played snare drum for years, and it went up until high school. I never learned how to read music either. I always faked my way through it. I would watch the kid in first chair. I would watch him figure out the piece, and then I would copy him.
When he got a bit older, he swapped out his drums for the guitar. Outside of writing music alone in his room, Kurt began experimenting with drugs in the 8th grade by smoking marijuana and using LSD. By 9th grade, Kurt was a full-on pothead. What started as a social activity became his chosen anesthetic. He also began cutting class regularly. Kurt and his friends would skip school and buy weed or steal booze from a parent's liquor cabinet.
We invented our own amusement. We vandalized, skipped school, smoked pot, smoked cigarettes, and that's about it. Listen to music.
Kurt was miserable in high school. He was sensitive, small for his age, and uninterested in sports. He couldn't find friends who he was compatible with. He said everyone was eventually going to become a logger, and I knew I wanted to do something different. I wanted to be some kind of artist. Kurt was always contrarian. He dyed his hair wild colors and reportedly spat at jocks, who'd sometimes beat him up. Cobain recalled that many of his peers thought he was gay because he hung out with girls and gay people and didn't have many male friends. Cobain wasn't gay, but said he wished he was just to piss off the homophobes. At home, Kurt had trouble dealing with the fact that both of his parents had found new partners and started new lives. This, coupled with his frustrations at school, turned Kurt into a problem child, and he'd sometimes bully his younger step-siblings at home. In March 1982, at 15 years old, Kurt left his father and stepmother's care following a series of fierce arguments. Over the next 4 years, he'd live in 10 different homes with 10 different families because no one could handle him for an extended period of time. Nowhere ever felt like home to him, so Kurt spent more and more time by himself. As author Charles R. Cross wrote in his biography on Kurt Cobain, this was a cycle that would play out in his life several times. The stages went from intimacy to conflict to banishment and finally isolation. The experience of being kicked out of his home would be something he'd return to repeatedly, never able to completely free himself from the trauma. There could never be enough money, attention, or love because he knew how quickly it could all go. For a young and angsty Cobain, music was the one area of relief in his life. Early on, he listened almost exclusively to his favorite band, the Beatles, but as he got older, he listened to bands that many American kids of his era did. Led Zeppelin, Kiss, Queen, Black Sabbath, and Sex Pistols. However, his music taste changed completely when Kurt discovered punk rock at the end of the school year when he was 16 years old. That summer, he saw a band called the Melvins in a parking lot behind a grocery store, and it was an event that would change his life.
It's the first time that I had seen an audience just get completely loose. You know, to break down all that cool, it was incredible. Like, people were, diving all over each other and falling down drunk and smiling and vomiting and having a great time. You know, it's just, there were no inhibitions at that time. So everyone just said, let's have fun.
Kurt described the concert in his journal. He wrote, "They played faster than I'd ever imagined music could be played, and with more energy than my Iron Maiden records could provide. This was what I was looking for. Punk rock. I came to the promised land of a grocery store. I found my special purpose the next day." Nearly every TV depiction of early punk was negative, but for Kurt, it was something incredible. He finally found an alternative to heavy metal. He loved that punk was more about energy versus technical mastery.
I was intimidated when I first started playing guitar by really professional musicians, like heavy metal musicians who are very anal and technical and, promoted the fact that they can play good, and that made me not ever think of playing rock and roll realistically or ever making a career out of it or actually, going for it and doing it. But when I heard punk rock, it made me realize that these people are a lot like me, They're just as sloppy and as bad musicians, but they still like passion and they like energy. So it helped me start a band.
Cobain dropped out of high school just 2 weeks before his graduation when he realized he didn't have enough credits to graduate. He then picked up a job at that same school working as a janitor. Though he despised work, his guitar made his life tolerable, and he practiced hours each day. His friends and family noticed he was becoming skilled at playing, and it became a major source of self-esteem, although he'd never admitted to others. He wrote in his journal, "Punk rock is art. Punk rock to me means freedom. Punk rock ethic is that absolute denial of anything sacred. I find a few things sacred, such as the superiority of women and the Negro's contributions to art. I guess what I'm saying is that art is sacred. Punk rock is freedom. Expression and right to express is vital. Anyone can be artistic." With the ultimate goal of becoming a famous rock star, Kurt started a band with his goofy 6'7" friend Chris Novoselic. They first met through a common friend at a punk concert in Seattle. The pair then found a drummer in Chad Shannon and went through band names like Ed, Ted and Fred, Skid Row, and Fecal Matter before finally settling on Nirvana.
What's your definition of Nirvana?
Well, the most common word that comes up in every definition that I've read has been freedom. So we kind of like to think of our music as musical freedom in a way, not being tied to a specific genre or a specific sound.
Early on, Kurt wasn't making money from his music, so he continued working as a janitor, cleaning motels and a dentist's office. The funny part is that Kurt never really did his job. He'd take naps in the motel rooms and raid the guest refrigerators once they left. When he wasn't pretending to work, Kurt was attending local punk shows, and it was outside one of these clubs that he met his first longtime girlfriend, Tracy Mirander, who was a key figure in his trajectory. After they got together, he moved into her studio apartment in Olympia. Tracy financially supported them both by working an overnight shift in the cafeteria of the Boeing airplane plant in Seattle. Kurt eventually stopped working, so Tracy became his sole benefactor, which allowed his artistic life to blossom in ways it never had before. Being unemployed, Kurt started a routine that he'd follow for the rest of his life. He'd wake up at noon and eat Kraft mac and cheese. After eating, he'd spend the rest of the day doing one of three things: watching TV, practicing his guitar, or creating an art project. He rarely identified himself as an artist, but if you walked into his apartment any afternoon, you were as likely to find him with a paintbrush in his hand as a guitar. Cobain couldn't afford actual canvas or even quality paper, so many of his works were created on the back of old board games he found in thrift stores. Instead of paint, which was expensive, he used pencil, pen, magic marker, spray paint, and even blood. His themes were always consistent. Everything he made was a little fucked up and dark. Kurt obsessively wrote in his journal. He filled dozens of notebooks with lyrics, drawings, and writings about the band, the state of music, and society at large. These journals give us a great look at how Cobain saw himself and the world. In one particularly self-aware entry, he wrote, "I am threatened by ridicule. I am overly conscious of the sincerity in my voice. I like to have sex with people. I love my parents, yet I disagree with nearly everything they stand for. I understand and appreciate the value of religion for others. My emotions are affected by music. Punk rock means freedom. I use bits and pieces of others' personalities to form my own." At 21, Kurt's focus was on the band above anything else, and together they developed a powerful sound. Nirvana played countless parties in small venues across the Northwest and started gaining some buzz. As reserved as Kurt was offstage, when he went on, it was almost like he became possessed.
We play a very powerful, high-energy type of rock and roll. We move around on stage a lot and just scream with an abandon, I guess.
One of Nirvana's demo tapes fell into the lap of a Seattle independent record label called Sub Pop, which boasted two of Kurt's favorite bands, Mudhoney and Soundgarden. The label was impressed enough to sign the band in October 1988 for a $600 advance. Nirvana's first single was a cover song called Love Buzz, which is playing right now, and their debut album Bleach hit shelves the following year.
It was done in like 4 days, or I don't even forget how many days, under a week, 3, 4, 5 days, something like that. $600. When we were mixing it, we were really sick, and Kurt went down to the health department, and he got these codeine cough syrups, and we were just popping those, and we were just like in la la land. And then we were like hands-on producers, just cooking on this codeine joy juice. I think it had a big effect on how that record turned out. That's the honest truth.
When Bleach came out in 1989, it received praise from critics and sold 40,000 copies, which was impressive for an indie release. These numbers met the expectations of Sub Pop co-founder Jonathan Poneman, but Kurt wasn't content. He thought Nirvana should be way more popular.
I thought that they were going to be really successful, but our metric for success was much more modest. Kurt would tell me regularly, we should be selling 1 million of these. And I'd be going, you don't understand, you know? And boy, did I not know what I was talking about.
With the goal of selling more records, Kurt wanted out of his contract with Sub Pop and started shopping for another record deal with a major label. Around this time, Kurt fired Chad Channing and brought in Dave Grohl to replace him. The instant Kurt and Chris practiced with Grohl, they knew they had their final drummer. They loved Dave because he hit harder than anyone they'd ever played with.
Dave added so much more diversity. Not only did he have perfect metronome timing, he hit really hard. He was able to go in between all the dynamics that we wanted to experiment with, and it was just perfect. Plus, he sang backup vocals.
With Dave in the band, we officially had the three-man lineup that was the final and ultimate version of Nirvana. Kurt briefly dated a woman named Toby Vale in May 1990. She was a member of a female punk band in Olympia called Bikini Kill. Kurt adored her and wanted to make their relationship exclusive, but she didn't want anything serious and broke up with him in November 1990. Instead of understanding that she was young, busy, and independent, Cobain thought she left him because he didn't deserve her. In the wake of their breakup, he channeled his pain into writing and filled an entire notebook with stream of consciousness rants. He wrote, "Words suck. I mean, everything has been said. I can't remember the last real interesting conversation I've had in a long time. Words aren't as important as the energy derived from music, especially live. Yeah, all isms feed off one another, but at the top of the food chain is still the white corporate macho strong ox male, not redeemable as far as I'm concerned. I still think that in order to expand on all other isms, sexism has to be blown wide open. It's almost impossible to deprogram that ancestrally established male oppressor, especially the ones who've been weaned on it through their family's generations, like diehard NRA freaks and inherited corporate power mongrels, the ones who were born into no choice but to keep the torch and only let sparks fall for the rest of us to gather at their feet. John Lennon has been my idol all my life, but he's dead wrong about revolution. Sit on your ass and be beaten. Bullshit. Arm yourself. Find a representative of gluttony of oppression and blow the motherfucker's head off." By the end of 1990, there was a new character showing up in his journal: heroin. In November of that year, Cobain overcame his fear of needles and first injected heroin with a friend in Olympia. The drug's euphoric effects helped him temporarily escape his heartache and stomach pain, and early on he only used it occasionally. Beyond painting and journaling, Kurt spent most of his time channeling his grief into songwriting, and by the time he returned to the studio, he had songs that were a huge level above anything he'd written before. Nirvana recorded 6 demo tracks with producer Butch Vig and used this to shop for a new record label. It wasn't hard to find a deal because Nirvana had already built an audience the old-fashioned way through their endless touring and also had some proven success with their previous album Bleach. A bidding war broke out among a handful of labels, and in April 1991, Nirvana signed to DGC, a smaller imprint of Geffen Records. The band received $287,000 for the deal, which was one of the largest advances for a Northwest band at the time. When Kurt received his first big check, he paid his rent and then drove to the mall and spent almost $1,000 at Toys R Us. The previous winter, while the band was waiting to sign their deal, Kurt and Dave lived together in a small apartment in Olympia, while Chris lived 30 minutes away in Tacoma. For 3 months, they drove up to Tacoma each night to practice. Kurt handled all the songwriting and lyrics, and they worked out many of the singles that ended up on their album, including their most popular song ever, Smells Like Teen Spirit, which was Kurt's attempt at making the ultimate pop song. In May 1991, Nirvana traveled to Los Angeles for 6 weeks to record their major label debut with Butch Vig. This time around, since they had a big budget, producer, and mixer on the project, Nirvana's brilliant songs didn't get lost in cheap production like their previous work. The original album title was going to be Sheep, but as recording ended, Kurt changed the name to Nevermind, which was a metaphor for his attitude towards life.
Why did you entitle the album Nevermind?
I don't know. So I could brush off the question. Forget it. Doesn't matter.
Kurt spent 2 years planning liner notes and various concepts for the album cover, but he threw those ideas away when he watched a television show about underwater childbirth. He had the label try to acquire footage from the program without success, so instead Kurt drew out a slightly different idea on a sheet of notebook paper. It was a baby boy swimming underwater chasing a dollar bill. Their photographer went out to a local pool to shoot the cover after recruiting his friend's 3-month-old baby to take part for just $200. DGC was fine with the anti-capitalism message, but had concerns about the baby genitalia and wanted to use a different image. Cobain agreed to change it only under one condition. They had to add a strategically placed sticker that would read, "If you're offended by this, you must be a closet pedophile." The original album art went out untouched on September 24, 1991, when Nevermind was released to the world. DGC had mild expectations for the album's success and only pressed 46,000 copies. Because of the band's loyal fan base, Nevermind sold out quickly and was unavailable for several days and opened at a modest 144th place on the Billboard charts. Over the next few months, Geffen pressed more copies, and sales increased significantly as the single Smells Like Teen Spirit became super popular thanks in large part to its airtime on MTV. As the band set out for their European tour at the start of November, Nevermind entered the Billboard Top 40 for the first time at number 35. On tour, the band noticed all their shows were now dangerously oversold, and television crews and journalists followed them everywhere. A week after Christmas and 3.5 months after its release, Nevermind jumped to number 1 on the Billboard charts when it knocked off Michael Jackson's Dangerous as the best-selling album in the country. It shot to the top slot after a massive number of kids returned CDs they got for Christmas in exchange for Nevermind. This story is one of a handful of times in history when the underground made its way to the top of the mainstream. Nirvana was now the biggest band in the world, and Cobain was being called the voice of his generation.
And now for all your lawn care needs, it's Nirvana! Probably the biggest band in the world right now. Yes, sir, indeed. Please welcome Nirvana.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nirvana.
Would you like to have a glass of wine?
Marijuana has done more for my memory than I can remember.
Energy comes out of us and it goes into the audience and they bounce it back. We just play catch with some vibes.
Now, say the winner, Nirvana. I'd like to thank my family and our record label and our true fans.
You played yourself, boy. I'm a player. I'm a high roller.
When Nirvana blew up, everyone wanted to be like Kurt. What he wore on magazine covers or on tour became the hottest trends in teen fashion, and he was fearless when it came to dressing. He'd go on stage in floral gowns or leopard jackets simply because he wanted to. His oversized sweaters, distressed jeans, silk pajama shirts, layered flannels, painted nails, and signature sunglasses became trademarks of grunge fashion. Kurt relished having big audiences and hit songs, and would watch MTV and complain if he didn't see a Nirvana video within a certain period of time. This spoke to the fact that Cobain liked his new position as a famous singer, but acted completely different in public. Kurt was extremely conscious of his punk roots and didn't want to be seen as a sellout, so he constantly downplayed everything. The 90s were not an age for the ambitious. Back then, the worst thing you could be was a sellout, and not because it involved money. Selling out meant you wanted to be popular, and any explicit need for approval was proof that you were terrible. The key to coolness in this decade was disinterest in conventional success. So that's the way Kurt spoke. In an interview with the LA Times, he said, "We had grown up admiring punk bands and thinking all those groups on the pop charts were embarrassing. And suddenly we were one of those bands. Famous is the last thing I want to be." Kurt constantly diminished his music as pop and his lyrics as meaningless. As Chuck Klosterman pointed out in his book The 90s, there was a sense that he was almost inventing intellectual apathy.
We're white boy guitar-oriented rock. Nothing new. I mean, we have something in common with anything or any band that has electric guitars in their hands, play drums. Every once in a while, I'll look at the Billboard charts and I just go, crap, just like I always have. There's nothing to be said. It's all in the music, man. It's all in the music. It's all in the meat.
Even though his demeanor was nonchalant, there was now a ton of pressure on Kurt, and he wasn't equipped to handle it. Nirvana played nearly 100 shows on 4 continents in 5 months, and the constant cycle of traveling, performing, and interviews took a massive toll on his mental and physical health. He'd long been suffering from a painful stomach condition, which was aggravated by stress and his screaming singing style. The band never stayed in one place long enough to have a doctor tend to his stomach problem, so to find some relief, he used heroin.
I was in pain. I mean, I was in pain for so long that I didn't care if I was in a band. I didn't care if I was alive. Waking up, starving, forcing myself to eat, barfing it back up. It's like, I'm in pain all the time. And being on tour was a lot worse, too. It made it even worse.
Because Cobain was rich, his drug binges were much more frequent. When he got home from tour, he'd do the drug all weekend and pass out alone in his apartment. He wrote in his journal less, practiced guitar less, and escaped from the world more. Kurt was in desperate need of some inspiration, and he got that when he met and fell in love with the one and only Courtney Love. Falling in love is paradoxical because it's both the best and the worst thing that can happen to you. There's no better feeling than finding the person you love, but once you have it, there's always the chance you'll lose it. Courtney Love started liking Kurt after she saw him perform and pursued him for months. She got his number, called him, and told interviewers that she had a crush on him. When Kurt finally met her, it was full throttle from the start. She was very sensual and confident and won him over. On November 8, 1991, Kurt pledged his love to Courtney on live television in the UK when he uttered these words before his performance.
All of you people in this room know that Courtney Love, the lead singer of the sensational pop group Hole, is the best fuck in the world.
Courtney was all the things Kurt wanted to be. She was loud, proud, and unabashedly herself. And for someone as calculated and people-pleasing as Kurt, she gave him the confidence to care less. Even more, Kurt felt understood by Courtney because she endured a lot of the same early traumas he did.
He wanted to build a home because his home and his family fell apart. So when Courtney came into his life, she was interesting, she was artistic, intellectual, and, she did drugs too.
Many people accuse Courtney of hooking up with the star for her own professional gain, but she was already a successful musician as the lead singer of Hole and got a $1 million record deal with no involvement from Kurt. Just a few months after they started dating, the couple married in February 1992 at a secluded beach in Waikiki, Hawaii. It was a small sunset ceremony with only 8 people and no family in attendance. Over the next 6 months, Kurt took a break from touring and lived in an apartment with Courtney. All he wanted to do was stay in, paint, play guitar, and do heroin. And now he finally had a partner that would do the drug with him. In April 1992, Cobain denied drug rumors by telling Rolling Stone, "My body wouldn't allow me to take drugs if I wanted to because I'm so weak all the time. All drugs are a waste of time. They destroy your memory and your self-respect and everything that goes along with your self-esteem." His sentiment might have been true, but his denial was, of course, a lie. When the article came out, Cobain was a full-fledged heroin addict. Courtney herself had gotten clean before they got together, but if you bring a recovering addict around a current addict, the results are inevitable. When she chose Cobain, she chose drugs, and then she got pregnant. When Courtney found out, she stopped using heroin and did rounds of tests that showed the fetus hadn't been harmed and decided to keep the baby. The prospect of a baby gave Kurt a small beacon of hope in what had become an increasingly bleak existence. When he looked at the sonograms, he kept saying, "Look at that little bean." So they named her Frances Bean Cobain. She arrived on August 18, 1992, and to the relief of everyone close to the couple, the baby was completely healthy. However, that didn't matter to the public once a Vanity Fair article titled "Strangelove" came out in September, which accused Courtney of using heroin throughout her pregnancy. This article moved Kurt and Courtney out of the rock magazines and into the public consciousness. Newspapers across the U.S. ran harsh stories about the couple, and one magazine, The Globe, went as far as running a headline story titled, "Rock star's baby is born a junkie," complete with a picture of a deformed newborn, which they falsely implied was Frances. When she was just a few weeks old, child welfare officers removed Frances from her parents' home, based almost entirely on the Vanity Fair story. A court hearing followed, and around her 7-month birthday, Frances was finally returned to her parents' care. After this experience, Kurt was suspicious of the people around him and became extremely selective of the interviews he did.
I mean, the woman in Vanity Fair came into our house with an agenda. She knew exactly what kind of article she was going to write before she even met us before. She knew that she hated Courtney because of the rumors she heard, and she believed them and decided to write a crucifixion piece. It's as simple as that.
2 days after the court hearing, Kurt flew to England. A new baby, drug problems, tabloids, and court aside, he was needed on stage. Nirvana was headlining the 1992 Reading Festival. When success comes in the music industry, it happens fast. And for Kurt, music was no longer fun. There was constant pressure from management to tour and make more music, and every aspect of his life was publicly scrutinized. The only thing that mattered now was his little family. Kurt adored Frances and would do anything to make her smile or laugh. Yet somehow, even the joy of holding his newborn couldn't pull him out of his drug addiction, and now his struggles were public domain.
It's a rumor in Europe that Kurt from Nirvana is dead.
Yeah. Again, dead, pregnant, on heroin. I'm a hermaphrodite as well.
I did lie forever. I tried to
keep it away from everybody because no matter how badly I don't want to be a role model or influence anyone, I still do. I hardly ever went out in public when I was on drugs, and I never made a spectacle out of it. I never promoted it. And now I'm going to be associated with heroin for the rest of my life.
Kurt's self-talk became much darker and can be summed up by a line that appeared repeatedly in his writings. I hate myself and I want to die. This, he decided, would be the title of Nirvana's next album. Millions of fans adored the album Nevermind, but Cobain was now embarrassed by it. He thought it was too commercial and pop-sounding, so on their next record, he wanted to bring the band back to their punk roots. In February 1993, the band traveled to Frigid, Minnesota to record their third album with esteemed engineer Steve Albini. When Nirvana made music, there usually wasn't a lot of conversation. Kurt would play a riff, and Chris would tune into what he was doing, and Dave would play along with the two of them. Recording sessions started on February 14, and the entire album was recorded in 14 days. Albini said Kurt was focused and sober throughout the sessions, and recorded all his vocal tracks in just 6 hours. It was only after Chris convinced Kurt that Nirvana might face lawsuits with the title I Hate Myself and I Want to Die that he agreed to change the name.
At one point, you're going to call it I Hate Myself and I Want to Die. Just like Rape Me, the title itself confuses people. People would take it too literally. They think we were being serious because no one sees the funny side of us hardly. Every picture, if we take a photo shoot, we may smile or make goofy faces 90% of the time. And if we frown for 3 seconds, they'll use those 3-second shots.
Cobain switched titles to In Utero, which came from one of Courtney's poems. As is common with many artist relationships, the two began to think alike, share ideas, and edit each other's work. Courtney made him a more careful writer, and this album is likely the best songwriting of his career. On September 13, 1993, Nirvana's final studio album was released. In Utero opened at number 1 on the Billboard charts and had hit singles with songs like Heart-Shaped Box, Rape Me, and All Apologies, but also showcased the band's more wicked and experimental side with tracks like Scentless Apprentice, Milk It, and Tourette's. The main theme throughout the record is Kurt's apathy. He's disillusioned with the music industry machine. He feels nothing, he hates the world, and he's obsessed with death. Sonically, this is one of the rawest albums I've ever heard. There are no bells and whistles or fancy production. Instead, it's a stripped-back, live-sounding record.
One of the reasons why an album like In Utero still sounds fresh today is because it's the sound of 3 people. Like, it really is. There's imperfection and inconsistency. We didn't scrub it up and polish it and clean it up and hand it to you. We recorded it, sometimes only once. When I hear a song from In Utero on the radio in between maybe other modern popular recordings, it really stands out, because it sounds like us. And the only people that sounded like us were us.
Cobain had always been obsessed with anatomy, so the album art on In Utero is sort of the culmination of his aesthetic. The cover is an image of an anatomical angel with wings, and the back cover is a collage that includes fetuses and body parts lying in a bed of orchids and lilies. Kurt made the collage on his living room floor before getting it photographed.
In Utero is a testament to the artistic vision of Kurt Cobain and how it's kind of a weird record, but it's strangely beautiful at the same time. And if you look at Kurt's paintings and his drawings, he had his own, it's like what Dave was saying about having your own sound. And Kurt was a great songwriter. He had a good ear for a hook, great singer, great guitar player. In Utero is a good representation of what he liked in art and how he expressed himself.
Kurt had enormous pressure to follow up the success of Nevermind, and he did it, all while making something new that was true to his sensibilities. With another smash record out, everyone wanted a piece of Nirvana. They had offers to go on tour with U2 and Guns N' Roses, and every major festival wanted them to headline. But Kurt was simply not interested. He turned down a possible $6 million paycheck from Lollapalooza. Music and the band took a backseat, because by the end of the year, addiction controlled his life. In Palm Sunday, an autobiographical book by Kurt Vonnegut, he writes, "A friend of mine once spoke to me about what he called the existential hum, the uneasiness which keeps us moving, which never allows us to feel entirely at ease. He had tried heroin once. He said he understood at once the seductiveness of that narcotic. For the first time in his life, he was not annoyed by the existential hum." By the summer of '93, Kurt was using heroin almost every day. His interest was in escape, and the quicker and more incapacitating, the better. As a result, overdosing became routine, and he had a dozen documented near-death situations in that year alone. Cobain tried treatment. He attended individual therapy, group therapy, and even 12-step meetings, and would journal about his inability to get off the drug. He wrote, "I remember someone saying if you try heroin once, you'll become hooked. Of course, I laughed and scoffed at the idea, but now I believe this to be very true. At least once a year, some sort of crisis happens to everyone, the loss of a friend or mate or relative. This is when the drug tells you to say fuck it. Every drug addict has said fuck it more times than they can count." After each of his 6 stints in rehab, Cobain always went back to using. By the end of the year, Kurt was deteriorating quickly, and his family, friends, and bandmates were left feeling hopeless. In interviews, when Cobain was asked the inevitable question about heroin, he'd lie. He talked about his use in the past tense, saying he did it for about a year on and off.
As I expected, before I started doing heroin, I realized that I knew it at the beginning that it would become just as boring as marijuana does, you know. Like all drugs, after a few months, it's just as boring as, breathing air.
He also lied about the state of the band. At this point, there was clear tension within Nirvana. Kurt started threatening to fire his bandmates, refused to practice, and turned down festival shows that the other guys wanted to play. But of course, in interviews, he acted like things were better than ever.
I don't know, I just think our morale is at its best right now. I don't know, since I haven't had a stomach problem and I've had a child, I'm married now, I'm sure I'm a lot easier to deal with. I'm not as grumpy as I used to be. I couldn't be happier right now.
Kurt's roller coaster of moods affected everyone around him and fluctuated depending on whether he'd been fighting with Courtney. He began surrounding himself almost exclusively with a different set of friends now, many of whom were also drug addicts, so Chris and Dave stopped feeling welcome.
I don't do drugs. Right. I haven't done drugs since I was a kid. Right. 20 years old, I think, is when I stopped. And so, there were drugs around. And there was, the people who did the drugs, and then there were people that didn't do the drugs. And I didn't do the drugs. And so I was just out of that world, And if you're in it, you're in it. If you're not, you're out.
On February 2, 1994, Nirvana traveled to Europe in what would be their final tour together. Kurt was depressed and in no condition to play, but the record company wanted the band on the road to cash in on their latest record, In Utero. The first couple shows went surprisingly well. The band didn't hang out much anymore, but their chemistry on stage was still undeniable. On February 20, while the band traveled from Switzerland to Italy, Kurt turned 27 and spent it alone because his wife was in London for business. It's speculated that Courtney was really hanging out with Billy Corgan, the lead singer of the Smashing Pumpkins, who had 4 shows in a row in London the week of Kurt's birthday. This was extra shady because she dated Billy prior to her relationship with Kurt. Cobain found out and was convinced she cheated on him and viewed it as full-on betrayal. After this event, Kurt ended the tour. Nirvana's last ever show took place on March 1 in Munich, Germany. The band had only made it through 15 shows with another 23 to go. 2 days later, on March 3rd, Cobain checked into a 5-star hotel in Rome, where Courtney met him that afternoon. This was the first time they'd seen each other in 60 days, so Kurt went all out and wanted to win her over again. He got her roses and a piece of the Colosseum because she loved Roman history. That night he ordered room service and they shared a rare bottle of champagne. Later on, Courtney took a Valium and passed out without making love to him. The next morning when Courtney awoke around 5:30 a.m., she found Cobain on the floor completely unresponsive with blood coming out of his nose. In his pocket, he had written a note that said, "You don't love me anymore." Love frantically called down to the front desk and an ambulance rushed Cobain to a nearby hospital where his stomach was pumped and emptied. It was later revealed that Kurt overdosed on benzos. 20 hours after arriving in the hospital, he awoke from his coma and immediately scribbled his first request on a notepad. "Get these fucking tubes out of my nose." In his mind, nothing had changed. He was back in his own small piece of hell. After Rome, Kurt was never the same and declined rapidly. He shut everyone out. Even the presence of his daughter couldn't raise a smile. Out of desperation, Courtney staged an intervention at their home on March 25th, 1994, with 10 of his closest friends, including Chris Novoselic, where Kurt ultimately agreed to do another treatment program. The next day, Courtney flew to LA to check herself into her own rehab program to detox from tranquilizers. A few days later, on March 30th, Chris drove Kurt to the airport, and a label employee picked him up in LA and checked him into the Exodus Recovery Center. Cobain spent 2 days at the clinic. He talked to several psychologists there, and none of them considered him self-destructive. On his final night, Cobain told the staff he was stepping out onto the patio for a smoke. Outside, he escaped and caught a flight home that same evening. A curious thing about life is that we can never know what it's like to be another person. We can express emotions and share ideas through language, but ultimately life is subjective and experienced alone. Consciousness is sort of like a running film playing in your mind, and your inner voice is the never-ending conversation on how that film is going. By the end of his life, Kurt's inner voice was completely warped and dark, fueled by his drug use. He built up ideas not based in reality. He was convinced no one liked him and that everyone was against him. The intrusive thoughts became relentless.
What are you doing? Who are you trying to fool, Kurt? You're a fuck-up. You're worthless. You have no self-control. You're too weak for that. Courtney doesn't love you anymore. She left you. How could she love a piece of shit like you anyway? Courtney's better off without you. Francis is better off without you. The world is better off without you.
When Courtney found out Kurt escaped from rehab, she canceled his credit card and hired a private investigator to track him down. At the same time, Kurt's mom filed a missing persons report with the Seattle police. One of Francis's nannies briefly saw Kurt at home on April 2nd, but never saw him again. In his final days, it's believed he wandered around town with no clear agenda. Neighbors say they spotted him in a park near his house, looking ill and wearing a hunting hat, thick jacket, and sunglasses to try and not get recognized. On April 5th, 1994, our story ends. Cobain had made his mind up. He was done with the world. a tragic ending to a truly impactful life. Kurt Cobain's status as an icon distorts how quickly it all happened. There were only 924 days that separated the release of Nevermind and his death, and he was just 27 years old. In the end, he was convinced the world was a horrible place, but truth is never black and white. Reality is a paradox. In the world there is good and evil, joy and pain, life and death, and you don't have one without the other. It's a shame that Cobain never got to an age where he could recognize the good again.
You really don't know everything when you're in your early 20s, believe it or not.
Human nature is paradoxical, and Kurt Cobain's life reflects that. He drove a Volvo 240 because he thought it was the safest car in the market, yet was completely reckless when it came to drug use. He acted like he was disinterested in the press, but was extremely aware and sensitive to criticism. He pretended that Nirvana's worldwide success was an accident, but it only happened because of his careful orchestration. There are people that think Kurt was a slacker who did drugs and wrote classics with little effort, but that's not true. Cobain was a student of art and put in his 10,000 hours. His voice changed over the course of his career because he was constantly experimenting and refining his sound. He may have acted like nothing mattered, but he cared deeply and left a massive mark on culture because he fully devoted himself to his craft.
Just keep practicing and don't give up. Just never give up. Play as often as you can and be really dedicated and try to write good music. It doesn't matter what you look like or anything. It doesn't matter what your product looks like. It's what it sounds like.
Obviously, I didn't know Kurt. I wasn't even alive when he died, yet he's someone that I feel like I knew, and that must be how all his fans feel. His struggles and his duality are extremely relatable, and that's why every generation identifies with him. If you're watching this video, you've managed to find a reason to live, or are sticking around to find one. Hang in there. Some of your best days haven't happened yet. You have not seen it all. You have not felt it all. There are more people for you to meet, places to see, and experiences to have. When you're going through it, it's hard to remember what it feels like to be okay. But how you feel right now is not how you will always feel. Seek help if you need it. Don't be afraid to share your struggles. We're all alone in this together. I wish Cobain would have understood this, but without a doubt his legacy is his art, which will stay with us forever. The message of Nirvana's music is often uplifting. It allows you to acknowledge your pain, but still takes you to a higher level and makes you feel better. Kurt's music has outlived his own life and his darkest demons, and the positivity from his work will trickle down for generations to come. What's going on, guys? Jake here. I wanted to let you know that the Solar website is now live at solar.co, and we have a couple of t-shirts, hats, and stickers available for sale. I got the 2 t-shirts designed by 2 different artists. The heart was done by a Japanese artist, and then the mermaid dolphin was done by an Italian artist. And we got these t-shirts screen printed down the street in Puerto Rico. And this isn't one of those pre-order situations right now, so I actually do have a limited quantity of t-shirts in my apartment, so if you want one of those, make sure you order it quickly. If you are interested in just supporting the channel beyond purchasing some merch, you could do so with a one-time donation via PayPal or also via Venmo. And then if you yourself are a creative person and you're inspired by this video, you're inspired by the work being done on this channel, you can support me via Patreon. On there, I have specific breakdowns. I think right now 3 or 4 editing breakdowns on specific documentaries I produce. I walk through sort of my mentality to approaching topics and give you advice on the actual editing in Premiere Pro. But I also include like pretty intimate journal entries, and I honestly go on there and ramble. Like I start recording and I just share my thoughts about the state of the world and the state of content. So if you're interested in like completely unfiltered, you can get that on Patreon starting at just $2. Obviously, the work and the documentaries being done on this channel take a lot of time, but if you just want some daily vibes, on Solar Instagram page at solar.co. And yeah, it's been cool to see that page start to take off a little bit. You can also follow Solar on TikTok. Whenever I edit a reel for Instagram, I also upload it to TikTok. So in this video, I played snippets of Nirvana music, and I did my best with my music curation to create the feeling of Kurt and Nirvana's music, but there's nothing like the real thing. So if you want to go jam some Nirvana music, check out my Nirvana Pack Spotify playlist. It's all of my all-time favorite Nirvana music. And while you're there, check out my other playlist. My signature playlist is called Songs I'm Playing Right Now, and I update that every day. Like, I seriously take a lot of pride in that playlist. If a song makes it into that playlist, it means I had a moment with that song, so check that out. And also check out my other playlists. I have chill packs, I have like house music playlists, I have some pregame bangers, vintage hip hop. There's literally everything on there, and I'm adding new playlists. So I think those are all the things I want to plug. So now is the credits. First and foremost, I want to thank Audrey Badillo, who has been my creative muse throughout this project, and she translated this video into Spanish, so thank you so much, Audrey. I want to thank Justice Stir, my good friend Justice Stir, he made 5 beautiful, beautiful Nirvana guitar covers that really contributed to the experience of this video. And not only that, but Justice was someone that contributed a lot of ideas and that worked its way into the writing of this video. So thank you, Justice. And lastly, I want to thank Jack, who goes by Art by Smackjack on Instagram, who created just this really beautiful punk animated sequence. All right, guys. Until next time, peace.
say I smite the rock and God doesn't let me have my family back, my mission in life is still to promote families.
He has challenges or struggles in his life right now that he needs to overcome. One of those challenges, arguably the biggest one, is Kim Kardashian. And he's recognizing that.
The following is a conversation with Ye, the legendary artist, producer, and designer formerly known as Kanye West, on this, the Lex Friedman podcast.
Based off of our connection and just you being a friend, I need to show you my 2 tech companies and get your perspective on it. Because now I have friends that can give perspective. Like when I would work on albums, I had other friends that worked on albums and they would give me their perspectives on it.
You want to do this?
We are doing it. This is part of it.
What's your favorite thing, the thing you love the most about Kim? From a Mario perspective and the princess. Looking back. What's your favorite thing, the thing you love the most about Kim? From a Mario perspective and the princess. Looking back. Was there a moment?
She's definitely my favorite of all time.
Yeah. Was there a moment that, you know, like that catches you off guard and you say, I love this human being?
Yeah. I mean, it's just the DNA is like, she's a mix of Rob and Chris. Based off of our connection and just you being a friend, I need to show you my 2 tech companies and get your perspective on it. Because now I have friends that can give perspective. Like when I would work on albums, I had other friends that worked on albums and they would give me their perspectives on it.
You want to do this?
We are doing it. This is part of it.
This is part of it?
Absolutely.
All right, beautiful.
Oh, well, I wanted to finish. The thing is, okay, you're going to ask me different questions, but I'm about growing and building and bringing the idea to life. So when I see you, I say, oh, this guy understands how to hire engineers. Where I'm coming from Hollywood, coming from press, coming from media, all of the guys, you know, that so many of the guys that have been like voices and faces and talking heads, whatever, have
Elaine.
Emergency. What's the emergency? Well, Narcoteers, he does have the... Oh, whoa, behind you, sir, behind you, sir. Goodness gracious. Really a clear thinker in person. Get to the door.
Sounds like you got the water moving along, brother. What next?
That worked. Let's get to the door. Come on.
I certainly don't think this is where Tyr currently is.
He's got to be here somewhere. This mine is huge.
Atreus, what do you intend to stop Odin from doing? You speak as if you know his plan.
I don't know his plan. That's why we're here.
Brothers, with Fimbulwinter underway and Ragnarök around the corner, Odin will be desperate. Whatever he's planning to do surely won't be to the benefit of anyone but himself.
Exactly. Across the way, there's another door. Maybe that's the one.
Good thing you learned the runes, brother.
We explored. How many doors are there down here?
Not discouraging, but it is a mine after all.
Here. That is discouraging. Did you see that over there? Over to the left behind the screen. Maybe Tyr tried to escape. We should look.
That overflowing water is powering the crane. Clever. The lift lost some power. This water wheel powers the lift. Let's try to get it moving.
Yeah, doesn't look like we can power the lift from this side. This way. You might be able to get closer to the elevator.
Perhaps we could ride it up to the broken door.
Nice. There we go. keep the lift fully powered up. We're almost there.
We'll be up there in no time.
That's it. Come on. Let's take that lift up. Here can't be far. Okay, new exercise. Let's think about how Tyr's probably feeling locked up in his mind. If I were imprisoned by Odin and finally freed, Odin would obviously be at the top of my list. But I would just want to fight something. Anything. Even if it was just to know I'm still good. Tyr? Whoa, what happened here? Wretched!
They certainly weren't Tyr. Best look around.
This dwarf, is that a relic? Huh.
Behind you! Poison!
Feel a breeze. We might be able to get out of here this way. Another empty vault.
Little brother, perhaps it's time we...
No, don't even say it. We're gonna find him. Look, another door on the other side of the cavern. Let's go.
We're above where we got off the boat by Sindri. This mine is one enormous spiral.
think I can hear something in there. What happened? Why didn't that work?
The chain is blocked.
Jump! Should be clear now. Ready when you are. One more door. That one has to be it.
We will see.
Seems like we'll have to get to it first. Well, that didn't quite work. Something else we can do?
Let's keep looking around. There's gotta be something else. There.
Climb across. Look for another way.
I think I see a crank over here.
Atreus, another mental exercise. Would one who spends their life fighting, such as Tyr, have any desire to prove themselves? The proof leaves a wake of destruction.
But if the wake of destruction is a bunch of bad guys, why does that matter? You're strong, and you did the right thing.
War does not measure the strength of a man. One day you'll understand.
Ew, what the fuck? What the fuck?
We're almost there. Maybe there's a way to get the platform moving again.
Bro, I don't know the fuck from it.
To the World Mill, built by Judy McDenon.
The statue.
Not just any statue. That stony visage hung over the entrance to the World Mill, built by Judy McDenon. Bloody Droger holes. We've got to clear out and get back.
The statue.
Not just any statue. Something in it. Oh, where we got on the boat by Sindri. This mine is one enormous smile.
There's something in there.
A statue.
Not just any statue. That stony visage hung over the entrance to the world built by Turin the Generous. Bloody Trogan holes! We've got to clear out and get back.
Hey, we did it! I'll meet you at the door. This could be it. We still have to go back and check out that last door, right?
Telegram to me still. This looks familiar. We're back in the spiral section of the mine.
A statue.
Not just any statue. That stony visage hung over the entrance to the world mill, built by Turin the Generous. Damn it! Did you hear that, brothers? I don't think we're alone.
Ears open. Eyes up.
It came from over here. There's a passage leading out.
Atreus, do my words irritate you?
It's fine. I get it.
Brothers! Wait, is that light up ahead there?
Hey, this might be it. That door's barred. They must be trying to keep something in.
You don't lock a door like that to secure the spare bedclothes.
I see what we must do.
Be up! Clearly they don't want us in there. This has to be it.
Back to it then.
What trickery is this, Odin? What game do you play with me now?
We're not with Odin. We're the good guys.
This is the God War.
Those blades. I know you. God Killer. Have you come for me now?
Only to free you.
Stay away. Brother, let me try. Tia. Look, you know me, don't you?
You killed Mimir!
No.
Yeah, we brought him right back.
Yeah, stay away from me, you monsters!
Stop! We need him!
Wait!
I'm about to get knocked around one Let's find your son.
Dear, it's okay. It's gonna be okay.
Leave me alone.
Tyr, listen, I swear we're not here to hurt you. We're just trying to get you
Away
out.
from me, please.
Take you somewhere safe,
I
away
beg
from
you.
Odin.
Show mercy.
This is my father. We help people.
I don't belong out here, please. It's worse when he's angry.
Are you not a soldier? Are you not a leader of men? Master yourself! My son brought us to this place. For you! Look at him!
You? Why? You don't know me.
I know what you stood for. You helped the giants. We're returning the favor.
We?
We are leaving. Are you coming with us?
Here. Your statue on the lake. You had a spear. I thought you needed a weapon.
Walking stick? No. A kind thought, but no. Thank you, no.
But... Okay.
I ran because I don't always know what's real. Sometimes there's a...
There's no shame in that, brother. We live in strange times.
Everyone hears him talk.
We must return home.
Can you feel that? A wing. Blowing from over here. Maybe there's an exit nearby.
Are there names by which I should call you?
I'm Atreus. You already know me, Mir. And that's my father, Kratos.
How does the son of a Spartan come to speak for the Jotnar?
My mother was the last giant in Midgard. Lowkey.
Lowkey. I remember that name.
She tried to help people, too. She's in the light of Alpha now.
You have my sympathies.
Fuck.
Are you okay?
These are just much stronger when you're not sitting down. Please, let me get that. It's the least I can do. Why risk Odin's wrath to free me?
Well, Ragnarök is coming. I hope you knew that. We thought you'd want to help.
You freed me only to start a war?
No!
So, Tyr, it's good to see you in the flesh again.
Mimir, what's become of you?
In your footsteps. Betrayal, indefinite imprisonment, execrable torture at the hands of the All-Father.
You didn't deserve such treatment.
You? I will say my view was a touch better than yours.
We found him at the top of a mountain with tree roots wrapped all around him. The only way to free him was to... oh, that.
Highly pleasant for all parties involved.
You okay?
The light. It's been so long.
There's an outcropping just ahead. The shade will make it easier on your eyes. Come on.
You said Ragnarök is coming. Which means Baldur.
Baldur is dead.
Odin sent him to track down a giant in Midgard, and then he found Kratos. Anyway, I'd promised to take these two to the tallest peak in the realms if they'd chop off my head and convince Freya to bring it back.
Emil, speak of
Watch
war.
out!
Right side, incoming!
Come. We must leave before more creatures attack. You should have taken the spear. Defended yourself.
No. I've abjured all violence.
But you're the god of war.
I left that behind long ago.
If Odin starts Ragnarok, you really wouldn't fight?
Not even if I wished to. Before we go any further, the truth. What is it you want from me? You speak of Ragnarök. Is it a god of war you came to find? Is that the tear you need?
Atreus.
Forgive me. I am grateful for my freedom. But if you want me to follow you to war, or worse yet, lead you to it, then kill me now. My fight is gone. Damage is done.
No one's killing you, brother.
Better that than to live to see Ragnarök.
We do not seek war.
We just want some answers.
I don't know how to help you.
It doesn't matter. The giants trusted you. That's the tear we need. We need you.
All right. All I ask is for a good night's rest. And maybe some food. I think you killed the guards bringing me dinner.
Brother, perhaps now you'd like to finish the story?
The sons of Thor attacked us. We killed them. Baldur tried to kill Freya. I killed him.
But you skipped over how we fought and fought without them. And that the giants are all gone. And how they called me Loki. Finding the shrines.
Giants are gone.
When we got to Jotunheim, they were all dead.
Dead? Do you think Odin?
think we're getting out of here not a moment too soon.
Whoa, what are those?
Reinforcements from Asgard. The Einherjar will want to investigate my disappearance thoroughly.
Are they using the sky to travel between realms?
Odin's got tricks up his sleeve we haven't dared to consider.
They're coming down on me, the Valir, too. Will the dwarves be okay?
The time for such concerns has passed. We must leave. Now.
Left side, brother!
Yggdrasil. It's been too long. I'd forgotten. Beauty.
Tyr, in your travels, did you ever hear the giants talk about Loki?
I'm sorry. That name doesn't sound familiar. The giants were very private people.
Makes sense.
Perhaps after a rest. Treehouse.
Lord Tyr, you're really alive.
Am I? I wonder.
Okay. He's just tired. I promised him some food and a room to rest in.
Ah, of course you did. Well, let's see what we can do. Please, come inside.
We'll be right in. So, can we talk about what to do next?
There is much to consider. We will speak in the morning.
Oh, okay. In the morning.
Hold still! Yep.
Oh, much better. Thank you.
See? Sleep tight, Tyr. I'm gonna turn in. Big day tomorrow.
So, Tyr. Sounds like promises were made. Let's see about getting you settled, shall we? If you'll follow me.
Hey! Come see what I got for you. I'm sure we won't be interrupting any goings-on.
Accommodations. I may need time to construct a bed.
So that's what's left of Tyr, huh? Back where I come from, we'd say he's been through a few things.
So have we all.
Well, ain't you filler solid?
To be honest, it's all I can manage.
All right. Some food then.
Oh, nothing much. Perhaps some hardtack.
Hardtack.
Any sort of humble chips biscuits do.
Aye.
With a pinch of salt.
Well, I'll see what I can find.
Perhaps I'll be able to sleep tonight. Really sleep. The sleep of a free man without the All-Father's eye on me.
Know what? They must be in the pantry. I'll just look quietly.
Dug up some new blueprints for you. What'll it be? Need something special? What are you thinking, brother?
I am thinking. I want things to be the way they were.
Well, I'd like to climb a tree again. Certain ships have sailed.
I just wish Atreus were not so restless. I care only for his safety.
I know, brother. But holding him too tight won't keep him out of danger. The lad's determined to make a few mistakes of his own. And I hate to say it, I think Tyr might be one of them. I've never seen a man broken so completely.
His pain is fresh. You expect too much.
Aye, perhaps. Pity Freya still wants to kill you. That's an ally we could use.
That is not an option.
No, I don't suppose it is.
Trouble sleeping. Ah! Shh! You cannot sneak up on me like that. There's something I have to do in Midgard.
Without me? I thought we were partners.
We are, just wasn't sure you'd want to join me. I'm visiting an old friend.
Oh, I see. Or possibly not doing that, taking into account she's determined to murder you.
She wouldn't really.
I think it's lovely that you see the best in people. I really do. And I want you to continue to see the best in people by not getting yourself murdered.
But we need her. It's worth the risk.
Is it, though?
She's kind of a baddie.
How about I suggest an alternative? Something much less risky, but maybe could give you some answers.
What are you talking about?
A certain old friend you haven't seen in a while. A very giant friend.
Jormungandr? Did you find him?
Why don't I show you? It's just on the way to the vengeful goddess who wants you dead. So it'll give us some time to decide about not going mad.
I would play as Atreus.
You know
Oh
we're
my
Freya.
god.
No. I mean, yes, but look, let's just talk to the snake first, and then I won't take you to Freya. How's that sound? You brought your key of Yggdrasil. You seem to have dashed out without mine.
Huh. You got sick of having house guests that fast?
What? No. I could just use some fresh air, is all.
Well, I hope you like it cold.
Should we swing by your cabin first? Will your furry friend be joining us this time?
No. I meant to tell you. Fenrir's dead.
Oh. I'm very sorry to hear that. As wolves go, he was always very clean.
Thanks.
I'd offer to give you a hug, but why traumatize either of us further? Okay. Caught a whiff of something awful near the Helheim Tower. Remember how to get there?
Yep, just past the oarsman. But that's what makes you think Jormungandr's nearby?
I know what I smelled.
Okay. Well, a lot's kinda happened. And I need answers.
The Lake of the Nine is like Lake was enough.
The chest.
Not so easy, huh?
Shut up!
Yo, so, what's been going on?
So, Father said I cast a spell when Fenrir died, but I don't know what he's talking about.
Accidental magic? That is disquieting.
Accidental magic's not all. I sort of turned into a bear.
A bear? Including the slobber?
Yeah, but I lost control. Frey knows magic better than anyone. She could help me.
But not giant magic.
Fine. We'll do it your way then, Sin. A huge venomous snake seems much safer.
Venomous? Shoot the barrel. It's got soundstone on it, too. Or not.
We're blocked. How'd the Armateer statue end up here?
Find a way through, and I'll tell you.
I'm on it.
Huh. Looks worth it.
Looks like there's something hidden by the horse. If only I had a way to burn this.
Yes. If only your father were here.
That's not what I said.
Duck? Maybe try your arrows?
Oh, we got it!
Excellent! Now to clear the rest. I can't see the other side of the panel from here. Can you? Maybe you need a higher vantage point. Do you see the soundstone from there?
So, Tyr's arm.
Your father owed Thora blood payment, and, well, he got it.
Wow, great story.
Anyway, is that likely to happen again? Sudden, uncontrolled bear rampage?
Beats me. We've got company. Got my back?
They're literally made of filth. I'm not touching...
Who said you need to touch them?
I like the way you think. Okay, here goes nothing!
Wow, Sindri, harsh words. I'm sure he'll recover.
You want my help or not?
All right, all right. Sacrificing so many objects from your bag of tricks.
Well, you clearly need the help.
Oh, whatever. Oh, shoot. I think the lift switch is broken. You can fix it, can't you? Or does your brother have all the talent after all?
Depends. Is your father all the muscle?
If I say yes, you realize you're confirming Brock has all the talent?
There! Let's get going.
Why are you worrying so much today?
I just need to look out for the people I care about. Keeps bad things from happening to them.
Freya wouldn't kill me. And Jormungandr's probably not even there. Besides, he likes me. He's only eaten me once.
I had conveniently scrubbed that from my memory.
Well, we're here. Told you he's gone.
Well, have you tried calling him?
Blowing the horn's the first thing we try.
I'm not talking about the horn. That's not weird at all.
Well, don't let us keep you up or anything. Good talk. Ironwood. What do you think it means?
Means we should have stayed home. Let's head back.
Door's frozen. Maybe I can... Ah!
Would you just let me do it?
Is that frozen lightning?
Yep.
Want a closer look?
No. So what was your plan anyway? Just stroll up to the old Valkyrie Council circle and hope Freya's in a good mood?
Well, now that I know where she is, yeah, exactly what I'm gonna do.
Fuck. Don't tell Brock I cursed. He's unbearable when he's smug.
Look, Baldur tried to kill her. We had no choice.
I'm not sure she sees it that way.
Well, I'm not gonna ask her. Besides, they were your arrows.
You're absolutely right, which is exactly why I'm recommending we don't do this.
Need a moment.
Well, that's quite enough excitement for one day.
No way. We're so close.
Oh dear. Maybe this is a sign.
Don't be a baby. I'll catch you. Promise not to drop you this time. Fine. Just step between the realms then.
You know it doesn't work that way. Though sweet Vesla, I wish it did.
See? Was that so bad?
I sincerely hope I never have to do it again, if that's what you're asking. My shop! Well, if I can't stop you, then this is as far as I go. I'm gonna stay. Fix this.
Suit yourself.
Sure you want to go in there wearing the very arrow tip that killed her son?
I'll hide it under my shirt. And besides, it's a reminder to be better.
You need a murder weapon to be a better person?
It makes me feel brave, okay? Is that such a bad thing?
When it leads you to believe you can convince Freya of anything, yes, it is.
I have to try. Keep going.
Are you sure this is a good idea? You haven't got a plan.
Rock says some people run better on chaos. I think he's right.
What makes you think that applies here? This is life and death.
And this is Ragnarok. We can't just do nothing and we're out of options.
Living is an option.
Okay, now which way to the council? As long as I go up and forward, I think I'll get there eventually. Yeah, sounds right. Blocked. Need to destroy the sonic piece first. Alright, I just need to get a different angle on the soundstone.
What's pop, yo? Y&W Melly might be one of the most tragic cases for someone that didn't die in the past 10 years, maybe even 15 years. Because now it looks like the death penalty might be back on the table after it was previously removed against Y&W Melly for him facing this double homicide. An appeal...
Nightmares coming true, creeping out, blackout in truck, and I'm dripping blood. Today I've been falling from the wall. You say you keep calling out my name. Stop talking, I don't want to hear you talking. I'm sorry, I'm just honest. I am in the heart of darkness. For me, I don't have to do anything. When I'm in your area, the flowers start withering. I swirl everything glittering. Ice girl, I'm an ice her with some better things. I'ma treat myself with fucking medicine. To feel something, I'd do anything. I've been only moving up the leveling. You fucked up again, you let the devil in. Feel like Romeo, I'm that cold when it's cold. With the flat, I'm not feeling you. That's true. Can't be seen with you, but it's cool. I froze myself, now I'm freezing you. Rock life ain't feelings too. Nightmares coming true, creeping up, blackout in dark, and I'm driven by Romeo. I'm that cold when it's cold. Off the flat, I'm not feeling you. It's true. Can't be seen with you, but it's true.
The question of every election is, who is it a referendum on? The assumption of Republicans was, it's got to be a referendum on the party in power. It has to be. The party in power is doing a terrible job, and it's unified. They have the House, they have the Senate, they have the presidency. All the bad stuff is their fault. In many of these races, the referendum turned into a referendum not on Joe Biden and the Democrats, but into a referendum on the particular weird, out-of-the-box candidates that Republicans chose in many of these areas. Candidates who made many independents feel insecure. And this was a major problem. It was a serious problem for the Republicans. Well, folks, we've got to recap that midterm 2022 election. What happened? What went wrong? How do Republicans fix it? And what kind of opportunities lie ahead for them if they do? This video is sponsored by Ring. What went wrong is the big question, because here's the thing. It was supposed to be a red wave, or at least a red tide, and instead it turned into a red trickle. By which I mean it looks like the Republicans are going to end up with bare control of the House. A very, very small majority as opposed to what should have been a sweeping majority. They may end up in control of the Senate. That is going to depend, it looks like, on a Georgia runoff, which doesn't look particularly amazing because it's Herschel Walker against Raphael Warnock, and Walker doesn't happen to be a particularly strong candidate. So, what went wrong? What exactly happened here? Well, the answer is actually fairly obvious. The Republicans ran a lot of crappy candidates. Where Republicans ran strong candidates who were not associated with out-of-the-box crazy ideas, they won, and they won big. The big contrast in 2022 is between Florida, where Republicans absolutely cleaned up, and, say, the Georgia gubernatorial race, where Brian Kemp did really well against Stacey Abrams, or Texas, where Greg Abbott did really well against Beto O'Rourke. And Democrats poured tons of money into these places. The contrast is those places versus all the other places where the Republicans wildly underperformed. And here I'm talking about Pennsylvania, where they ran Doug Mastriano, who got absolutely smoked by Josh Shapiro in the gubernatorial race, or New Hampshire, where Don Baldock got smoked by Maggie Hassan. These are the races where things should have gone differently, because all the fundamental underlying factors were in favor of Republicans here. A 43% approval rating for the current president of the United States. 75% of Americans in exit polls saying that the economy was moving in the wrong direction. 28% approval rating for Joe Biden among independents. 40-year high in inflation. Chaos in the Middle East, breaking out again thanks to Iran. And like, tons of stuff happening in the world right now, none of it particularly good for the Democrats, which is why, if you looked at the polls, all the movement in the last weeks was toward the Republicans. So what went wrong? The answer is Republicans assumed in a lot of these races that the fundamentals against Joe Biden were so strong they could literally go down to the homeless shelter, pick up some people, and put them up for races. That is not how politics works, and this is what the independents showed. So many of those same independents who didn't like Joe Biden voted for a Democratic candidate because they looked at the Republican candidate and they said, this is not somebody I can trust with governance. This is the constant story. The more solid the Republican candidate, the better the candidate did. I know this seems like tough stuff, but it really is not. Republicans made a bad habit of, in primaries, picking candidates who seemed attractive because they were fight people, but they didn't actually guarantee the possibility of solid governance, solid, sober stuff once they were in office. See, think of politics like a cake. And the cake has a couple of elements. It's got the cake, it's got the icing. Republicans are very attracted by the icing. We love the icing. The icing is the social culture war kind of stuff, the sexy stuff where you're fighting against the wild equity agenda of the Democrats. You're fighting against the transing of the children, all that kind of, all this stuff's super important. Icing is great. You can't have a great cake without the icing. But if the cake is icing, and what is underneath the icing is actually not cake, it's just a bag of flaming garbage, the icing isn't going to help. And so Republicans kept picking candidates where there was no evidence these people were going to be good at governing. They'd been at like QAnon rallies 6 months beforehand. That is not going to win. And here's the thing. If you actually wish to see conservatism win, you need people to win their races. You need to win their races. It's not all that shocking. That was the big problem here. People got really happy about the underlying bad conditions for Democrats, and they assumed they could put up a bag of crap, and that bag of crap would then be elected to the office. That is typically not how it works for Republicans. You have to demonstrate, at best, like Ron DeSantis, that you've got cake, you're really good at governance, and you can do the icing really well. You can fight the media. You can fight the social issues. You can fight woke corporatism. All those things you can fight. But the cake has to be there. Or like Brian Kemp, who fought a few of the culture issues, but more was just the cake. There wasn't like tons and tons of icing. It was mostly just cake. Or Mike DeWine in Ohio, who earned the trust of his population in Ohio to the extent that he won over 60% of the vote. Ohio. J.D. Vance, by contrast, won about 53% of the vote because he was a more controversial candidate. Well, folks, with the holidays coming around the corner, many of us will be traveling to see our families and loved ones soon. You might find yourself away from home more often than not. That's why I've decided to team up with my friends over at Ring. With Ring security products, you can rest easy knowing your home and family are safe when you are not there. The Ring doorbell notifies you when guests or packages arrive. Ring's indoor cameras let you keep an eye on kids and pets while you're away. Ring alarm will alert you of any motion detection while the house is empty. Plus, if you add smart lighting around your home, you can turn lights on and off while you're away too. Ring's home security products don't just help keep your home and family safe, they make perfect gifts for everybody on your holiday. We've been using Ring for years to keep our home safe. That's the thing that matters most to me, because sometimes when I'm away from the house, I want to make sure that my family is doing well. This is what Ring is for. Head over to ring.com/collections/offers. Find out how you can live a little more stress-free this season with a Ring product that is right for you. That's ring.com/collections/offers. Ring.com/collections/offers to see what they can offer you. The question of every election is, who is it a referendum on? The assumption of Republicans was, it's got to be a referendum on the party in power. It has to be. The party in power is doing a terrible job, and it's unified. They have the House, they have the Senate, they have the presidency. All the bad stuff is their fault. In many of these races, the referendum turned into a referendum not on Joe Biden and the Democrats, but into a referendum on the particular weird, out-of-the-box candidates that Republicans chose in many of these areas. Candidates who made many independents feel insecure. And this was a major problem. It was a serious problem for the Republicans. So, what does that mean for 2024 and looking forward? What it means is that if the Republicans look at the underlying trends, Republicans did well with black voters, they did well with Hispanic voters, they did better with suburban women. In the generic congressional ballot, Republicans will have won this election by somewhere between 2 and 4 points. That's not a bad election on the surface of it. It just didn't materialize in many of the key races, again, because of bad candidate choice. And many of those candidates were tied up in the Donald Trump desire to see people talk incessantly about the 2020 election and his claim that the election was stolen from him. This is why, in the immediate aftermath of the election, you had Donald Trump putting out on Truth Social messages about Don Baldwin being insufficiently sycophantic to him. He picked Don Baldwin. He picked Don Baldwin in New Hampshire specifically because Don Baldwin denied the results of the 2020 election. That's why Trump loved it. And then Don Baldwin was asked, did Trump win the election? And he said no. And then he lost. Trump said, well, it was because he refused to go along with it. No, President Trump, that is not what happened. Don Baldwin was a bad candidate. You picked him in the primary. That one's on you. Same thing happened with Mehmet Oz. Apparently, Donald Trump endorsed Mehmet Oz. Barely eked out a primary victory against Dave McCormick in Pennsylvania on the basis that Melania liked Dr. Oz on TV. And that is not how you pick candidates. President Trump picked Doug Mastriano in Pennsylvania. He endorsed him. He wanted him. Why? Because Mastriano said that the election of 2020 was stolen. Regardless of what you believe about the election of 2020, if your main issue in 2022 is election 2020, you're going to lose. It's going to be a serious problem for you as a candidate. So moving forward toward 2024, Republicans are going to have a choice. Right now, they have the Florida model. The Florida model is Ron DeSantis took a state that he won by 30,000 votes in 2018, 0.4% of the vote. He transformed that into a 20-point victory. He won that state by 1.5 million votes. That was his margin of victory. The rest of the state went red as well. Republicans picked up 4 House seats in Florida. Marco Rubio walked away with a 16 percentage point win over Val Demings. That was supposed to be a close race. What happened in Florida? Ron DeSantis is good at governing. He's good at organizing. He's a good candidate. Your choice. Do you want the candidate who grows majorities, large majorities, out of opportunities, or do you want the candidate in 2024 who took an electoral college victory and a popular vote loss in 2016, and proceeded to turn that into an electoral vote loss and a popular vote loss in 2020, and then proceeded to give away 2 Georgia Senate seats in 2020, and then proceeded to give away many seats in the election of 2022. Listen, I thought that President Trump did many, many wonderful things as president. The question is, what do you think he's going to do as candidate Trump in 2024? How do you think he has impacted the Republican Party going forward? And what will he do to fix that? Is he capable of shifting and moving? Is he capable of commonsensical change? So far, he's not shown any evidence that he is. He's going to have to change that. He spent the days since the election ripping on Ron DeSantis, the most successful Republican governor of any of our lifetimes. Does that seem like a smart, intelligent, and well-calibrated move designed to draw independents in the future? Or does it seem narcissistic and divisive? These are serious questions that must be asked moving forward, especially if you want to win the independents. The story of the last few election cycles is also how the independents voted. In 2016, undecided voters, day of the election, vote 2-1 for Trump. Now that you've got me digging into it more, the day of absence, like,
and others look like President Obama, like they look. No, that's true. But what I'm saying is, if I have 35% body fat, and I am an unfortunate, I'm actually one of these fucks. I store my fat in my cheeks for sure. So when I start putting on, in the past, I have.
How much weight did you smoke?
My cheekbones go like first and foremost. I just get a very round face, right? That means for me, there's other reasons. There's big health reasons as well. I try to keep my body fat decently low. I also always store my fat around my organs, which is really, really dangerous. So I try to always keep my body fat low for those 2 reasons. So I would say why would you get a buccal fat transplant when you could lose weight first? It's cheaper, it's going to be less invasive.
What if you have a lot of weight, like really low body fat levels that you'll be constantly hungry at or whatever, and it'll be really difficult? Why not just get the surgery at that point?
Well, at that point, sure. No, sure. If you have to maintain, the thing is, if you have to maintain 6% to not have like a very leaned out face, damn, let the researchers at you. You're practically an anomaly. Okay, that's very impressive. The thing is that's just not most people. That's why most of my recommendations are going to be simple things like losing weight. But yeah, I don't have a problem. Here's the thing: you can have cosmetic surgery at any time you want. Here's what I would argue why losing weight is always going to be a better solution: going to the gym. Not only are you losing weight, but you're also building qualities that we know women are looking for: dedication, discipline, conscientiousness, and mindfulness. You're working on your body, you're going every single day, you're having self-control. Losing weight is not a simple process. It's extremely difficult, and in the process of doing that, you're actually cultivating the characteristics that women are looking for in a partner as a character value. If you just get surgery, you're not doing that. So again, you can just get surgery, that's fine. This is why, though, I would advocate for exercise before surgery.
I think it's absolutely, but I don't think in terms of physical attractiveness, women are really going to care about that.
Wait, what?
I don't think in terms of physical attractiveness, women are going to see, like, okay, actually, wait, hold on. For losing fat, absolutely. In fact, going to the gym, and probably the most beneficial part of going to the gym is just losing fat. Because I think that between that and gaining muscle, losing the fat is probably what's going to boost the guy's physical attractiveness the most.
It's actually usually gaining muscle, because even as you're like gaining muscle, even if you still have a fair bit of fat, when you have a lot of muscle underneath fat, it still like pulls everything together, makes you look more toned and put together. This is why dad bod is so popular. Dad bod is somebody with pretty high fat body percentage, but also a lot of muscle. So it kind of puts things together and makes them. It's very different. This is very, yeah.
I don't know if I agree with that. I think aren't like tall, skinny guys that are physically attractive like a thing? I don't think.
They're a thing.
It's like a type for a lot of women, but we can agree to disagree on that.
Well, hold on. I didn't say that fat guys are a type. I said if you had to choose, you said I think losing fat is more important than putting on muscle. I said I don't think that that's true for so many reasons. I didn't even get to the biomechanical reasons as to why you should focus on gaining muscle than just losing fat. Because as you gain muscle, you have a resting higher, like basically like meat, and therefore you actually will burn your fat faster. So in every single way, you should focus on putting on muscle.
Yes, I'm not talking about biomechanics. I'm talking purely in terms of physical attraction.
I'm still saying that losing fat, you're going to lose the fat faster if you put on muscle, and your fat will look better in the process. But yeah, girls typically are going to prefer a tall, skinny guy over a fat guy, but that's because of the difference between skinny and fat, right? Would a girl prefer a muscular guy or a skinny guy? Yeah.
Probably the muscular guy, but I don't think it would matter that much.
I mean, in general, when they look at body types, women seem to definitely prefer muscularity.
Yeah, I don't think they prefer it. I just don't think it's going to be major.
Sure, and that would be my main argument for a muscular.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Tentative destination. You know the child is an ascot.
Max difficulty because I'm not a bitch. This one's for you, Kratos. He had a goofy little smile on his face. So proud of himself for killing a baby deer. Not impressed. Shit's not even 50 pounds. They have a healthy relationship now. It's so cute.
Loki's a shapeshifter, so he fucks a bunch of animals. The giant world serpent's one of his sons, too. Oh, so this is gonna be like the Baldur fight equivalent. Oh, that was a regular. It's like a villain of the week cartoon. No, she's dead. Stay on that. God, he's already there. No! God damn! I'm thankful she's not going for our dogs. She's not a great strategist. That would have been the optimal plan. Oh, hey now. Alright. Hey, so lame. Your son's too big. It's not that big a deal. Freya's upset because we killed her son. He was going to kill her because he was real mad that she had given him basically invincibility, but at the cost of not being able to feel anything. So he was about to kill her, and so we killed him. So is Fenrir not his son then? Okay, so it's not going to follow like the mythology that closely. Suck his fucking soul out? What is that? Out with that Shang Tsung fatality. They're really coming in full throttle with the animal passing away. That's always like such a punch in the gut. When a movie or game or show goes for like the animal route, you know that it's really like trying hard. Tug on your heartstrings. Damn it, Freya, I'm trying to sleep. I don't want to wake up. Giant buffet. the start of this because it doesn't feel like it. Because that was an ability I had to earn in the last game, and I have it on forever right now. Or actually, no. So yeah, I had to buy that last time too. Right now I'm just giving him that full dick delivery. There's a trace just loving us. We got ourselves a revenant situation now. Jesus Christ, I'm really beating the shit out of Smokey here. God damn. God damn, man. That's comboing out of his mind. This isn't what you want in this picnic basket, Yogi. Oh, God. My parries are looking good. Nice. That was clean. Took a little minute to warm up. We got there in the end. Jesus Christ. Okay, maybe we let him go with a warning. I think he regrets it now. He's... Oh, God. Poor guy. Oh. No, keep beating his ass. You turned into a bear and attacked people. And you were weak. Weakest bear I've ever seen.
What happened at the protection stand?
It's just a fact. What do you blame it? Yeah, Atreus, who else would it have been? Leave? What do you mean no longer blaming me? Just keep shooting with arrows. He hates that. Wow. That's pretty intense. Speak to him. Atreus. In his native tongue. Bears can survive without their mom, right?
Oh, bloody hell. What was that?
The scorpion from Mortal Kombat, I guess. Goddamn.
All the way up. Like a giant. Look, he's on our side. Find him.
I'm assuming Tyr won't be on our side. Just because we both like the Giants doesn't mean that we're going to be friends.
Father, use your blade. Burn them.
shit. I interrupted the time. Okay. Huge, what a clutch. That's big from Atreus. Let's go, baby.
Baby.
What? Oh, God. Holy shit. What is this? Oh boy. Okay. Well, that wasn't clean, but we got there in the end. Yikes. He's got to warm up. Boss fight? Oh, God. Oh, my Lord. I'm getting attacked by Mr. Thomas. God damn. Otherwise, this is giant goat man. Mr. Thomas is a reference to the Chronicles of Narnia. Most people, I don't even remember that fucking movie by now. What a dated reference. Yikes. If I was to ever do a tier list of creepy guys on the internet, the guy I'm about to show you would be the undeniable top tier triple S super smoking style creep god. The individual you're about to see almost makes that guy that was sending pig carcasses to the coworker he loved seem sane. I know I've called one other person in a video the creepiest guy ever, but the man I'm about to show you today, I think is far more disturbed, so much so that I'm actually somewhat concerned for the safety of the people around him. I'm sure you've seen this video floating around right now because it's going viral, and for good reason. It is scary. The Cracker Barrel, and I was going to play a song for a woman that I kind of like, and I got there, immediately pulled away, and I wasn't forcing her to listen or anything, you know. I just wanted to play the song for her, you know, give her her own choice if she wanted to be with me. Now, I'll quickly bring you up to speed on what's happening right now with the lore. So, the cops are there because the guy called them, I believe. So, he's a Kaioken times 10 weirdo. He called the cops because he wanted to report this girl's dad, a girl that he chased around while playing his music to try and win her love. And his music is downright horrifying. It sounds like 5 trash cans being violently slammed together while someone's getting murdered in an alleyway for the vocals. I have been so deep in this rabbit hole learning about this man, it's been like an episode of Mike Rowe's Dirty Jobs just gathering all this information. I'm going to play you just a quick snippet from one of his tracks. Fire's about to move to the top and grow! It's coming together now! The voice of an angel. I can't believe that. Plan didn't work. It's so organic. It sounds straight out of a Disney film. Even though there's no choice here because he was stalking her and chasing her, playing this over his fucking box, I guess. But anyway, she was so frightened that she ended up calling her dad, and her dad got in contact with him and said some mean things to him. So the guy that called the cops on the dad, hoping to like get him arrested or file something against him. You know, yeah, I wouldn't go there for silent killer. You know, we talking a little bit, but it never really got serious. But anyways, I pulled up there, and I was in the other parking lot, and I saw him in a car. Oh shoot! I almost pulled up there to pull away from me, and so I chased her a little bit. She just, I don't know, wasn't that crazy? Like I feel like she like wanted to chase her. It's just like I only did like a couple of things. God, it's so sad that women can't appreciate a good, nice guy like this. Women are so weird. How could they not appreciate a complete psychopath chasing them around for a few blocks while blaring music that sounds like the
Her father told me that, and he made some friends to me in my life. So one that happened his name on file. He said his dad, but he's like tough. He said, I'm gonna do something to you. I swear I do something to you. And, yeah, but it wasn't chasing. It was like going down a couple streets. Like that's like phone tour. Like women like that. A little bit exciting.
Fucking unhinged logic. Well, I wasn't chasing her. It was like minor stalking. You know, that's nothing. Women love to be stalked. So like, it's fun and it's exciting. God, what an absolute lunatic. So yeah, the dad calls, apparently made threats against him because I'm assuming his daughter called him in panic, like, holy shit, this guy is coming after me, and I'm fucking horrified. So the dad is trying his best to like stop anything bad from happening. So I'm sure the dad is this like passionate woman's like, leave the fuck alone, or I'm gonna do something about it. I'll give you a knuckle sandwich, why all that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all. To try and protect his daughter, keep her safe, do what he can from a distance, like get the fuck away from her, you freak.
Well, what about like how cool? What about like BDSM porn where women like to have free things? Well, who knows? What women do like have free things?
It took us only about a minute for him to start mentioning rape after talking about stalking and, you know, downplaying how stalking is not a big deal. Immediately brings it to BDSM and rape fantasies. From fucking out of nowhere. What, you're gonna call me crazy for chasing her? Well, what about rape? You know, there's rape fantasies and porn, what about that? And then he has the gall, the chutzpah to say most women have a rape fantasy. It's blowing my mind here, this guy's thought process. Fucking crazy. I'm also 100% sure he's never had an actual conversation with a woman. When he mentioned at the beginning they were kind of talking, I imagine it's because they were co-workers, and she said like hi to him occasionally, or like while they were working, like, hey, we need to do this. And that to him was like meaningful interaction with a human female. This is like a scary individual. His brain immediately jumps to a rape when confronted with his actions.
I don't know. But well, I just want you to get his name on top, just in case he does do anything to anyone. I know his daughter's name. I know her name. I don't know his name. Don't.
A great suggestion from the officer here, superb. Just get the fuck away from her. Leave her alone. Solves all the issues here. Case closed. Didn't even need Dr. Phil on this one to get to the bottom of it. The solution was obvious. Just get away from her.
Well, one song I made, this is the final chance that it's gonna happen. Okay. Yeah, but that's the thing. She can't use that with free will, man. You don't understand. I'm a man myself. I need myself. She's being a total.
For some reason, he's so delusional, he keeps thinking that she doesn't have her own authority to make her own choices, yet keeps saying she needs her own free will. She had her own free will by running away from you, by like being scared of you, running away, and then telling her dad that is her making choices to try and protect herself from you, because you are the threat. You're the fucking danger that's knocking on her door, and she is responding with her own free will of getting the fuck away from you as fast and efficiently as possible. It's just such a scary thought process because in his mind, he's totally justified in everything that happened here and is all normal. And the fact that she's not in love with him right now, not in his arms and in his bed, is because her dad is forcing her to make choices to split the two apart. It's not her making those choices because he's perfect. The guy with his music, his mixtape that sounds like 5 fucking skulls being blown to pieces, he thinks his music's the best and he's the best man in the world. So there's no way she is choosing on her own free will to not be with him. That is a dangerous thought process.
I think she should go to one. It's legal. I'm having a discussion about
I actually appreciate how the officer handles this situation here. He's not giving this guy any. He is fighting him on every point he tries to make, not that any of his points have any logical basis whatsoever or any sound reasoning. But I like that the officer's pushing back on everything. And he crosses the line when he says she should basis for declining and rejecting his advice. He believes he's going to blow up and be a famous DJ or this and that, thus she's making a huge mistake and needs to reconsider the choice that her dad's making her choose this. It's fucking terrifying.
Now, when dad couldn't see this fucking thing.
Now, just like in The Dark Knight, we have the Joker turning the camera on himself here, and we get to take a look at him. And he really still believes everything he's done is justified, and that the girl and her dad are the culprits here.
You know what happens in that moment? You know, when you put yourself back. I don't know. Something the cops want to deny.
And this right here, I think, should be taken very seriously. This is not a mentally well person. And this comes across as an actual threat against the safety of both the girl and her father here. He's already shown that he has no problem stalking women, and I really think this needs to be looked at seriously to make sure that he's not in a position to do harm to anyone around him. It's just very concerning.
I just don't see it. I'm open to the That's how I feel.
Yeah, this rant's really going off the fucking rails. So apparently the girl isn't interested in men, and his plan was to make her interested in men by giving her his love as well as letting her listen to his songs. And when she still wasn't interested, she blamed the dad. Like the dad is the one that's made his daughter not like him, and then says that he is older than her dad. Like it's so. I won't say the name of it, nor will I say the name of the channel that I'm about to talk about here. And as always, please don't go and harass this person. But the TikTok account, it was basically one guy going into these pseudo-intellectual takes, trying to break down why women are the way they are, implying that they're stupid and built differently, making them inferior to men, saying things like they can't get close to God like men can, and that they can't be trusted. Just horrible shit. He'd also imply that they only care about big dick and a lot of dick. And like, yeah, the only way to get laid is by having a huge sledgehammer penis. Science confirmed.
This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. You can visit their store, but hi everyone, I'm Nitsa Hone, and today is Friday. That means it's time for the 522nd MTG Top 10. Normally in this series, I rank cards based on their historical performance and Magic's highest level of competition, but it's also Brothers War Limited Review Week here on the channel, and as usual, during Limited Review Weeks, one of this week's MTG Top 10s has been taken over by the set review, and that's what's happening today, as in this video, I'll give my picks for the 10 biggest bombs in the Brothers War. In Magic, a bomb is a good thing. It refers to cards that are so powerful that they completely reshape the board in your favor when you play them. In other words, these are the cards that you most want to open in your sealed pool or to see in a pack one, pick one situation. Obviously, cards that make lists like this are rares and mythic rares, but I have shared my thoughts on literally every card in the set in my set review, so you can check that out if you want to know more. Alright, let's dive in with a look at my picks for the 10 biggest bombs in the Brothers War. At number 10, I have Draconic Destiny. If you know me, you know it takes a lot for me to think an aura is even playable in Limited. This is because they come with an inherent risk of getting 2 for 1 that often just isn't worth it. However, Draconic Destiny managed to make this list, even though it's an aura, and that's because what it does up front is really powerful. For only 3 mana, it grants +1/+1, flying, haste, and fire breathing for colorless mana. That's enough to make any creature into a threat, but what really pushes it over into bomb status is the fact that when the creature it's attached to dies, Draconic Destiny returns to your hand. This makes it an incredibly difficult card for your opponent to ever fully deal with, as they'll have to kill creature after creature that is a huge problem for them. And you'll just be able to keep making your creatures into massive threats. Really, the only way to stop this is to find some removal for enchantments, and while that exists in the format, it isn't so plentiful that it makes this substantially less powerful. At number 9, I have Portal to Phyrexia. Normally, you would not see a 9-mana card on a list like this. That's because 9 mana is just so much mana in Limited that you're almost never going to get it. However, this format is well suited to a card like this one, largely as a result of Power Stones, which allow you to ramp into artifacts. I think this will feel more like a 7-mana card in your typical Limited format, and that's an amount of mana you can actually count on getting to, especially in decks that are built to do so, and you're going to want to do so because this is incredibly powerful. It impacts the board right away by making your opponent sacrifice 3 creatures, and while those creatures might not be amazing, it does give you a way to impact the board immediately, and then beginning on your next upkeep, you start reanimating a creature every single turn. The fact your opponent had to sacrifice 3 creatures makes it even more likely that you'll be able to reanimate things, but by the point in the game that you play this, both graveyards will probably be relatively well stocked, and you'll be able to rapidly build an army out of the graveyard that your opponent just can't overcome. At number 8, I have Surge Engine. This is a 2-drop that has to be answered. This is because for only 1 blue mana, it suddenly becomes a 3/2 that is completely unblockable. That's already a great card, but it comes with additional activated abilities that allow it to become larger, and ultimately, you can also use it to draw cards. These abilities are also going to be easier to use than it might look at first as a result of Power Stones. If your opponent doesn't kill this, it's going to kill them. And should you ever get to the point where you can draw cards with it, it almost doesn't matter if they do kill it at that point because you'll have generated so much value. At number 7, I have Titania's Command. This has 4 options like all commands, but in Limited, you're almost always going to choose the bottom 2 options, which give you 2 2/2 tokens and put 2 +1/+1 counters on your entire board. That means the floor for this card is 6 mana for 2 4/4s, and you're going to have more of a board than that. It's going to add so much power and toughness to the board for a relatively low cost that it's just impossible for your opponent to be prepared for. It's especially nice that the creatures that get counters put on them that are already in play can usually also attack much more effectively now that they've been buffed. Obviously, having the other options is upside, and every now and then you will want to exile your opponent's entire graveyard and gain a bunch of life, or ramp into something. But most of the time you'll choose those bottom 2 options, and that's fine with me because it feels like you're almost always going to win the game when you do. At number 6, it is Phyrexian Flesh Forger. This is either a 3-mana 3/3 with Menace and Lifelink, or a 7-mana 7/5 with Menace and Lifelink, and both also come with Ward, which makes your opponent pay life equal to their power to target them with things. If you play this on turn 3, it's likely to get in for a ton of damage before your opponent can ever effectively deal with it, and if you play it later in the game for 7 mana, your opponent will have almost no way to effectively interact with this card. Double blocking it is probably the best they can do, and that's going to give you a 2-for-1 in most cases, while also gaining you a bunch of life. And if they decide they want to use removal on it, they have to pay 7 life. Staring down this card in either form is a real nightmare. At number 5, it is Platoon Dispenser. This is a 5-mana 4/6 that draws you a card at your instep if you control 2 or more other creatures. Oftentimes, you will just have 2 other creatures when you play this thing, and you're just going to get to draw a card right away, which means you've already netted a 2-for-1. On top of that, it's also capable of churning out creature tokens, and it comes with Unearth, which allows it to come back into play, attack your opponent, maybe make a few creature tokens if you have the mana lying around, and it will probably also allow you to draw a card again. This will generate several cards worth of value every time you play it, and that's a good way to win a game of Limited. At number 4, I have Saheeli, Filigree Master. For a Planeswalker to be great, they usually need to be able to do 2 of the following 3 things. They need to be able to protect themselves by making creature tokens, they need to be able to draw you cards, or they need to be able to remove creatures. Saheeli doesn't do the last one, but she does the first 2 really, really well. Her -2 gives you 2 creature tokens that have haste and flying. If you're ahead of your opponent or at parity, you can send those tokens in immediately to get in for some damage. If you're behind, you can use those tokens to protect her. Meanwhile, her +1 will be very easy to turn into a full-blown card draw effect because the format has a lot of artifacts, including the Thopters that she can make. And her ultimate is also very attainable and very powerful. The format has a ton of artifact creatures in it, including her token friends. So she will be able to buff a decent chunk of your creatures. And by the way, most of the creature tokens in this format also artifacts. And she'll also be able to decrease the cost of a lot of spells in your deck. At number 3, I have Tyrant of Care Ridges. This is a 6-mana 4/5 flyer with fire breathing. That already is an imposing creature in Limited, but what put artifacts that are pretty much numbers that you really need to worry about it most of the time. So for number 2, pretty great. For number 2, first let's talk about the retro frame artifact I have there, which is Worm Coil Engine. This is a famously powerful card, 6-mana 6/6 Death Touch Lifelink, already great. But what really makes it absurd is the fact that when it dies, it leaves behind 2 3/3 tokens, each with one of those keyword abilities. This can allow you to very easily generate a 3-for-1, and oftentimes that's the best your opponent's going to be able to do. It is vulnerable to exile and aura-based removal, which is around in the format, but not in such numbers that you really need to worry about it. Most of the time when you play Worm Coil Engine, you're just going to win. And then the number 2 card that's from the main set is Steel Seraph. You can either play this as a 3-mana 3/3 or a 6-mana 5/4 with flying, and in both cases it comes with the ability to grant powerful keyword abilities to your creatures. It can target itself, though obviously the turn you play it you don't really want to do that, but you can play it and immediately get some value by giving something else flying or lifelink or vigilance, and that often makes a really big difference in combat. One thing I really like about Steel Seraph, too, is that it will probably be the best card in your deck even if you can't pay the prototype cost, because a 6-mana 5/4 flyer with this ability is still an incredibly powerful card. And that means you can first pick this, like Worm Coil Engine, and know it's always going to make your deck. And that's always nice. Before we get to number 1, here are some honorable mentions. These are cards that also received bomb grades in my review, but didn't quite make the list. Then at number 1, the retro frame artifact card I want to talk about is Helm of the Host. This might look a little clunky, and in fact it once looked really clunky to me back when it originally made its debut in Dominaria, and in my set review I didn't think it would be good because I thought it was just too much mana. Well, I was wrong, as you can see from the fact that it's at number 1 on this list. 4 to play and 5 to equip is kind of a lot, but the turn you equip it, it immediately will give you a full card of value because you go to combat and you make a copy of the thing you equipped it to. And then this happens every single turn, quickly allowing you to take over the game, and both of those end up generating several cards worth of value. Like Worm Coil Engine and Steel Seraph, you can first pick this and know it will always make your deck too, and that's a great feeling for a card this powerful. his 0 ability and his -2 are both so powerful that they'll win you the game on their own. So those are my picks for the 10 biggest bombs in the format. May you get them at your pre-release. If you want to own any of these super powerful cards, check out the description where you can find a direct Card Kingdom link for each card that appeared in the video. If you want to watch my brother's war step, this video is... Hi everyone, I'm Neat Sahone, and today I'm continuing with my Brothers War Limited set review. So far we've looked at all the multicolored, colorless, white, and blue cards, and today we're continuing with black. In these videos, I'll discuss how good I think the new cards are going to be in the new limited format. I use a letter grade system to sum up my thoughts on each of these cards, and if you aren't sure what those letter grades mean, check out the description where you'll find an explanation. Before we take a look at the first black card, a few reminders. This review is about limited. That means drafted and sealed. This means that I'm only going to be reviewing cards that appear in draft boosters. Also, keep in mind that these are my feelings about these cards before actually playing the new format. That means I'm definitely not going to be perfect in my predictions. After all, every format is different. As I play the format, I'll be providing updates about it on the channel. Alright, with all of that out of the way, let's dive into the review. Next up, it's Ashnod Flesh Mechanist, which for 1 black mana is a 1/1 legendary creature, human artificer at rare. She has Death Touch, and when she attacks, you can sacrifice another creature. If you do, create a tapped Power Stone token, and you can pay 5 generic mana and exile a creature card from your graveyard to create a tapped 3/3 colorless zombie artifact creature token. A 1-mana 1/1 Death Touch is basically always a C. Costing very little mana and trading with anything is nice, and this one has tons of upside. Generating Power Stones in exchange for creatures is nice, although successfully attacking with Ashnod and also having creatures worth sacrificing is kind of asking a lot, since, your opponent can still trade with this pretty easily. And her most powerful ability is definitely the fact that you can sink mana into her to turn creatures in your graveyard into zombie tokens. And you want to keep that ability around. So it's going to be pretty awkward to attack with Ashnod on a lot of boards. In situations where you can attack with her, she'll feel really absurd because she'll generate a Power Stone, sacrifice an expendable creature. That Power Stone can help you pay her ability, and you have a creature in your graveyard to exile. But all of that stuff isn't going to line up that consistently. I think she's basically like a great 1-drop that also has an amazing mana sink ability, and she'll very rarely actually create Power Stones. Still, I think she's a very good card. I'm giving her a B. Next up, it's Ashnod's Intervention, which for 1 black is a common instant, and it says until end of turn, target creature gets +2/+0 and gains. When this creature dies or is put into exile from the battlefield, return it to its owner's hand. So, returning the creature to your hand instead of the battlefield is a big downgrade from other versions of this effect we've seen before, but it does mean that you can use this to trade 1-for-1 with something while holding on to your creature. The idea here is you can use this alongside a creature with Unearth, which would normally be exiled, but then you get the creature back in your hand and you can cast it again. And that upside is going to feel pretty good, but alongside basically any other creature, this is not a very good trick. Sure, your creature will probably kill the opposing creature and you don't entirely lose it, but you lose a lot of tempo if you're using this on anything that isn't an Unearth creature, and I think that's a pretty big downside. Even with Unearth definitely featured in this format, I don't really think I see myself playing this and giving it a D+. Next up, it's Battlefield Butcher, which for 2 generic and a black is a 1/4 human soldier at uncommon. You can pay 5 and tap it, and each opponent loses 2 life. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each creature card in your graveyard. In addition to having a cost reduction ability built in, this activated ability will feel cheaper in this format than it would normally, thanks to Power Stones. This seems like a nice win condition for the graveyard decks in the format. That generally means black, white, and black, green. Black, green especially is interested in getting a bunch of creatures in the graveyard, but both of those color pairs are. I'm giving this a C+. Next up, it's Carrion Locust, which for 2 generic and a black is a 2/1 insect horror at common. It's got flying, and when it enters the battlefield, you exile target card from an opponent's graveyard. If it was a creature card, that player loses 1 life. So, this incidental graveyard hate is going to be pretty nice in this format, as there are plenty of things that will be nice to exile, including Unearth creatures. It comes attached to a reasonable flyer, and sometimes you'll even make your opponent lose a life. I'm giving this a C. Next, it's Corrupt, which for 5 generic and a black is an uncommon sorcery. It deals damage to any target equal to the number of swamps you control. You gain life equal to the damage dealt this way. This is a neat reprint, and it gives you kind of a 5 or more to really feel like you're getting there, and while it is costly in a sorcery, all the life it can gain you is enough to outweigh that. Now, You probably need to be doing 4 with this for it to feel decent, and 5 or more to really feel like you're getting there. And if you aren't a deck that's running like 12 or 13 swamps, it's going to be challenging to make that happen, so keep that in mind. It's probably a D in sort of a typical evenly divided 2-color deck that has black in it, but a B- or probably even higher if you can manage to draft something like a mono black deck. Next up, it's Diabolic Intent, which for 1 generic and a black is a rare sorcery. As an additional cost to cast it, you sacrifice a creature, search your library for a card, put that card into your hand, and then shuffle. So, tutors just don't tend to perform well in Limited, and I don't think there's an exception here, even at 2 mana. This is mostly because you have to 2-for-1 yourself to make it do anything, and while some decks in Limited have powerful enough cards to make that worth doing, you usually won't have such a card. If you can find a way to sacrifice something worth less than a card, like a creature token, it does get more interesting, but I'm still not that impressed. I'm giving this a D. Next up, it's Disciples of Gix, which for 4 generic and 2 black is a 4/4 Phyrexian human at uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, you search your library for up to 3 artifact cards, put them into your graveyard, and then shuffle. So the idea here is that you can search up stuff that you can get value out of while they're in the graveyard, and there are certainly artifacts with Unearth in this set. But the fact it doesn't let you search up creatures more broadly is a little frustrating, especially because the black-green deck in the format demands creatures specifically to be in the graveyard. Still, lots of artifacts in this set are creatures too, so it will be able to help out that kind of deck a decent chunk of the time. The stat line here is unfortunately really ugly. I wish they could have made it like a 4/5 or a 5/4 or something. This is really clunky, but it does seem like it can generate probably a full card worth of value with its enter the battlefield ability. I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Disfigure, which for 1 black mana is a common instant. Target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn. As usual, this is premium removal. It can kill a wide spectrum of things for only 1 mana. Often you can trade up. I'm giving this a B-. Next, it's Dreams of Steel and Oil, which for 1 black is an uncommon sorcery. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose an artifact or creature card from it, then choose an artifact or creature card from their graveyard, exile the chosen cards. This is a nice way to disrupt the opponent, and it can hit a whole lot of cards in the format. I'm usually not super high on discard, but when it gets down to a single mana and allows you to hit the majority of cards in the format, I'm on board. It's nice you even get to exile something, which will often at least take something away with Unearth or something like that from their graveyard. That isn't quite a 2-for-1, but if you hit a card in hand and a card they could use in their graveyard, you're getting kind of close. Don't get me wrong, it still isn't great. The fail case on the card where you don't hit anything is still pretty ugly, even if you can still exile something from the graveyard. And in those situations, it's going to feel like you're mulliganing. It isn't completely useless when you draw it late and your opponent doesn't have any cards in their hand, but it's kind of close to being useless. I'm giving this a C. Next up, it's Emergency Weld, which for 1 generic and a black is a common sorcery. Return target artifact or creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Create a 1/1 colorless soldier artifact creature token. I like this. Gravedigger is always a nice card in Limited. This costs half as much for a creature, that's half the size, and still return something from your graveyard to your hand, and it even includes artifacts. Now, Gravedigger is a 2/2, so it's easier to get a 2-for-1 with than it will be with a 1/1, but this still seems pretty nice. I'm giving this a C+. Next, it's Fateful Handoff, which for 3 generic and a black is a rare sorcery. Draw cards equal to the mana value of target artifact or creature you control. An opponent gains control of that permanent. This feels like a card that's mostly here for Commander. In Limited, it seems pretty bad. Sure, you get to draw some cards, but giving your opponent a permanent is pretty darn bad. And you might be saying, well, give them something that isn't that good then. Well, if you're giving them a 1 or 2 mana card, it still really isn't worth it, since you spend a card to draw 2 cards and then give your opponent a permanent. And you still used a card to give your opponent that permanent, so you're starting way behind when you cast this. I guess if your deck has like a ton of removal, using this and drawing into that removal could be all right, but that's still too situational, and overall, I think this is a card that should be avoided, giving it an F. Next, it's Gix Yawgmoth Praetor, which for 1 generic and 2 black is a 3/3 legendary Phyrexian Praetor at Mythic Rare. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to one of your opponents, its controller may pay 1 life. If they do, they draw a card. And you can pay 4 generic and 3 black and discard X cards to exile the top X cards of target opponent's library. You may play lands and cast spells from among cards exiled this way without paying their mana costs. This is great. Mostly because of the first ability. Every single time you have a creature hit your opponent, you can pay 1 and draw a card, and that ability gets going right away. So the turn you play Gix, you can take advantage of that ability immediately, and that setup just means having played a couple of creatures before you played Gix, which is very doable. You probably win the game with the insane card advantage this gives you before you ever really get to the point that you can use the other ability. But obviously you're going to draw a bunch of cards, so you can also discard a bunch and pay 7 to cast cards from your opponent's library for free, which is also insane. This is a bomb. It isn't that hard to generate value with it before your opponent ever untaps, and if they don't kill it quickly, it will end the game in your favor. I'm giving it an A. Next, it's Gix's Caress, which for 2 generic and a black is a common sorcery. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it. That player discards that card. Create a tapped Power Stone token. This is a discard spell I don't like very much. Coercion is basically never good and limited, and that's what the first part of this card is. Paying 3 to trade 1 for 1 and not do anything on the actual board is a problem, even if you do get to disrupt your opponent. This gives you a little thing back in the form of a Power Stone, which certainly makes it better, but I still don't like this. I'm giving it a D+. Next, it's Gix's Command, which for 3 generic and 2 black is a rare sorcery. It says choose 2. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on up to 1 creature. Gains lifelink until turn. Destroy each creature with power 2 or less. Return up to 2 creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. Each opponent sacrifices a creature with the highest power among creatures they control. Like the other commands in this set, this looks great. You'll frequently want to make your opponent sacrifice their big creature, and that effect alone isn't worth that much more than 5 mana, or that much less than 5 mana, so everything else you can get here is pretty sweet, and most of it is very impactful. Making a creature bigger and giving it lifelink until end of turn can really change the game, as can sweeping away small creatures or returning 2 creatures to your hand from your graveyard. If you have the time to choose the removal option and return 2 creature cards from your graveyard to your hand, that's really going to give you the most value the most consistently, because that's a 3 for 1. But the other options are nice too. I'm giving this a B+. Next, it's Gixian Infiltrator, which for 1 generic and a black is a 2/1 Phyrexian human and common. Whenever you sacrifice another permanent, put a +1/+1 counter on Gixian Infiltrator. This is a solid, if unexciting, payoff that will work especially well in black-red decks. It starts with decent stats, and a few counters are enough to make it a threat. I'm giving it a C. Next, it's Gixian Puppeteer, which for 3 generic and a black is a 4/3 Phyrexian Warlock at rare. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. And when it dies, return another target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. So this thing's really good. If it just had the first ability or the second ability, it would still be a very good card. So the fact you get both, which includes the ability to drain your opponent's life anytime you draw your second card, and the ability to reanimate something directly to the battlefield is pretty crazy. It also means it slots nicely into 2 different decks in the format. The black-white deck likes to get cheap creatures in the graveyard for the second ability, and the blue-black deck likes to draw extra cards, which will trigger the first ability, and you'll often have a mix of things that allow you to do both of these in most black decks. And it even has solid stats as a 4 mana 4/3. So if it stays in play, it can often win you the game with the life drain effect if you have enough ways to draw extra cards, and if your opponent deals with it, they usually get 2 for 1. Both of these abilities do take a little bit of work to make them do their full thing, but it's not going to be that hard. I'm giving this a B+. Next, it's Gixian Skullflare, which for 2 generic and a black is a 2/3 Phyrexian human assassin at common. At the beginning of your upkeep, if there are 3 or more creature cards in your graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter on Gixian Skullflare. This is a nice payoff for getting creatures in your graveyard, a strategy that looks to be well supported in the format. I do wish this enabled itself a little bit more, just like by milling a single card or something, but it will be able to grow with relative ease in black-green decks especially. I'm giving it a C. Next, it's Gnawing Vermin, which for 1 black mana is a 1/1 rat at uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, target player mills 2 cards. When it dies, target creature you don't control gets -1/-1 until end of turn. This gives you a couple of small effects, but getting both of them for 1 mana seems like a pretty solid deal. A 1 mana 1/1 that gives -1/-1 to something when it dies is usually pretty nice, as it can trade up for X2s and even get a 2 for 1 if your opponent has 2 X1s. The fact that mills sets up a couple of different black decks in the format too. I'm giving it a C. Next, it's Go for the Throat, which for 1 generic and a black is an uncommon instant. It says destroy target non-artifact creature. As usual, this is premium removal. Yes, this set has a lot of artifact creatures, but that was true last time we saw it too. It still kills 80+% of the creatures in this is a very impressive uncommon. The blue black deck in the format's all about drawing cards and getting extra value out of it, and this is going to be pretty much your premier payoff for doing so at a lower rarity because it's crazy powerful. Not only does it have flying and get larger and larger, it also lets you reanimate something when it dies. And sure, the Anointer needs to have high enough power to make that happen consistently, but because it's less than or equal to, just getting it to 2 power will often allow you to reap the benefits and get that 2 for 1. So, yeah, if it stays in play, it wins games by attacking, and if your opponent deals with it, you get 2 for 1. Sounds a lot like that rare we just saw. But this one's uncommon. I wouldn't have been surprised if this were a rare, and I think this is better than a whole lot of rares in the format. I'm giving it a B+. Next is Hostile Negotiations, which for 3 generic and a black is a rare instant. Says exile the top 3 cards of your library in a face-down pile, then exile the top 3 cards of your library in another face-down pile. Look at the cards in each pile, then turn a pile of your choice face up. An opponent chooses one of those piles, put that pile into your hand and the other into your graveyard, you lose 3 life. This is a very cool and flavorful design, and I think actually a good card. You get to pay 4 mana to draw 3 cards at instant speed, and that's some serious business, even if you're paying 3 life. And yes, there's sort of a mini-game aspect to it where you try to get your opponent to give you the best pile, and that will be tricky sometimes, but the fact is, you cast this, you walk away with 3 cards, and you also get to load your matters. I think this is a B. Next is Killzone Acrobat, which for 2 generic and a black is a 3/2 human soldier at common. When it attacks, you may sacrifice another creature or artifact. If you do, it gains flying until end of turn. There are plenty of expendable things to give this flying when it needs to. Gain flying in order to do damage, whether you're giving up power stones or creatures with an earth or creature tokens or whatever. I'm giving this a C. Next, it's Misery's Shadow. It's for 1 generic and a black. It's a 2/2 shade at rare. If a creature an opponent controls would die, exile it instead. You can pay 1 generic, and it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. This is a very impressive 2 mana 2/2. It can buff itself quite easily and efficiently. Don't underestimate how much easier it is to pay a single colorless mana for the buff than it would be if it cost color mana. Buff effects that cost color mana often have limitations when you're in a 2-color draft deck, but with this, every single land in your deck can pop this +1/+1, and that's also true of all your power stones. So this creature stays relevant all game long thanks to that ability to buff itself, which you can do quite easily, and the exile clause definitely matters too. I think this is a B+. Next, it's Moments of Defiance, which for 2 generic and a black is a common instant. Target creature gets +2/+1 and gains lifelink until end of turn, draw a card. So, this is expensive for a trick that only boosts toughness by 1. Experience tells us that a toughness boost of 1 is not enough to save creatures from combat all that often, but it definitely makes up for that by drawing you a card. In situations where your creature does survive, you get a powerful 2 for 1, and in situations where it doesn't, you break even while gaining some life. It also draws you a card, checking the box for that blue-black deck. I'm giving this a C. Next, it's No One Left Behind, which for 4 generic and a black is an uncommon sorcery. It costs 3 less to cast if it targets a creature card with mana value 3 or less. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. This is a really cool design for reanimation spells. We see 5 mana reanimation spells all the time, and most of them are pretty mediocre because the setup of having something worth reanimating in your graveyard is surprisingly challenging in most formats. This makes up for that in a big way, since you can reanimate only 2 mana. In other words, setting this up so it's actually worth using is way easier than most versions of this effect we've seen before, and it still has the same super powerful top end of being able to reanimate a massive bomb or something for 5 mana. Black decks look well positioned to take advantage of this. I'm giving it a B. Next is Overwhelming Remorse, which for 4 generic and a black is a common instant. It costs 1 less to cast for each creature card in your graveyard. Exile target creature or planeswalker. The card that was always 5 for this effect is probably a C+, and this will often cost significantly less. Getting it down to 4 is super doable. I think this is premium removal, giving it a B. Next, it's Painful Quandary, which for 3 generic and 2 black is a rare enchantment. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, that player loses 5 life unless they discard a card. This is a reprint, and it's pretty bad and limited. The problem is that your opponent can find ways to set up situations where it's easy for them to choose an option that doesn't really hurt them that much. Either they have plenty of life and they don't care about losing life, or they can just hold on to cards to discard them. Giving your opponent that option of how to deal with this solid enough. I'm giving it a C. Next, it's Thran Vigil, which for one generic and a black is an uncommon enchantment. Whenever one or more artifact and/or creature cards leave your graveyard during your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. So the biggest thing that this works with is Unearth, but there are other ways to get it going in black. Anything that returns a creature card from your graveyard to your hand or to the battlefield will trigger it. There's a decent amount of that in the set, but this is still obviously a build around because not all decks, even black decks, will reach a critical mass of synergy that will actually make this worth running. It's probably just a D in your typical black deck in the format and a B- in a deck that hits there on synergy. Next, it's Thraxo Demon, which for one generic and a black is a 2/2 demon and common. You can pay 3 and tap it and sacrifice another creature or artifact to draw a card. So it's a bear with decent upside. Giving up a creature or artifact to draw a card is fine, though I don't love paying 3 mana for the effect. Power Stones will soften the blow some because you can use the Power Stone to pay for it and then sacrifice the Power Stone to it. In that case, it feels more like pay 2, tap, and sacrifice the Power Stone, which definitely seems like a better ability. I'm giving it a C. Next, it's Trench Stalker, which for 4 generic and a black is a 4/5 beast horror and common. As long as you draw 2 or more cards this turn, it has Death Touch and Lifelink. Obviously, if this always had Death Touch and Lifelink, it would be a B or a B-. They're just a very real creature that can't be ignored. Unfortunately, it doesn't always have those keywords, though getting them online will be doable in the blue-black deck especially. Giving this a C. Now, let's move to the artifacts that have a black identity. First, there's Ashnod's Harvester, which for 2 generic mana is a 3/1 artifact creature construct and uncommon. When it attacks, you exile a card from a graveyard, and it has Unearth for 1 generic and a black. This means you can return it from your graveyard to the battlefield and gain haste, exile at the beginning of the next end step, or if it would leave the battlefield, Unearth only as a sorcery. So a 2-mana 3/1 that hates on the graveyard will pretty much always make the cut, especially when it's an artifact. Unearth and other graveyard action is, as we've seen in this video, a very real presence in the format. And being able to take one of those away from your opponent will feel pretty nice. They can even Unearth itself to take another card out of the equation, and the 3/1's a pretty effective attacker on many boards, and your opponent kind of has to respect that it's going to be Unearthed at some point. I think this is a C+. Next, it's Clay Revenant, which for 1 generic mana is a 1/2 artifact creature golem and common. It enters the battlefield tapped, and you can pay 2 generic and a black to return it from your graveyard to your hand. This kind of creature underperforms in almost all formats, and I think this version is worse than most cheap creatures who make you pay mana to get them back from the graveyard. The idea here is that this is something you can sacrifice over and over again, or that you can get value out of as you discard or mill it, but it's just so clunky. You have to pay a total of 4 mana to get it back into play, and that is dismal, even with Power Stones. What's more is most of the sacrifice stuff in this format you can just sack Power Stones to, and that's just going to be better and more efficient than ever using Clay Revenant. I'm giving it a D. Next, it's Dredging Claw, which for 2 generic is an equipment and common. It gets +1/+0 and menace to the creature it's equipped to. And when a creature enters the battlefield from the graveyard, you may attach Dredging Claw to it, and you can equip it for 1 generic and a black. +1/+0 and menace is okay. It's not a great boost for 2 mana to play and 2 mana to equip. But the cool thing here is that if you have Unearthed creatures, it will equip to them for free, drastically increasing the chance that creatures can crack in for some damage when they come back from the graveyard. Still, this is mediocre enough with creatures that aren't coming back from the graveyard that I have a hard time really wanting to play this in a lot of decks, giving it a C-. Next is Boring Warplow, which for 6 generic mana is a 5/4 artifact creature construct and common. It has Death Touch. It also has Prototype, which means you can pay an alternate cost, and it comes into play with a different color and size and keeps its abilities and types. In this case, you pay 1 generic and a black for a 1/1. So 2 mana for a 1/1 with Death Touch is alright. That card's probably a C-. And a 6 mana 5/4 with Death Touch is probably also a C-, maybe a D+, but having the option between the two makes this a solid C. Next, it's Phyrexian Fleshforger, which for 7 generic mana is a 7/5 artifact creature Phyrexian worm and mythic rare. It has menace and lifelink, and it has ward, pay life equal to Phyrexian Fleshforger's power, and it has Prototype for 1 generic and 2 black, in which case it's a 3/3. Both options here are pretty amazing. If you can cast it on turn 3, it's going to be a real problem for your opponent. It represents a problematic threat that will quickly make the gap between your life and your opponent's insurmountable, and the fact that it has ward means that even if your opponent can kill it, they have to give up some life. Obviously, casting this for 7 in the late game is going to be even better a lot of the time as it becomes, of course, a 7/5, which also means the ward is even more painful. Interacting with the 7/5 version of this card is a complete nightmare, since menace and lifelink will make 4 or more non-basic lands. So this card's definitely going to be good in constructed aggro decks. It isn't playable in limited either, but not being able to block is a bigger downside in limited, as trading is such a big part of the game, and you'll never be able to reduce the cost of the graveyard activated ability in limited either, as there just aren't enough non-basics in the format. So all of that out of the way, this is still a creature that can attack pretty effectively on a lot of boards, and you can get it back from the graveyard as a 4/2 when you have the time to, and that's pretty nice, especially because Power Stones will help you get there. Like I said, not being able to block is a problem, but if you can consistently bring this back as a 4/2 in the mid to late game, then you can just throw at your opponent every turn. Not really something they can ignore. I'm giving it a C+. Next is Scrapwork Rager, which for 4 generic mana is a 2/2 artifact creature by Phyrexian Horror. At common, when it enters the battlefield, you draw a card and you lose 1 life, and it has Unearth for 3 generic into black. This is a fun reference to Phyrexian Ranger. When you cast it, it's a little worse than the Ranger was, since you pay 1 mana for the same effect, but the Unearth side of things makes this bad boy potentially give you a 3-for-1, because it will draw you 2 cards, and theoretically, the 2/2 when you cast it normally will trade for something, and that's pretty nice. Like Phyrexian Ranger, I think this comes out to a B-. Next is Transmigrant Altar, which for 3 generic is an uncommon artifact. You can pay 1 black, tap it, and sack a creature to gain 3 colorless mana. You can pay 2 and tap it and sacrifice a creature to create a 3/3 colorless zombie artifact creature token. Activate only as a sorcery. There is a real sacrifice deck in this format, so this is pretty intriguing. There's plenty of fodder and payoff, so generating extra value when you use these abilities isn't far-fetched, and that seems pretty good. In that sort of deck, this looks like it could be a very real engine. I do think you need to build around grade, as it probably doesn't make sense outside of a black-red deck. And even then, you have to end up with enough sacrifice synergies and sacrifice fodder, or it just won't work out. This is probably a D in your typical deck in the format, and a B- in the black-red deck. And our last card is Transmigrant's Crown, which for 2 generic is a rare artifact equipment. The equipped creature gets +2/+0. When the creature dies, you draw a card, and you can equip it for 2 generic or 1 black. This sort of feels like a fixed Skull Clan. It isn't quite as busted as that card was, of course, but this is still very powerful, especially if you can consistently only pay a single mana to equip it. +2/+0 is enough to make many creatures a threat, and your opponent will absolutely hate the idea of trading with anything this is equipped to. So you'll put them in a horrible spot where they have to take a bunch of damage or get 2-for-1. Sometimes they'll be able to jump, of course, but you're still coming out ahead there. Because the equip is so cheap, you can also move it in the second main phase very easily, making another creature into a better blocker that will also generate a 2-for-1. On top of that, even paying 2 to equip this is pretty good. You'll play it in every single deck in the format. It may not quite reach bomb status if you're having to pay 2 every time, but it's definitely a bomb if you're playing this in a black deck, giving it an A-. So those are all the black cards in the Brothers War. Tomorrow I'll be back with a look at all the red cards. If you want to make sure you catch that video, don't forget to subscribe. If you enjoyed this video, like it and share it. If you want to catch up on the rest of this set review, you will see the playlist shortly. Thanks for watching. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. You can pre-order every card in this set review by going to cardkingdom.com/pizza-home or by following the link in the description. Hi everyone, I'm Pizza Home, and today I'm continuing with my Brothers War Limited set review. So far we've looked at all the multicolored, colorless white, blue, and black cards, and today we're continuing with red. In these videos, I discuss how good I think these new cards are going to be in the limited format. These are letter grade system to sum up my thoughts on each of these cards, and if you aren't sure what those letter grades mean, check out the description where you'll find an explanation. Before we take a look at the first red card, a few reminders. This video is about limited. That means drafted, sealed. This means that I'm only going to be reviewing cards that appear in draft boosters. Also keep in mind that these are my feelings about these cards before actually playing in the new format, and that means I'm definitely not going to be perfect in my predictions. Every format is different, and as I play this format, I'll be providing updates about it on the channel. Alright, with all of that out of the way, let's dive into the review. First up is Arms Racer. Sacrifice at the beginning of the next end step. This artifact-only version of Sneak Attack is kind of cool, and this format certainly has some beefy artifact creatures that you can cheat into play, like basically everything with Prototype. However, it's hard to take full advantage of a card like this in Limited, as you often find yourself going down cards in order to do some damage or get your creature jump locked, and that's not usually worth it. You also invest a total of 8 mana to cheat your first thing into play, and that's not exactly a great deal. You need a few things to happen to make this worth playing. You probably need payouts for sacrificing things, big artifact creatures to cheat into play, and things that give you value when they enter the battlefield or die. And having all of that work out in a limited deck, whether it's draft or sealed, is just going to be very hard. There is some potential here, but it's just not going to work out consistently. Giving it a D. Next up is Bitter Reunion, which for one generic and a red is a common enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, you may discard a card. If you do, draw 2 cards, and you can pay 1 and sacrifice it, and creatures you control gain haste until end of turn. So this is a neat take on a Tormented Voice type effect. While the blue-red deck in this format cares about spells, it actually cares about all non-creature spells, so this will trigger the same sorts of things that Tormented Voice would. The ability to give haste to your whole board comes up on occasion too, though it's not always going to matter. I think you probably cut this most of the time in any deck that doesn't care about spells, and even in this spell deck, it probably isn't the card you're happily shoving in your deck. I'm giving it a C-. Next up is Brotherhood's End, which for 1 generic and 2 red is a rare sorcery, and it says choose one. Brotherhood's End deals 3 damage to each creature and each planeswalker, or destroy all artifacts of mana value 3 or less. This looks pretty good, as each of these modes can decimate a decent chunk of decks in the format. Clearing out a bunch of small creatures is going to feel good against the aggressive decks like blue-white and red-white, and blowing up cheap artifacts, including Power Stones and all the creature tokens in the format, or at least almost all of them, is going to be nice too. Obviously, you want this more in a deck where you can always choose a mode that is fairly one-sided, but the fact that you have an option between these two means you can always choose the one that hurts you less. So it's nice. Giving it a B. Next up, it's Conscripted Infantry, which for 2 generic and a red is a 3/1 human soldier at common. When it dies, it creates a 1/1 colorless soldier artifact creature token. A 3-mana 3/1 is not a good rate, but this one leaves behind a 1/1 when it dies, and that means it's going to be good sacrifice fodder, and it's just reasonable value for the cost anyway. Giving it a C. Next up, it's Draconic Destiny, which for 1 generic and 2 red is a mythic rare enchantment aura with enchanted creature. The enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and has flying, haste, and 1 generic. This creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. It's a dragon in addition to its other types. And when the enchanted creature dies, return Draconic Destiny to its owner's hand. This looks great. Gives an amazing boost to a creature, making virtually anything into a threat, and the fact that it returns to your hand when the creature dies helps you get around the dangerous downside auras usually have. This isn't quite Raker, though. It only returns to your hand when the creature dies, not when this aura goes to the graveyard in general. So you still have to worry about your opponent removing the creature in response to you targeting your creature, but it's not that hard to find a window where that works out. You know, just putting this on your 2-drop on turn 3 is going to be the kind of thing that is a real headache for your opponent, and it will often just win you the game as it just keeps coming back to your hand and making all of your creatures better. I think this is a bomb. I'm giving it an A. Next up, it's Dwarven Forge Chanter, which for 1 generic and a red is a 1/3 dwarf wizard at common. It has ward, pay 2 life, and it has prowess. This looks nice. Back in Concept Art Gear, there was a white 2-mana 1/3 with prowess, and it was a solid common. So adding ward, pay 2 life, to that also makes for a pretty sweet card. A creature with prowess is already really obnoxious to block or attack into, since you never know what your opponent might be able to do. The threat of activation is very real. This is a great 2-drop for the blue-red decks, and lots of other red decks in the format will have enough non-creature spells to have a good time with this too. I'm giving this a C+. Next up is Excavation Explosion, which for 2 generic and a red is a common sorcery. Deals 3 damage to any target, creating a tapped Power Stone token. Power Stone token is an artifact with tap as colorless. This mana can be spent to cast a non-artifact spell. This looks great even as a sorcery. 3 mana to do 3 to anything is always nice. You can usually break even or better on the mana you spend, and this gives you some mana back in the form of that Power Stone, and lots of ways to utilize those Power Stones in the format. Giving this a B-. Next up, it's the Fall of Krug, which for 4 generic and 2 red is an uncommon sorcery. It says choose target opponent. Destroy target land that player controls. The Fall of Krug deals 3 damage to that player and 1 damage to each creature they control. As usual, land destruction is just bad and limited. There aren't enough powerful non-basics around, so you find yourself just destroying a regular land, something that you're just not going to want to play. Giving it an F. Next up, it's Pelagie Chain Dancer, which for 3 generic and a red is a 2/4 human soldier at common, and you can pay 2 generic to give it double strike until end of turn. So this is going to be obnoxious to block on a lot of boards, as a 2/4 double striker can deal with a whole lot of creatures without going down itself. The threat of activation will get this in for 2 a decent chunk at a time, and if you have other ways to augment it, it can get really silly. Power Stones will make this ability easier to activate than you might think too. I think this is a C. Next, it's Feldon Ronan Excavator, which for 1 generic and a red is a 2/2 legendary human artificer or rare. It's got haste and can't block, and when it's dealt damage, exile that many cards from the top of your library. Choose one of them. Till the end of your next turn, you may play that card. This is a full design. At 2 mana, 2/2 and haste, it's probably a C+. Taking away blocking brings that down to a C, but this has some nice upside. When your opponent can't do anything but trade with it, they will definitely just take 2 damage. Otherwise, you're getting 2-for-1s when they trade. Once they can block it without losing the creature, they will, but you're still going to get some pretty nice card selection and effectively let you draw a card. The real sweet thing is to find a way for it to take damage and survive. This can be accomplished by using tricks and things like that, and that's when it will feel the silliest, though don't count on setting that up all the time. Basically, though, you can always attack with this and get something out of it, whether your opponent takes 2 or blocks it to kill it. I'm giving this a B. Next up is Giant Cinder Maw, which for 2 generic and a red is a 4/3 dinosaur beast, and uncommon it's got trample, and players can't gain life. A 3 mana 4/3 with trample is a great rate, and shutting down life gain matters a little bit in this format, though there's not a full-blown life gain deck that it can just shut down. I wish there were, but there's not. Still, this is a B-. Next, it's Goblin Blast Runner, which for 1 red is a 1/2 goblin at common. It gets +2/+0 and has menace as long as you sacrifice a permanent this turn. This is a nice sacrifice payoff at common. The 3/2 with menace can swing effectively for a pretty long time, and sometimes it will just get bigger. At the same time, it will also be a 1/2 a decent chunk of the time, and that's not so good. Good news is the black-red deck is very into sacrificing stuff, and this will be kind of card that you play as a 1-drop in that deck all the time. Giving it a C. Next up, it's Horned Stone Seeker, which for 1 generic and a red is a 2/2 lizard at uncommon. It's got menace. When it enters the battlefield, you create a tapped Power Stone, and when it leaves the battlefield, you sacrifice a Power Stone. The 2 mana 2/2 with menace is a nice rate, and the fact that hooks you up with a Power Stone is big upside, even if you do have to give up a Power Stone when it goes down. Sometimes you'll actually be able to get upside out of having to sacrifice a Power Stone, because there are payoffs in the format for sacrificing things. But either way, this is a highly efficient creature that can ramp your mana, and sometimes will sort of do something good for the sacrifice deck, giving it a B. Next, it's Mechanized Warfare, which for 1 generic and 2 red is a rare enchantment. If a red or artifact source you control would deal damage to an opponent or a permanent opponent controls, it deals damage +1 instead. So there's a few parts in the set that want you to lean into a more monocolored direction, and this is one of those. The nice thing about this kind of card is that on a lot of boards, it does actually impact things right away, as it makes all of your red and artifact creatures into significantly better attackers and blockers. You won't always have a board that can take advantage of this right away, and if you aren't a heavy red and or artifact deck, this won't be worth your time. This is probably a D+ in your typical sort of 2-color red deck in the format, but I think it can get as high as a B if you end up being a predominantly red deck, and by predominantly red, I mean like 13, 14 mountains, and maybe only a few cards that aren't red or artifacts. Next up, it's Mishra Excavation Prodigy, which for 2 generic and a red is a 2/1 legendary creature, human artificer at uncommon. You've got haste, you can pay 1 and tap it to discard a card and draw a card. And whenever you discard 1 or more artifact cards, add 2 red. This ability triggers only once each turn. Looting is always a nice thing to have around and limited. It improves the quality of your draws, and Mishra here pays you off a little bit for discarding artifacts, since he can give you mana back. I'm not sure how often that's going to be optimal, but it is nice to have the option, and, you know, Unearth is in the set, and sometimes discarding the card and getting the Unearth value back later is pretty good. The set line's not great. It is going to die to 1 mana removal spell, which hurts a little bit, but it does have haste, which often means you'll get something out of it before your opponent can kill it. I'm giving him a C+. Next up is Mishra's Command, which is X and a red for a rare sorcery. Says choose 2, choose target player. They may discard up to X cards, then they draw a card control other effects. Most of the time, the Planeswalker part won't matter in limited, but the other two modes do matter. Buffing one of your creatures or reloading your hand can be pretty darn nice. If you just imagine that this is always doing X damage to a creature and giving you one of those other effects, you're talking about something very powerful. And you get options. I'm giving this a B+. Next up, it's Mishra's Domination, which for one generic and a red is a common enchantment aura with enchanted creature. As long as you control enchanted creature, it gets +2/+2. Otherwise, it can't block. This is kind of a neat design. We've seen auras in the past that allow you to give your creature +2/+2 and it can't block. And you can use those auras sometimes to put on your opponent's thing so it couldn't block. And very rarely would that actually matter. But sometimes it would allow you to get it for lethal. This is cool because it takes away the downside from when you put it on your creature and gives your opponents that downside when you put it on their creature without getting the upside. It's still not amazing, but 2 mana for +2/+2 on a creature is often a pretty impressive boost, and there's going to be times where playing this and making something unable to block works out decently enough. I think it's probably going to be at its best in a spell deck where you have your prowess triggers happening, and you also like sort of getting a blocker out of the way at the same time. I think this is probably a C-. I mean, it's nothing amazing, and probably don't play it all that often outside of blue-red, but I think running one in that kind of deck is fine. Next up is Mishra's Onslaught, which is a 3 generic and a red is a common instant. It says choose one, create 2 1/1 colorless soldier artifact creature tokens, or creatures you control get +2/+0 until end of turn. You're significantly overpaying for both modes on this card. Usually each of these effects cost 3. Sometimes you can make 2 1/1 soldiers for 2 mana, in fact. You do get modality here, of course, but the token effect is underpowered and the mass pump effect is fairly narrow, so I don't love this. Giving it a C-. Next up is Monastery Swift Sphere, which for 1 red mana is a 1/2 human monk. It has common, it's got haste and prowess. This is going to be a big deal in Standard. It was last time, and it's played a whole bunch of other formats too. That said, it's not nearly as good in Limited. It just isn't that easy to load up on enough spells to trigger it and a bunch of other cheap aggressive creatures. It's just not going to work out that way. And it's diminishing returns as the game goes on because its stat line becomes less and less relevant. That said, it's not bad. I just don't want you to think of it as the best one-drop in the format the way it very well might be in Standard. That said, it's still really good. You play it on turn 1, it gets in for some damage, and then it can threaten to grow all game long, at least allowing it to be somewhat relevant, giving it a C+. Next up is Obliterating Bolt, which for 1 generic and a red is an uncommon sorcery. It deals 4 damage to target creature or planeswalker. If that creature or planeswalker would die this turn, exile it instead. This is premium removal. 2 mana for 4 damage is a great deal, as it always is. And the exile clause carries real value in this format. I'm giving it a B. Next is Over the Top, which for 5 generic and 2 red is a rare sorcery. Each player reveals a number of cards from the top of their library equal to the number of non-land permanents they control, puts all permanent cards they reveal this way onto the battlefield, and puts the rest into the graveyard. This isn't good for Limited. You can try and have more non-land permanents than your opponent when you cast this, so that in theory you come out ahead. However, having that sort of control over a game isn't that easy, and even if you get more permanents, your opponent might still actually get better permanents. It's just too random and not the kind of thing you want to be doing if you're trying to win the game consistently. This is an F. Next, it's Pendragon Stronghold, which for 2 generic and a red is a 2/3 Minotaur. Common, you can pay 1 and sack an artifact, and it gets +1/+1 until end of turn and deals 1 damage to each opponent. This looks really sweet. There are plenty of artifacts to sacrifice, including the Power Stones that can help pay for the ability too, which kind of makes this say sacrifice the Power Stones. This gets +1/+1 and deals 1 damage to each opponent. That ability is just very affordable in the format, and if this creature attacking with a few artifacts in play is going to be a problem. I love that it also damages the opponent, so that means at times where your opponent lets the damage through, every artifact you sacrifice is going to add 2 damage, and that is pretty beastly. I'm sort of tempted to go all the way up to a B- on this one because I think you'll have enough Power Stones to fuel this really effectively, but I think it's probably a little worse than that, and I'm giving it a C+. Next up is Pyrrhic Blast, for 3 generic and a red is an uncommon instant. As an additional cost to cast it, sack a creature. It deals damage equal to the sacrifice creature's power to any target, draw a card. This is a cool design. We see these sacrifice effects a lot, and they're usually kind of a pain to use since you 2-for-1 yourself. But this gets around that by replacing itself with a card draw effect. You can also hit any player with it, so it can finish someone off, which is pretty cool. Now, it still does require some setup that is surprisingly awkward, like needing a creature with high enough power or some sacrifice probably have a power stone, either one you have or your opponent has to target, so that will sort of make it feel like you can cycle this, but this is still a little overconfident and clunky to be that great. 3 mana to kill only one permanent type, even one that's relatively plentiful in the set, just isn't that good of a rate. The uncounterable clause really won't come up that much either. I mean, I don't think this is bad at all, but I think some people are going to see this and think of it as premium removal, but it's still restrictive enough at sorcery speed that I don't think it's that. I think the first copy is a C+, it does have diminishing returns after that. Next up is Rock Hunter, which for one generic and a red is a 3/1 human soldier common. It's got reach. This has stats that tend to play reasonably well in aggro decks in most formats, although the plentiful 1/1 tokens in this set may hold it back a little. Adding reach to the mix is actually pretty nice, as it means this does a decent job of trading with flyers later in the game after it can no longer attack, giving it a C. Next up is Sardian Cliff Stomper, which for one generic and a red is a 0/4 Minotaur Barbarian and uncommon. As long as it's your turn and you control 4 or more mountains, it gets +X+0, where X is the number of mountains you control. This isn't very impressive to me. Even if you end up in mono red, and it's pretty much unplayable if you're not in mono red or almost mono red, sure, its power can get high, but without evasion to take advantage of it, I'm not that excited about all the work you have to do to get it there. And sure, it only costs 2 mana, but the fact it only starts doing its thing once you have 4 mountains is a pretty massive hurdle if you're playing a typical 2-color deck. I think it's an F in your typical red 2-color deck in the format, and a C in a deck is heavy red. Next up is Sibling Rivalry, which for 3 generic and a red is a common sorcery. Gain control of target artifact or creature until end turn. Untap it and gain haste until end turn. Create a tapped Power Stone token. This format does have a real sacrifice deck in it, meaning that Sibling Rivalry is going to be pretty well positioned, as the best thing to do with these kinds of cards is steal an opposing creature, or artifact in this case, and sacrifice it to one of your sacrifice outlets. This also gives you a Power Stone, which gives you something else to sacrifice later on in many cases. This is definitely a build around, as it isn't very good in just any deck in the format. You know, people end up trying to play these in just like any aggro deck, and you know, sometimes it feels pretty good and it does the thing you want it to, but it gets stuck in your hands so much because it's basically useless until you're able to kill your opponent. And that makes it a pretty bad draw for most of the game. So it's just really an F in a deck that's not the black-red sacrifice deck, and a C+ in that deck. It's a pretty big difference. Next up is Comical Scrapsmith, which for 2 generic and a red is a human artificer, a common, it's a 2/1. When it enters the battlefield, you mill 3 cards. You may put an artifact card from among the cards built this way into your hand. If you don't, put a +1/+1 counter on it. So you either get a 3 mana 3/2 or a 3 mana 2/1 that draws you an artifact. Obviously, the latter option is the better one, and this would be at least a C+, probably just a B-, if that's what it always was. But it will only do that like half the time, and the 3/2 option isn't that great. It also takes a bit of a hit because red's not very interested in the graveyard in this set. So you don't get that much extra value out of loading the graveyard with this card, apart from the fact that you want to draw an artifact off of the mill trigger. I think this is just a C. Next up is Tyrant of Cairhien, which for 4 generic and 2 red is a 4/5 dragon and rare, it's got flying. When it enters the battlefield, it deals 4 damage to any target, and you can pay 1 red to give it +1/+0 until end of turn. So, take away the enter the battlefield ability, and this card's a B. Decent flying stats and fire breathing make it a formidable finisher, and that enter the battlefield ability is incredible. It will either kill a creature or help you finish off the opponent, and both are amazing. Basically, this is a 2-for-1 that has a massive impact on the board right away. It's something your opponent has to kill or they're going to die, and usually, even if they can kill it, they've already lost something else. So, they're coming out really far behind, or just dying to this in the air. This is a bomb, giving it an A. Next up is Unleash Shell, which for 3 generic and 2 red is a common instant. It deals 5 damage to target creature with Planeswalker, and 2 damage to that permanent controller. 5 mana is a lot for removal, but at least this is an instant, and it can deal with most creatures in the format too. And, you know, shocking your opponent in the face when you use this is definitely some decent additional upside. The problem with paying 5 to Power Stone if you hit something you can't cast. It's also kind of cool. The turn you play it, you're at least going to get the Power Stone because chances are you didn't play anything from exile because this wasn't under your control during your upkeep. So while it doesn't really enter the board right away, it does give you a Power Stone right away, and that's something. You know, this sort of enchantments that don't really enter the board always are a little bit scary to play, but this is one where it's worth taking that risk because if you're allowed to untap within a couple of turns, this will give you an insurmountable advantage, giving this a B+. Next up is Whirling Strike, which for 1 generic and a red is a common instant. Target creature gets +2/+0 and gains first strike and trample until end of turn. This is a solid trick as it will usually keep your creature alive, kill the opposing creature, even do some trample damage. The one downside, you know, these days, the tricks that end up playing the best are the ones that can also save your creature from removal. This doesn't really do that, but it also gets a bump in this set because of prowess and other spell payouts. So I think it's a C. Alright, now we're moving into the artifacts with red identities. The first of these is Blitz Automaton, which for 7 generic is a 6/4 with haste. It's an artifact creature construct in common, and it has prototype, which means you can pay an alternate cost to have it come into play with a different size and color and mana cost, but it keeps its abilities. In this case, you can pay 2 generic and a red, you get a 3/2. So a 3-mana 3/2 with haste is right around a C-, so adding the more expensive upside of this being a 6/4 with haste sometimes is nice. Don't get too hung up on the efficiency of these kinds of things. Yes, it matters. If this was really efficient, it would be better, but the fact that you have this modality is a big deal. If you play this early, it's perfectly solid, and then if you draw it late and you have the mana to sink into it, you're just going to be pretty happy that you can play this as a much larger creature and not only as a small. And that's kind of how all of these cards work out. Power Stones, of course, also make it easier to just cast this the regular way. Well, and as a prototype, but getting to 7 mana is what I mean is easier. Overall, I think having the option between these two sort of unimpressive creatures when you think about how much mana you're spending, I think the option between them is a C. Next up is Pelagi Dragon Engine, which for 8 generic is a 5/5 artifact creature dragon and uncommon. It's got flying, and you can pay 2 generic, and it gets +1/+0 until end of turn, and it has prototype, and you can pay 2 generic and a red for it to be a 1/3. So a 3-mana 1/3 that can raise its power like this is probably a C, especially in a set that cares about artifacts. And an 8-mana 5/5 flyer with this ability is probably like a D. But a card that can be either of those things, once again, is significantly better, especially in a set that has Power Stones. I think this comes out as a C+ in the end. Next up is Heavyweight Demolisher, which for 7 generic is an 8/6 artifact creature construct and uncommon. It's got menace, and at the beginning of your upkeep, you tap it unless you pay 3 generic, and it has Unearth for 6 generic and 2 red, which means you can return it from the graveyard to the battlefield and gain haste, and you can exile it at the beginning of the next hit step, or if it would leave the battlefield. Unearth only as a sorcery. The 7-mana 8/6 with menace is no joke, but this isn't so good that I love the fact that it punishes you, but making you pay 3 mana just to untap it. The other upside is sweet, of course, as your opponent has to account for it or end up dying in the late game in many situations, but the untapped tax is enough for me to really feel like I won't always be happy about playing this. It does get better in a set with Power Stones because not only can you cast this with Power Stones, you can pay for its tax with Power Stones. I think it comes out as a C+ in the end. I think this card is going to play better than it looks just because of the Power Stone and artifact upside. Next up is Mishra's Juggernaut, which for 5 generic is a common artifact creature Juggernaut. It's a 5/3, it has trample. It attacks each combat of Fable, and it has Unearth for 5 generic and a red. This is a fun reference to the original Juggernaut, which was a powerhouse in its own day. Unfortunately, I don't think this card is a powerhouse. A 5-mana 5/3 with trample that always has to attack is a D, maybe a D+ at best. It's just going to die to so many things, even if it gets in for a little bit of damage. Adding Unearth is some pretty real upside, though, as a 5/3 with trample is the kind of creature where you're like, yeah, I've got 6 mana lying around, may as well bring this thing back and swing at my opponent. It's the kind of thing your opponent can't just feel completely unconcerned about in a lot of situations. I think this is a C. Next up, it's Mishra's Research Desk, which for 1 generic is an uncommon artifact. You pay 1, tap it, and sacrifice it to exile the top 2 cards of your library. Choose one of them until the end of your next turn. You may play that card. And it has Unearth for 1 generic and a red. This is kind of cool as it's an artifact that does draw you 2 cards, which, yeah, that's a 2 for 1. The problem is when you unearth it and sacrifice it, you do end up paying 3 mana up front, which reduces the number of things you can actually play with it. It's also not the worst as sacrifice fodder. You know, in some situations you can sacrifice stuff to the board that can do damage right away, and it can even help you stabilize if you're behind because you get 3 bodies out of 1 card. And then obviously, if you can play this later for a massive 9 mana, the 3/4/4 trample haste bodies are going to be even more of a problem. And once again, Power Stones make this more approachable than it might look at first. In the end, I think this is a bomb. I'm giving it an A-. So, those are all the red cards in the Brothers War. Tomorrow, I'll be back with a look at all the green cards. If you want to make sure you catch that video, don't forget to subscribe. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like it and share it. If you want to catch up on the rest of the set review, you should see the playlist shortly. Thanks for watching. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. You can pre-order every card in this set review by going to cardkingdom.com/needs-to-home or by following the link in the description. Hi everyone, I'm Needs-to-Home, and today I'm continuing with my Brothers War set review. So far, we've looked at all the non-green cards in the main set, and today we're continuing to look at those green cards. Before we take a look at the first green card, a few reminders. This review is about limited in the new format. That means drafted and sealed. This means that I'm only going to be reviewing cards that appear in draft boosters. Also keep in mind that these are my thoughts about these cards before ever playing with the format, and that means I'm definitely not going to be perfect in my predictions, but I'll be providing updates as I play more of the format. Alright, with all of that out of the way, let's dive into the review. First, there's Alloy Animus, which for 1 green mana is a 1/1 uncommon human druid, and you can pay 2 generic and a green, and until end of turn, target non-creature artifact you control becomes a 4/4 artifact creature. With all the Power Stones around, this ability is going to overperform, between the fact that Power Stones can pay for the ability, and you can actually animate them with the ability too. This looks like a good place to seek mana and win the game. I'm giving it a C+. Next up is our Gothian Opportunist, which for 2 generic and a green is a 3/2 human scout uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, you create a tapped Power Stone token. This is an artifact with tap as colorless. This mana can't be spent to cast a non-artifact spell. This seems like a bread and butter common for green decks. It has passable stats and gets you some Power Stone ramp going, which is definitely something green is interested in. I'm giving it a C+. Next up is our Gothian Sprite, which for 1 generic and a green is a 2/2 fairy uncommon. It can be blocked by artifact creatures, and you can pay 7 generic to put 2 +1/+1 counters on it. This is better than it looks. There's lots of artifact creatures in the set, including most of the format's creature tokens, so this will be a nice attacker on a whole lot of boards, and then in the mid to late game, you can buff it to make sure it stays relevant. Power Stones make an ability like this far easier to use than it would be in a normal format. This looks like a pretty high quality 2-drop, especially a common for green decks in the format. I'm giving it a C+. Next up is Audacity, which for 1 green mana is an uncommon enchantment aura with enchant creature. The enchanted creature gets +2/+0 and has trample, and when Audacity is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, draw a card. I like this aura. It's basically a fixed ranker, which is pretty fun. +2/+0 and trample is enough to make a whole lot of creatures problematic, and the fact you get to draw a card when Audacity goes to the graveyard means you don't have to worry about getting 2-for-1 like you do with most auras. I'm giving this a C+. Next up, it's Awaken the Woods, which for X and 2 green is a mythic rare sorcery, and it says create X/1/1 green forest dryad land creature tokens. Note that these are creature tokens that are also lands. Basically, this creates an army of dryad arbors, which is pretty cool. This gives you a lot of bodies and also ramps you. It seems like this is pretty good at most stages of the game. If you imagine paying 4 total to get 2 1/1s that can tap for green, that sounds pretty good, as it lets you build out your board a little bit and allows you to keep ramping. Then, if you get it in the late game, you can just crank out a bunch of tokens, which almost always are going to help you win the game, even if you're behind. Making a bunch of tokens can often allow you to stabilize. It is a little sad that the format's main way of ramping, Power Stones, can't pay for it, but this still looks pretty great. I think this gets into the lower bomb range. I'm giving it an A-. Next up is Blanchwood Armor, which for 2 generic and a green is an uncommon enchantment aura with enchant creature. The enchanted creature gets +1/+1 for each forest you control. This is a reprint is an F and a deck that isn't really heavy into green, and a C at best at heavy green decks. Next up is Blanchwood Prowler, which for one generic and a green is a 1/1 elemental at common. When it enters the battlefield, you mill 3 cards, and you may put a land card from among the cards milled this way into your hand. If you don't, put a +1/+1 counter on Blanchwood Prowler. This is either a 2-mana 1/1 that draws you a land and loads your graveyard a bit, or a 2-mana 2/2 that loads your graveyard. Both of those options are solid, especially because green likes milling itself in this format, so there's some extra value there. And, you know, this is going to be pretty good at just helping you hit a land drop, too. I think this is a C+. Next, it's Burrowing Razor Maw, which for 2 generic and a green is a 4/2 beast at common. When it dies, mill 4 cards. This has fine stats, and it does an alright job of loading your graveyard. It's a C. Next up, it's Bushwhack, which for 1 green is an uncommon sorcery. It says choose one, search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it in your hand, and then shuffle, or target creature you control fights target creature you don't control. This is nice. Each of these modes are cards that you would generally play. Neither of them is incredible, but fixing your mana by searching up a basic land for 1 green, or playing a card that is Prey Upon, which is literally what the second effect of this card is, allows you to fight your opponent's thing with your thing for 1 green mana. Both of those are cards that I've seen play in the past, so putting them both together here is pretty nice. I think giving us these modal effects really is a big upgrade for both of these effects, because when you don't need a land, you can probably make use of the fight part, and when you can't really make use of the fight part, you probably need a land. So overall, I think this looks pretty good, giving it a B-. Next up, it's Sentinel Steward, which for 1 green is a 1/1 Elf Druid Soldier at common, and you can tap it and tap an untapped artifact or creature you control, that 1 mana of any color. Even with Power Stone, it can be a little tricky finding a way to consistently use this to fix and ramp your mana. There will be times where you just can't do it, and it's an ability that isn't that great in the late game. That said, this format does have many payouts for doing such a thing, and the Power Stones certainly make this easier, giving it a C. Next up, it's Epic Confrontation, which for 1 generic and a green is a common sorcery. It says target creature you control gets +1/+2 until end of turn. It fights target creature you don't control. This is a reprint, and it was a premium removal spell last time. The stats boost is surprisingly effective at helping your creature win fights. You do have to be careful with this kind of removal spell, because if your opponent can respond by removing your creature, you get utterly blown out, and that does matter. But you can often find a good window to cast this, giving it a B-. Next up, it's Fade from History, which for 2 generic and 2 green is a rare sorcery. That each player who controls an artifact or enchantment creates a 2/2 green bear creature token, then destroy all artifacts and enchantments. This feels mostly like a sideboard card. This set will have a few different archetypes focused on artifacts, and bringing this in against them is pretty good. It will usually feel well worth it to give your opponent a 2/2 to destroy several permanents. You don't want to run this, though, if you're interested in running artifacts yourself. You want to use it when it's fairly one-sided. And there are lots of decks in the format that this really won't affect very much, and that's what really makes it sort of a sideboard card that's just not always going to work out. I think it's probably an F in your main deck and a B- out of your sideboard. If you are like a black-green graveyard deck that's not that interested in doing artifact things, this is a pretty incredible card to bring out of your sideboard. Next, it's Philology Excavation, which for 3 generic and 2 green is an uncommon sorcery. Create 3 tapped Power Stone tokens. You gain 3 life. As you can see, Power Stone ramp is a very real thing in this format. There are plenty of sweet artifacts to ramp into, so this will often precede you slamming a scary 8-drop on the next turn. Now, it doesn't really impact the board immediately, and that can be a problem, but getting 3 life when you cast this makes it more likely you can endure a hard hit on your opponent's turn, which makes it more likely you untap and slam that creature on the table, giving this a C+. Next, it's Fauna Shaman, which for 1 generic and a green is a 2/2 Elf Shaman at rare. You can pay 1 green and tap it and discard a creature card. To search your library for a creature card, reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle. This is a neat reprint. It serves as passable stats and comes with the ability to search up creatures, which is pretty good. Now, that ability is significantly weaker than it might look at first, mostly because you have to give up a creature to get a creature. So you're really just getting card selection, and it's not amazing card selection because you're still giving up a creature. You can never give up a land you don't need or something. Card selection is nice, but you have to weigh whether using this ability is worth more than just casting the creature you're thinking about discarding. The answer to that is usually dependent on the contents of your deck and whether there are any creatures who are better in a particular situation. If you have a bomb creature or 2, this gets a lot better. One nice thing here is that the Shaman synergizes well with the black-green deck in the format, which wants creatures in the graveyard in the first place. So actually getting those creatures in the graveyard while searching up the payoff for getting things in the graveyard seems pretty sweet. Enforcer, which for Forge Generic and a green is a 4/5 Centaur Soldier at uncommon. When it attacks, if there are 3 or more creature cards in your graveyard, draw a card. This is a pretty nice payout for the graveyard decks in the format. I do think it's a little disappointing maybe for an uncommon that's meant to be one of the premier payouts for getting creatures in your graveyard. This is because it has below rate stats and it has to attack to trigger the ability. Both of those things being true isn't something I love. Now, you're going to feel pretty good about this card anyway if you can draw a card with it and trade it off. And if your opponent can't trade with it and it just keeps drawing you cards, it's going to be insane. It's still a very good card. I just kind of wish it was a 5/5 or something. Still, it's a B-. And, you know, any creature-heavy green deck can play it, but obviously the black green deck is going to get the most mileage out of it. Next up, it's Gaia's Gift, which for 1 generic and a green is a common instant. It says put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. It gains reach, trample, hexproof, and indestructible until end of turn. This looks like a nice trick. In addition to doing a good job of helping creatures with combat, the slew of keywords it gets makes it so you can blend most removal when you cast it. We've seen a lot of tricks like this lately, and they've all ended up being a card you want 1 or 2 of in your aggressive decks, and I think that's what we have here, giving it a C. Next is Giant Growth, which for 1 green mana is a common instant. Target creature gets +3/+3 until end of turn. Giant Growth is back yet again, and as always, it's a pretty solid trick. 1 mana for this stat boost lets your creature win a whole lot of combats, and you can do it for a very, very low investment, giving you a nice advantage. Aggressive green decks in the format will basically always want at least one of these, giving it BC. Next, it's Gnarlroot Pallbearer, which for 4 generic and 2 green is a 5/5 tree folk druid at common. Got trampled, and when it enters the battlefield, target creature gets +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard. This doesn't have the best stat line, but a 6 mana 5/5 trampler is kind of passable. And at the end of the battlefield trigger will be pretty effective in a lot of green decks, allowing you to attack with something that just couldn't before. Still, it is rather expensive and dependent on your graveyard, giving it a C. Next is Gwenna, Eyes of Gaia, which for 2 generic and a green is a 2/3 legendary elf druid scout at rare. You can tap her to add 2 mana in any combination of colors. Spend this mana only to cast creature spells or activate abilities of a creature or creature card. Whenever you cast a creature spell's power 5 or greater, put a +1/+1 counter on Gwenna, Eyes of Gaia, and untap it. This is great. Giving you 2 mana, even for only a creature spell or activated ability, if you can play this on turn 3 and then play a 6 mana creature on turn 4, that's just going to be enough to win you the game pretty consistently, especially because Gwenna also becomes a 3/4 when you do it. This format has a lot of activated abilities too, mostly so Power Stones can do something other than play artifact spells, but her ability works with abilities too. The one downside is that this is not the greatest top deck in like the mid to late game when you've sort of played everything out, but the fail case is still a 3 mana 2/3 that might get a little bit bigger in a couple more turns if you just draw something big. I'm giving this a B+. Next is Hoarding Recluse, which for 3 generic and a green is a 2/3 spider at common. It's got reach and death touch. And when it dies, you put up to 1 other target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. This can trade for anything, including flyers, and while that's not the most exciting thing on a 4 mana card, it does make it so that it certainly impacts the board when it's around. And the death ability matters a little bit here too, as green-black decks will be milling themselves a significant chunk of the time, and sometimes you end up milling things you didn't really want to mill, and this can help get that card back. You can also take away a card with Unearth that your opponent has in their graveyard. It doesn't really do anything super well, but it does a whole bunch of relevant stuff. I think that makes it a C. Next is Obstinate Bailoff, which for 2 generic and 2 green is a 4/4 beast that uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 4 life, and if a spell or ability an opponent controls causes you to discard the Bailoff, put it onto the battlefield instead of putting it into your graveyard. This is a reprint and one that got downshifted from rare. A 4 mana 4/4 that gains you 4 when it enters is just a great card in limited. It gives you an efficient creature and a very relevant body to help you pull ahead of your opponent if they were having an aggressive start. The discard part of the card is not going to come up much, but when it does, it will be pretty hilarious to put this in the 3. I'm giving this a B. Next is Perimeter Patrol, which for 2 generic and a green is a 3/3 human soldier at common. Whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, it gets +1/+0 until the end of turn. A 3 mana 3/3 is usually still a C. You know, that's a stat line that has continued to be pretty solid throughout the history of Magic, and this has some real upside that will let it attack a lot more effectively. There are lots of artifacts around, and it counts Power Stone. The green-white deck in particular is interested in triggering these sorts of abilities as much as possible, and it certainly looks capable Artificer Scouted Uncommon. Whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, look at the top card of your library. If it's a land card, you may put it into your hand. If you don't put the card into your hand, you may put it into your graveyard. This looks really good. The format has a lot of artifacts, again, including Power Stones, and this trigger does count those. And it also isn't limited to once per turn, which is awesome. Basically, every time you put an artifact in play, you either draw a card or surveil one, and that's a trigger that will generate some pretty amazing value over time. This looks like it could be a pretty impressive engine, and that's an exciting thing to say about a 2-drop, giving it a B. Next, it's Shoot Down, which for 3 generic and a green is a common sorcery. Says exile target artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. This has a whole lot of targets in this format. It is a little clunky as a 4-mana sorcery, but it just feels like this will be able to deal with enough permanents in the format, and I think the first copy should be valued reasonably highly. Even nice that it exiles things in a format with Unearth and stuff like that. I think the first copy of this is a C+. Next, it's Tanos' Tinkering, which for 3 generic and a green is a common instant. Says put 2 +1/+1 counters on target artifact, creature, or land you control. Untap that permanent. If it isn't a creature, it becomes a 0/0 creature in addition to its other types. Using this to put counters on something that's already a creature doesn't feel amazing for this cost. Basically a really bad combat trick. But if you can use it to animate a land or an artifact, it does get a little more interesting because it turns a card that wasn't impacting the board into one that does. That said, I feel like actually generating a card of value with this is going to be a little bit challenging. It's far too expensive and underpowered to be the kind of card that you really just treat as like a trick that you want to run in your deck, because you have to deal with so much mana for it for a relatively small boost if you're looking at it as a trick. And then the upside of animating Power Stones and lands isn't exactly exciting either. I think it's probably just a D+. Next, it's Titania, Voice of Gaia, which for 1 generic and 2 green is a 3/4 legendary elemental at mythic rare. She's got reach. Whenever 1 or more land cards are put into your graveyard from anywhere, you gain 2 life. At the beginning of your upkeep, if there are 4 or more land cards in your graveyard and you both own and control Titania, Voice of Gaia, and a land named Argoth, Sanctum of Nature, saw earlier this week, then meld them together into Titania, Gaia Incarnate. So, a 3-mana 3/4 with reach is easily a C+, maybe just a B-. So the other upside is nice to have, especially because green does have a decent amount of mill, which will result in you gaining some life, especially if you have evolving wilds around. She also needs self-mill to get to the point where she can meld, so that's kind of the deck she'll fit in, but you know, you can't really count on it. It involves having this mythic in play and a rare, and then also meeting the requirement it asks of you. And while the land that she melds with does also mill you, so it's not impossible if you get them both. It does take some work, and the chances of, again, not only drafting each of them, but then also having them both in play, and then also meeting the requirement, you're talking about really low percentage of the time actually happening. Obviously, it is upside. It would be worse if it couldn't meld, but we really can't have that reflected in the grade because it's relevant such a low percentage of the time. Good news is she's a pretty good card anyway. I think she's a B-. Next up, it's Teething Wormlet, which for 1 green mana is a 1/1 worm. At rare, it has Death Touch as long as you control 3 or more artifacts. Whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 1 life. If this is the first time this ability has resolved this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Teething Wormlet. This is an impressive 1-drop it's Wasteful Harvest, which for 2 generic and a green is a common instant. Says mill 5 card. You may put a permanent card from among the cards milled this way into your hand. So, as I said, this format does have a green deck that really wants to mill cards, but I don't love this. 3 mana to get a single permanent back from the graveyard is pretty underwhelming, even with mill attached. I'd much rather impact the board with these creatures that we've seen that mill you and then give you some sort of value than I would cast a spell that mills me and gets back 1 permanent. And the permanent also has to be one of the 5 that are milled. So it's more restrictive than some effects like this we've seen before, where you just get any permanent back from the graveyard. If you're the most graveyardy black-green deck ever, and you end up playing it because, you want to mill yourself as much as possible, but I think it's a D+. All right, now we're moving into the artifacts that have a green identity, and we're starting with Boulder Branch Golem, which for 7 generic is a 6/5 golem and common, and when it enters the battlefield, you gain life equal to its power, and it has prototype, which means you can pay this alternate cost so that it has different mana cost, color, and size, but keeps its abilities. In this case, you pay 3 generic and a green to get a 3/3. The 4-mana 3/3 that gains you 3 when it enters the battlefield is like a C, and the upside here is going to be the kind of card that really allows you to stabilize, as a 6/5 that gains you 6 is going to make any opponent who had a fast start pretty sad. You also ramp into it, of course, with the help of Power Stones, giving this a C+. Next, it's Cradle Clear Cutter, which for 6 generic mana is a 3/6 artifact creature golem that has common. You can tap it down an amount of green equal to its power, and it has prototype for 2 generic and a green, and it's a 1/3. So a 3 mana 1/3 that taps for 1 green and has a little bit of upside to maybe tap for more if you augment its stats. That's probably a C, maybe a C+ in this set, which likes artifacts and ramp. In some ways, I feel like casting this as a bigger version is less attractive than most of the others, as you're less likely to want a bunch of mana, even in this format, but you still get to play out a much larger creature who's more impactful on the board by the stage of the game when you can actually pay all of that extra mana. I think this is a C+. Next, it's Haywire Mite, which for 1 green mana is a 1/1 artifact creature, insect, and uncommon. When it dies, you gain 2 life. You can pay 1 green and sacrifice it to exile target non-creature artifact or non-creature enchantment. Obviously, only hitting non-creature artifacts is a problem, but there are lots of artifacts and enchantments in this format that it can still hit. So I think this is a main deck card. It doesn't hurt that it's also a cheap artifact in a format that cares about those things. I think it's a C. Next, it's Iron Craw Crusher, which for 7 generic mana is a 4/6 artifact creature worm and uncommon. When it attacks, target attacking creature gets +X/+0 until end of turn, where X is Iron Craw Crusher's power, and it has prototype for 2 generic and 2 green, and it's a 2/5. Both modes in this are pretty solid. Neither is amazing. That's true of the majority of the lower rarity prototypes. Obviously, the 4/6 version can be a bigger problem, but costing 7 is no small thing. Meanwhile, the prototype is itself a mediocre attacker with only 2 power. The boost isn't that impressive either, but the high toughness that both of these have means they'll often be able to attack pretty effectively while busting something else enough that your opponent also has to be worried about it. I can just see this producing some pretty reasonable attacks the turn after it comes down, giving it a C+. Next, it's Mask of the Jade Crafter, which for 2 generic is an uncommon artifact. You can pay X, tap it, and sacrifice it to create an XX colorless golem artifact creature token, activate only as a sorcery, and it has Unearth for 2 generic and a green, which means you can return it from your graveyard to the battlefield, then exile it at the beginning of the next in-step, or if it would leave the battlefield, unearth only as a sorcery. So this is a pretty nice thing to spend your Power Stone mana on, since it can make a reasonably efficient token. I mean, it's sort of never going to be efficient, because you have to pay to cast it or unearth it, and then you have to pay the ability. But it is often going to be big because you just have the mana lying around. The bad news does a fine job, especially because you can turn it into a 6/6 token with haste at some point. But waiting to cast it until you have 5 mana is obviously way better because you get a 15/15 with haste when you use the ability, and that's pretty crazy. It's definitely a bomb, though I think it is only an A- level bomb. To get a full-blown A or A+, you have to be a bomb that gives you serious value, even if your opponent manages to kill it when they untap on their turn, and this isn't that. Unfortunately, you know, if they deal with it, and you don't get anything. And the same can be said, you know, if you just use the ability and your opponent has removal, that isn't possible either. Still, the ceiling is insanely high, the floor is also very high, giving it an A-. Next is Rust Goliath, which is a 10 generic mana. It's a artifact creature construct that's common. It's a 10/10 with reach and trample, and it has a prototype for 3 generic and 2 green, which gets it a 3/5. The 5 mana 3/5 with reach and trample isn't amazing, and if this card was also only a 10 mana 10/10 with reach and trample, wouldn't love that either. But again, the fact you can cast this as an okay-ish creature for 5 if you need something in the early game, or cast it in the late game as a huge monster is pretty nice. And I feel like Power Stone decks are going to be really interested in this common as a potential win condition. A 10/10 with trample is no joke, and decks can reasonably get there in this format. I'm giving this a C+. And our last card for the video is Simeon Simulacrum, which for 3 generic is a 2/1 artifact creature, 8th rare. When it enters the battlefield, you put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature you control, and it has unearthed for 2 generic and 2 green. This is great. On its own, it can be a 3 mana for 3, and you'll often have some better bodies to put it on. In fact, you'll usually have some other things to put it on, especially because you're kind of interested in trading this off so you can unearth it and get more counters. I think the efficiency and the value you get out of leaving these tokens behind makes this a bomb. I'm giving it an A-. So those are all the green cards in the Brothers War. We've now looked at all the cards in the main set, but draft boosters for this set will also contain retro frame artifacts, which are sort of like the mystical archive in Strixhaven. There is going to be one of them in every pack, so I figured I'm going to review them too. Tomorrow I'll be back with a look at all of those retro frame artifacts. If you want to make sure you catch that video, don't forget to subscribe. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like it and share it. If you want to catch up on the rest of the set review, you should see the playlist shortly. Thanks for watching. To draw a card, and when there are 4 or more page counters on it, you exile it, and if you do, you gain 4. This is pretty good last time we saw it, and I think that's true here. Using the scry effect when you're low on mana is alright, and actually drawing cards with this is very powerful, and also easier to do here because of Power Stones. Gaining the 4 life helps make up for the fact that you sink some mana into something that doesn't actually add to the board too, giving this a B. Next, it's Mesmeric Orb, which for 2 generic is a mythic rare artifact. Whenever a permanent becomes untapped, that permanent's controller builds a card. This is a symmetrical mill card, and not really something you should be playing. It's hard to have much control over who has more permanents than untapped, and you never know if this will hurt you more than your opponent. It is true that it will hurt your opponent first, since they have to untap first, but that still isn't enough for me to ever play this thing, giving it an F. Next, it's Millstone, which for 2 generic is an uncommon artifact. You pay 2 and tap it to make your opponent mill 2 cards. Any player mills 2 cards, actually. Now we're looking at the very original mill card, which is where the mechanic is the same, and it's also not that good and limited. So the fact that you actually can control who this hurts more makes it better than something like the Horde. This can actually win you some games if you're a control deck, but most of the time you'd rather just have something that actually has support. You can maybe use it in a black-green deck to mill yourself too, giving it a D. Next up, it's Mind's Eye, which for 5 generic mana is a mythic rare artifact. Whenever an opponent draws a card, you can pay 1 generic. If you do, draw a card. This looks good, as it effectively draws you 2 cards every turn and sometimes more. But Power Stones in the format, both casting this and paying the mana to draw the card are going to be easier than normal. It is still a 5-mana artifact that doesn't add to the board, which holds it up significantly, but it's quite card advantageous, giving it a B. Next, it's Mishra's Bauble, which for 0 mana is an uncommon artifact. You can tap it and sack it to look at the top card of target player's library, draw a card at the beginning of the next turn of the game. This is a free artifact that replaces itself. We've seen a few artifacts that replace themselves. They all get bonus points because there's a spell deck in the format, and there's lots of decks that care about artifacts. This one is slower at replacing itself, which is certainly a problem if you're like trying to change
with that hitter in the battlefield.